Chapter 1836. What is this thing? Xiaohua was clearly shocked by this black cloud. The black cloud violently rolled, and a feeling of returning to its nest filled Xiaohua. Just as Xiaohua was thinking about it, the black pillar suddenly shook violently, and a thin crack appeared in the black cloud. An unparalleled suction force came from the crack in the black cloud, and Xiaohua was sucked in without any explanation. Xiaohua screamed in fear, but when he saw the dusky area within the black clouds, his mind suddenly sank. An indescribable feeling was transmitted through the black pillar, and Xiaohua's mind once again fell into his own body. Incomparably sleepy, incomparably obscure, incomparably heavy, incomparably, a series of mortal feelings that Xiaohua had never experienced since he started cultivating flooded his mind. Xiaohua forced himself to open his eyelids and saw Goldie lying on his shoulder. His heart relaxed, and just like Goldie, he fell into a sweet sleep. Xiaohua fell asleep, but his mind was still slowly changing. The spirit beast attacked Xiaohua's black soul thread through the Buddha Sarira's Dharma Eye imprint, but because of the instinctive silver attack of the Dharma Eye imprint, it was cut off. Immediately after, Goldie came out and killed the spirit beast. The soul thread was still left in the Dharma Eye, and it connected the Dharma Eye with the soul thread's attack. What was even more amazing was that Xiaohua's soul thread was also sucked out by the spirit beast's soul thread. The two soul threads were now entangled together, and they were originally the same thing. One had lost the control of the soul imprint while the other had the soul imprint. The spirit beast's soul thread naturally fused with Xiaohua's soul thread, and this fusion process was completed naturally while Xiaohua was in a sweet sleep. Xiaohua's practice of the soul-absorbing bell was originally a beginner, and he was abnormally shaky. The easiest way to deal with a soul technique's attack was to counterattack. Under the spirit beast's attack, Xiaohua's soul thread was easily drawn out, and his mysterious soul was easily opened by the spirit beast. Fortunately, Xiaohua still had the Dharma Eye imprint, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. After the black thread fused, it gradually faded and gradually entered the mysterious soul. Xiaohua slept sweetly for 9 days. Only on the morning of the 10th day did he wake up with the first ray of sunlight. After waking up, Xiaohua's spirit was abnormally full. He first saw the spirit beast's body on the ground. It didn't have the slightest bit of vitality. Then he saw Goldie was still sleeping soundly. Only then did he feel completely relieved. He put Goldie into the space, then cast a spell on the spirit beast's body. With a point of his hand, the spirit beast's body flew into the air. Xiaohua flipped it around and looked at it for a long time, but he still couldn't see what it was. It seemed that there were no similar records in the Imperial Thundersect's ancient books. This thing. It can't be the night kite that those two Foundation establishment seniors were talking about a few days ago, right? Xiaohua suddenly thought. That's something that even core formation cultivators don't dare to provoke. How did it end up in the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden? Furthermore, the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden's spirit formation and the spirit formation I set up are all unable to block it? Perhaps the Qi refining disciples who died in the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden were also killed by this thing. No wonder that Foundation establishment cultivator didn't admit that he was the one who killed them. I thought he was just quibbling. Fortunately I still have Goldie. Fortunately I still have the Dharma Eye imprint. Xiaohua was still somewhat shaken. He put the spirit beast's body into the space. When he examined the Dharma Eye imprint on the Buddha Sarira, he shockingly discovered that the imprint had already taken shape. Presumably, the Dharma Eye imprint had been stimulated by the spirit beast's instinctive silver light. It's a daunting experience without any danger. There are even some gains. Xiaohua happily thought, however, what are those black clouds and those black pillars? I feel they should be related to the soul. If those black pillars were enlarged, wouldn't they be similar to the soul strands? Damn it, those black clouds must be the mysterious place that hides the soul. The more Xiaohua thought about it, the more excited he became. He cultivated a few soul cultivation techniques, but he still couldn't find the so-called 9 heavens of spirit origin. If those black clouds were the location of the soul, then the 9 heavens of spirit origin must also be inside those black clouds. It seemed that Xiaohua still had some vague impressions of what was inside those black clouds. While thinking, Xiaohua took out the soul-absorbing bell. A few soul strands that were several times thicker than before were released from the space between his eyebrows. It was extremely easy for them to shake the soul-absorbing bow. It's true that riches come from dangerous places. It wasn't easy for this young master to cultivate these soul strands back then. Now they've unexpectedly become so thick all of a sudden, Xiao Hua said with a smile. But immediately his brows wrinkled again. Huh? Why are these soul strands so thick? It's as if they were innate. Could it be that they were left behind by the spirit beast? Moreover, how did these soul strands fly out from the Dharma eye of the Buddha Sarira? While thinking, Xiao Hua used his hand to rub his forehead again and muttered to himself in a low voice. It seems that the spirit beast attacked. I have some impression, but it's also vague. Can't the Dharma eye of delirium break? I can use the Dharma eye to see. Oh, I have some impression. I seem to have seen it before. As Xiao Hua's eyes lit up, he recalled the scene he saw before. That set of red bones, a body of blood that flickered with specks of golden silk, moving meridians and 13,200 pitch-black specks. Maybe I can even see the location of the soul. Xiao Hua thought and raised his left hand. He opened his Dharma eye and looked very expectantly. Unfortunately, what appeared before his eyes wasn't what he expected, nor was it what he thought in his heart. In the Dharma eye of delirium, what appeared before his eyes was truly a complete person. From head to toe, there wasn't a single spot that could be penetrated. That's strange. I clearly remember that I can penetrate inside. Xiao Hua was somewhat dazed. Right at this time, the spell formation outside the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden moved again. Xiao Hua hurriedly closed his Dharma eye. When he arrived beside the spell formation, he saw that there were actually 2 more cultivators. One of them was actually even at the core formation stage. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly opened the spell formation and bowed in greeting. You're called Xiao Hua? That Foundation Establishment cultivator glanced at Xiao Hua and asked. Correct, it's this junior. I wonder if senior. Xiao Hua asked respectfully. This old man is a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. Can call me Martial Uncle Qian for the time being. That Foundation Establishment cultivator was clearly more amiable towards juniors. Did 2 Foundation Establishment seniors come to your medicine garden a few days ago? Good Martial Uncle Qian knows. There indeed were. Xiao Hua suddenly understood and said with a smile. However, the 2 seniors only rested at Junior's place for a while and immediately left. They also didn't leave behind their names. Junior doesn't know whether or not they were the people Martial Uncle is looking for. Did they say anything? At the same time, his hands formed different seals one after another. When each seal hit the magic treasure trembled slightly. After dozens of seals, the magic treasure actually began to tremble rhythmically, similar to the spirit beast's trembling from before. Ouch! Between Xiao Hua's eyebrows, the Dharma eye imprint on the Buddha Sarira trembled along with the trembling. Xiao Hua couldn't help but frown slightly. The Foundation Establishment cultivator turned to look at Xiao Hua and smiled. This is a spirit treasure, how can you casually look at it? Turn your eyes away. Yes. Xiao Hua quickly turned his gaze away, and the Foundation Establishment cultivator also formed a seal towards Xiao Hua. Immediately, the trembling sound disappeared. Damn it, a spirit treasure, I thought it was a magic treasure. Xiao Hua's eyes revealed a trace of surprise, but then he was shocked again. This is bad. Are they going to use this spirit treasure to find that guy, that cultivator named Qian Yua's soul? Won't they be exposed all of a sudden? Immediately, the magic power in Xiao Hua's body gradually gathered. But at this time, the Foundation Establishment Martial Uncle Qian turned his head and asked thoughtfully, Xiao Hua, what are you doing? Let Martial Uncle Qian know this junior is a bit uncomfortable. Xiao Hua said with a bitter smile and pointed at the spirit treasure. Oh, Martial Uncle Qian didn't comment and said casually, this is a spirit treasure, you can't use magic power. This thing won't harm you, you just need to ignore it. Yes, this disciple understands. Xiao Hua's heart trembled and he quickly dispersed his magic power. This is a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator and a Golden Core cultivator. I can't fight against them, I can only act according to the situation. Xiao Hua laughed bitterly in his heart. I killed 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators from Swallow Thunder Ridge, but the Heavenly Thunder Palace searched the entire Eastern Ridge for a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator. The spirit treasure. I'm afraid this young master will be exposed. Humph, this young master won't say anything even if you beat me to death, I don't believe. Xiaohua muttered in his heart. At first he was unyielding, but the more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. A golden core cultivator had countless methods, not to mention the soul-searching technique, but this spirit treasure might be able to restore everything. How can I escape? Xiaohua instantly began to plan. When the golden core cultivator activated his spirit treasure, the vibrations of his spirit treasure matched the vibrations of the spirit beast vibrations more and more. When all the spells were cast, the golden core cultivator slapped his forehead, as if he was using some kind of secret technique. His face instantly turned pale. Immediately after, the golden core cultivator opened his mouth, and a mouthful of essence energy sprayed onto the spirit treasure. With its swoosh sound from the oval-shaped mouth of the spirit treasure, hundreds and thousands of black threads, visible to the naked eye, flew out. These black threads had already flown out, and immediately flew in all directions of the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden. The Foundation Establishment cultivator's eyes lit up. He saw that the thousands of black threads were originally flying in all directions of the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden, but there were actually many that were flying in the direction of Xiaohua's abode, and they actually shrank together, rushing into the abode. This is your abode? The Foundation Establishment cultivator's gaze was like a knife, sweeping across Xiaohua's face. It is. What could Xiaohua say? When this junior came, this abode already had one. For the sake of convenience, this junior directly lived inside. Follow this old man. The Foundation Establishment cultivator said to let Xiaohua follow him, but he didn't move and instead let Xiaohua walk in front. At this time, the golden core cultivator also stopped casting, and his gaze was very strange as he looked at Xiaohua as if he didn't believe it. What do I do? What do I do? Xiaohua muttered in his heart. Needless to say, this mysterious spirit treasure had already discovered Qian Yuhua's soul. In other words, Qian Yuhua died in the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden. Damn it, what do you mean what do I do? Of course I have to run now. Xiaohua steeled his heart. Don't tell me I have to wait for someone to search my soul? With that thought, Xiaohua's magic power surged, and he was about to activate the bright thunder escape. But at this time Xiaohua's eyes suddenly lit up, and his magic power dissipated again. What are you doing? The Foundation Establishment cultivator obviously noticed his abnormality, and he put his hand on his storage bag and asked sternly, This junior is a bit scared. Xiaohua said pitifully, but thinking that senior is behind this junior doesn't dare to use any yellow talismans. And quickly go and don't dawdle. The Foundation Establishment cultivator berated. Yes. Xiaohua responded, but he still walked into the abode unhurriedly. However, just as he stepped into the abode, there were several swoosh-swoosh sounds, and among the dozens of black threads, more than 10 of them actually flew out of the abode. The Foundation Establishment cultivator was slightly taken aback, and he closely followed Xiaohua into the abode with vigilance. The inside of the abode was clean and there wasn't a single black thread. Martial nephew Qian. Those soul threads should have passed through the abode and directly flew out of the cave. Outside the abode, the golden core cultivator's voice sounded. Oh, this junior understands. The Foundation Establishment cultivator sized up Xiaohua's abode, and he used his divine sense to check inside and out. Then he brought Xiaohua out. This senior was right. This senior killed Qian Yuhua outside the abode, so why did those black threads fly into the abode? Xiaohua sneered in his heart. If I hadn't thought of this, I'm afraid I would have already fled, right? But why did the dozens of black threads fly into the abode? Xiaohua's eyes turned slightly. Could it be because of that spirit beast? Oh, of course. Xiaohua suddenly realized that the traces of Qian Yuhua's soul must have been left here, but didn't the spirit beast come that day? Wasn't the spirit beast killed by Little Yellow? Qian Yuhua's soul was either swallowed by the spirit beast or Little Yellow. At this time the Heavenly Thunder Palace brought a soul treasure that could only be used 3 times by a golden core cultivator. So what could they find? Xiaohua's guess was indeed correct. When he came out of the cave in the time it took to cook a meal, the thousands of black silks flew back and flashed back into the spirit treasure. Let's go. The golden core cultivator's face was pale. He waved his hand and the soul treasure in the air flew into his hand and disappeared. Martial uncle, please. The Foundation Establishment cultivator nodded in response. When they were outside the formation, Xiaohua suddenly asked, "Martial uncle, martial ancestor, that soul treasure looks very strange. It's different from magic treasures like a spirit beast." The golden core cultivator glanced at Xiaohua and chuckled, "You have some insight. It was refined from the body of the spirit beastie kite." "Many thanks for martial ancestor's guidance." Xiaohua was startled and hurriedly bowed respectfully. "And you should also hurry up and cultivate. Although this Eastern Ridge herb garden has a formation, it's not too safe. Hurry up and build your foundation, then go to Myriad Thunder Valley to open the abode." The golden core cultivator clearly knew Xiaohua's background before coming and said with a smile. Chapter 1838. Upon hearing foundation establishment, Xiaohua's face immediately became bitter. He smiled apologetically and said, "If I could build my foundation, of course I wouldn't stay here for long. Although I don't know who seniors are looking for, it's obvious. Sigh." Haha. The golden core cultivator and foundation establishment cultivator didn't say anything else. After exiting the spell formation, they exchanged a few words with each other and flew towards the forbidden area where Yi Yuan was. Xiaohua's left hand, which he cupped his hands to send them off, slightly opened a slit. His silver eyes had just closed. "That's strange." Xiaohua's expression was the same as usual. When he turned around and closed the spell formation, he was still pondering. In that golden core senior's meridians, the amount of true essence flowing like water doesn't seem to be as much as the foundation establishment seniors. However, in his lower dantian, there's a thumb-sized resplendent ball. That must be the golden core. In this foundation establishment cultivator's lower dantian, there's also some solidification. There are even some vortexes. I'm afraid he's also on the verge of condensing his golden core. But why can't I see their bodies, bones and other things? Why can my physical body see it? Moreover, my bones and other parts of my body are blocked? In addition, one of these two seniors' meridians is the same. It's exactly the same as the meridians I tempered at the 12th layer of Qi refinement. However, the second meridian is different. Presumably, the foundation establishment cultivators choose different mental cultivation methods, so the meridians they open are also different. Xiaohua flew towards the immortal's cave while thinking, "I haven't seen a golden core cultivation method, but from what I saw with my delirium eyes, it should be to refine the true essence in the two meridians that have already been opened, condensing that true essence into a golden core. It shouldn't be to open a third meridian outside the second meridian." In other words, all cultivators only have two meridians? Isn't that a bit too little? After all, there are still a lot of meridians in the body. Xiaohua was a bit confused, but then he mocked himself. Damn it, one meridian is already connected to the whole body. Two meridians complement each other, forming the power of yin and yang. It runs through the whole body, so what's the point of having so many meridians? Who else would be like me, who would cultivate an additional meridian for the sake of that sliver of memory? Even if you build your foundation and refine one more meridian, you'll have magic power, but your lifespan won't increase. It's not as profound as the magic power of a core condensation cultivator, who would joke around with their life and refine one more meridian. This young master had just tempered one meridian during Qi refinement and was scolded by master to the point that I was almost expelled from the sect. If any fool tempered another meridian during foundation establishment, wouldn't he be directly smacked to death by master? Qian Yuhua's death really annoyed the Qian Thunder Palace. Originally, they listened to the lecture in front of the practitioner of Jindan realm and went out to look after the alchemy furnace. But in the blink of an eye, the natal spiritual tablet was broken. There was no Lingli pill in the cave, as Qian Yuhua said. When they asked the disciples in the cave, they didn't know where their master went. The Heavenly Thunder Palace used various methods to try to find out where Qian Yuhua had died. But in the end, everyone's eyes were focused on the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden's Yequan Valley, which was not far from the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden. After all, within the area that the Heavenly Thunder Palace's elders had circled out using a secret technique, only the Yequan Valley had not been carefully searched. But who dared to search the Yequan Valley? For a disciple in the late stage of foundation establishment, would they lose a disciple in Jindan realm? Therefore Xiaohua's heart should be at ease. Of course, Xiaohua didn't have time to think so much. He was full of energy and focused on refining the fire marrow flame crystal flame in his meridians. He wanted to accumulate genuine qi and finish practicing the last bit of the prairie fire cultivation method as soon as possible. He wanted to reach the peak of the 18th hurdle of Lianqi realm and reach foundation establishment as soon as possible. Damn it. Thinking that Cui Hongshan forced Xiaohua to call him senior fellow apprentice, Xiaohua wanted to smack this guy to death. Well, it was like smacking an annoying fly. However, when Xiaohua just entered the late stage of Lianqi realm, something happened again. Helplessness's voice-transmitting rune came. Helplessness's voice-transmitting rune didn't say anything, only indifferently telling Xiaohua to return to Myriad Thunder Valley. Just from the tone of the voice-transmitting rune, Xiaohua could tell how much helplessness didn't want to see him, but because of some reason he had no choice but to see him. Of course, listen to the last sentence of the voice-transmitting rune. You haven't reached foundation establishment yet? Although it was a question, it was definitely true. When Xiaohua received the voice-transmitting rune, to tell the truth, he also didn't want to go. First, he didn't want to see helplessness's expression. Second, he didn't want to see Cui Hongshan. When fellow apprentices met, they had to greet each other. But Cui Hongshan wanted to suppress Xiaohua, so he had to make Xiaohua call him senior fellow apprentice. But why would Xiaohua hang on to him? I'll go. Master summoning, how can I not go? Xiaohua smiled wryly. He put all the things he needed into a storage bag and also put the puppets working in the medicinal garden in the eastern ridge into his space. Only then did he open the magic formation and use an ordinary flight technique to fly towards Myriad Thunder Valley. During this time, although no more cultivators from the Heavenly Thunder Palace came to harass them, the disciples on duty from the Thunderous Thunder Palace did come to the blazed dawn grass. When they saw the changes in the spiritual aura of the eastern ridge, that disciple also felt it was strange and reported the abnormalities to the Thunderous Thunder Palace's steward. The Thunderous Thunder Palace's steward also sent someone to take a look. When he saw that Xiaohua had actually leveled a lot of the medicinal garden and planted a lot of spiritual plants, he was also very happy. The Thunderous Thunder Palace actually rewarded some medicinal pills for aura-refining disciples. Moreover, the tone of the disciple who came to take a look revealed a hint of something that made Xiaohua extremely unhappy. Originally, the eastern ridge only had one type of blazed dawn grass, so Xiaohua was naturally able to take care of it all by himself. But now that the spiritual aura of the world was abundant, this place naturally had to be rebuilt into a medicinal garden like before. A medicinal garden with all kinds of spiritual plants, so Xiaohua definitely couldn't do it by himself. It was possible that the Thunderous Thunder Palace would also send some disciples over to take care of the garden together with Xiaohua. Of course, this was also what that disciple said. As for how many disciples they would send and who they would send, everything was unknown. At least when Xiaohua left, there was still no news. Xiaohua cultivated while flying. He flew very slowly and only arrived in front of Helpless Immortal's cave after a long time. Without waiting for him to land, Helpless' divine sense swept over him. Conveniently, that mocking voice sounded again. Sure enough, you still haven't built your foundation. Moreover, your flying speed is also very slow. You're really not advancing but retreating. Previously, when Xiang Yang sent a message, you could definitely arrive in 4 hours. What about now? You're actually so slow. Alas, you don't want to see me? Xiaohua landed and quickly walked to the front of the Immortal's cave. He smiled apologetically and said, "Disciple, wasn't this disciple thinking about a difficult cultivation problem on the way here? A difficult problem? What kind of difficult problem did you have this time? Why don't you tell me about it?" Helpless sat on the seat of honor in the Immortal's cave with Xue Minghui at his side. He seemed to be very interested as he asked this question. How could Xiaohua have any difficult problems? He was just casually talking about it. He thought Helpless would listen to him and really didn't expect him to ask him. Chapter 1839. Disciple is thinking, if a foundation establishment cultivator can open and refine a second completely different meridian, then can a core formation cultivator also refine a third completely different meridian? Xiaohua said almost without thinking. Hearing Xiaohua's question, Helplessly was first stunned, then his face revealed ridicule. He turned to Xue Minghui and said, "Did you see? What did your husband say? Can he reach foundation establishment like this? He's only at the peak of the qi refinement realm, and he's already considering the matter of condensing his core. This kind of ambitious person is the first I've seen in my life." Zhuo Minghui's face also revealed a trace of worry, and she said with a smile, Xiaohua, you aren't thinking about how to reach foundation establishment. Why are you thinking about so many irrelevant things? Disciple occasionally thinks about it. Xiaohua said embarrassedly. Disciple's prairie fire cultivation technique and the fury flame technique master left for disciple to use in reaching foundation establishment are different. Therefore disciple thought about it so much. This guy is currently thinking about the problems of us late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Where would he have time to think about foundation establishment? Helplessly mocked. Do you think I should answer or not? This is a problem I only thought of when I got the core formation cultivation technique. Zhuo Minghui sighed and said, Husband, it's better to say it. If Xiaohua keeps thinking by himself, maybe he'll think of the wrong thing. If you want to say it, then say it. I'm not in the mood. Xiaohua, master's wife, also doesn't want to say too much to you. You only need to remember that all the cultivators in our Xiaoyu continent's cultivation world only cultivate 2 meridians. One main meridian, one auxiliary meridian, one yang meridian. They complement each other and bring out the best in each other. It's not like no one has ever tried cultivating one more meridian. However, not to mention cultivating one more meridian, even if you cultivate 10 more meridian, your magic power may increase, but your realm absolutely won't increase. There's nothing you don't know about foundation establishment. Foundation establishment's true essence is completely different from Qi refinement's true Qi, and its power is also different. Core formation and foundation establishment's true essence are also completely different. After core formation, the magic power is absolutely several times that of foundation establishment's true essence. Who would put in the effort to cultivate a 3rd meridian? Disciple understands. Xiaohua bowed and answered. Understand my ass. He scolded helplessly. If I had learned something, I wouldn't have let my imagination run wild and I wouldn't have walked the crooked path. Hehe, master, are you angry again? A voice laughed as he walked in. Who else could it be but Cui Hongli? My ancestor once said that excessive qi harms the liver, which is the greatest enemy of cultivators like us. Although master is now a cultivator in the late stage of foundation establishment, he can't ignore this. Although we cultivators don't temper our bodies are the proof that we can use to comprehend the great Tao. Cui Hongli said loudly as soon as he entered the room. Hehe, master understands. He smiled helplessly and said, with my cultivation and the cultivation of the 10,000 Thunder Valley, this bit of anger won't hurt me. Behind Cui Hongwen was another very gorgeous female cultivator. Unexpectedly, she was also a foundation establishment cultivator. This female cultivator's eyes were large, like a limpid pool. Although she didn't speak, the way she stared at Xiaohua was clearly filled with questions. It turns out that Xiaohua is here. Cui Hongli turned his head and said, I was wondering why master got angry again. Xiaohua. When Xiaohua heard this, he didn't know if he was relaxed or angry. He glanced at Zhuo Minghui and Wu Hai. The two obviously weren't surprised by this name, so he could only sigh and cupped his hands. Yes, Cui Hongli, how are you? Of course I'm good. Cui Hongli smiled and said, I have now reached foundation establishment. Naturally, I haven't been as good as I am now. Then he waved his hand and said with a smile, Qiming, come and greet master and master's wife. Oh, so this is Qiming. Zhuo Minghui's eyes were already looking at the female cultivator, waiting for Cui Hongli's introduction. At this time she quickly stood up and called out in a slightly exaggerated manner. Junior Dui Qiming greets Martial Uncle Wu Hai and Martial Uncle Minghui. Dui Qiming respectfully bowed to Wu Hai and Zhuo Minghui. Forget it, get up. A smile appeared on Wu Hai's face, but Zhuo Minghui was already in front of her and reached out to pull her up. She turned her head and scolded Cui Hongli. Look at you, this old woman kept saying that Qiming should come and meet us, but you always said that she was cultivating. Today she didn't make any preparations, but you brought her here. Hehe, master's wife, we just casually came to see the two of you. What's there to prepare? Cui Hongli said with a face full of smiles. Martial uncles, this junior came to greet you. My master prepared a gift and asked this junior to bring it. Please kindly accept it. Dui Qiming followed Zhuo Minghui to a chair at the side. She didn't hurry to sit down, but clapped her hand and took out a pure white jade bottle from her storage bag and handed it to Zhuo Minghui. Martial uncle Dui, you is too polite. Zhuo Minghui smiled and received it. When she opened the jade bottle, she was shocked and said, "This is over 6,000 years old. Siming fruit." "Yes, Martial Uncle has good eyesight." Dui Chiming's tone was slightly proud. She smiled and said, "My master obtained this 10 years ago when she was traveling. She hasn't used it much, and this junior's cultivation isn't enough. It's just right to give it to the two martial uncles." "Then I thank your master." Zhua Minghui handed over the jade bottle and said with a helpless smile. Then she looked at Zhua Minghui. However, Zhua Minghui's face was slightly embarrassed. Xiaohua's heart moved and was about to go up, but he heard Zhua Minghui say, "I didn't expect you to come back today. It seems that I didn't prepare enough." "There's no need." Dui Qiming didn't say anything. Cui Hongli waved his hand and said, "When we came, Qiming already said that she wanted to give master and master's wife a surprise. There's no need to mention any gifts." "Damn it, since it's like this young master's spirit herbs will be saved." Xiaohua's footsteps stopped. "Hehe, why aren't you sending a message to your eldest martial brother? Tell your sister-in-law and the others to hurry over." Zhua Minghui smiled and said, "It's rare for our myriad Thunder Valley to gather like this. This disciple has already sent it. Eldest martial brother will be here in a moment." Cui Hongli smiled and said, "Hongli does things properly." Zhua Minghui praised. Dui Qiming looked at Xiaohua with her bright eyes and said with a smile, "This is junior martial brother Xiaohua, right? I heard Hongli mention you a lot." Alas, Xiaohua looked at Dui Qiming and sighed in his heart. He couldn't tell her age just from her appearance. He could only address her based on her cultivation. However, when he saw Dui Qiming's expression and Cui Hongshan's expectant gaze, he stepped forward and bowed. "Junior Xiaohua greets martial aunt Dui." Dui Qiming was very shocked, and her expression was a bit exaggerated. She covered her mouth and glanced at Cui Hongshan. Cui Hongshan also looked surprised and puzzled. Then Dui Qiming hurriedly waved her hand and said, "Junior martial brother Xiao, I and Hongshan are friends of the same generation. Your master is also I's martial uncle. Junior martial brother addressing I like this, I can't accept it." Then she turned her head and rebuked Cui Hongshan. "You see, how is junior martial brother Xiao as unbearable as you say? Why aren't you coming over and saying something? Don't blame me. How would I know?" Cui Hongshan's face was full of smiles. He raised his hand and said, "Xiaohua has never called me senior martial brother. I thought that if you followed me back to Myriad Thunder Valley he wouldn't call you that. Who would have thought that he would actually call you martial uncle?" Cui Hongshan's warm smile was indeed eloquent. Dui Qiming very knowingly smiled back at him. Then Cui Hongshan turned his head and said to Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, Qiming is I's dual cultivation partner. If you call her martial uncle, then wouldn't you also have to call I martial uncle? Who is your dual cultivation partner?" Dui Qiming's face was crimson and she immediately rebuked. "Did you see?" Xiaohua's face was calm as he said, "Martial uncle Du didn't admit it." "You." Cui Hongshan's smile was somewhat cold, but it was only for a moment. He said with a smile, "In the end, you're not willing to call me senior martial brother? What do you think?" Xiaohua glanced at him and said without any trace of politeness, "So, Xiaohua, I have a question. What if I was Cui Hongshan's dual cultivation? How would you call I?" Dui Qiming's face was still red, but she still asked curiously, "Fellow Taoist Dui, there are many names in Xiaoyu continent. Can't you call me whatever you want?" Xiaohua said with a smile. "Fellow Taoist Dui." Dui Qiming clearly didn't expect Xiaohua to answer like this. "Xiaohua," she helplessly scolded, "how can you not know the rules? Why aren't you calling me senior martial sister? Martial uncle Dui. There's no need. Junior doesn't dare to compete with Xiaohua on lightning plains." Dui Qiming said with a smile. "Junior is also afraid of being trapped to death by his countless fireball talismans." Dui Qiming was obviously joking and wanted to ease the atmosphere. However, Dui Qiming, who hated Xiaohua's lack of initiative the most, immediately turned cold after hearing this. Dui Qiming was very sensitive and discovered Dui Qiming's strange expression. She was slightly stunned and didn't understand the reason, so she quickly looked towards Cui Hongshan. Cui Hongshan had told Dui Qiming about Xiaohua and Yan Xiefeng's battle as a joke, only wanting to make the beauty smile. At this moment he was also embarrassed. Just as he was about to mediate the situation, footsteps came from outside the cave. It was Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian. Yan Qinglian walked at the front and saw Xiao Hua and Dui Qiming as soon as she entered the cave. She also felt the coldness in the cave. After bowing to Zhua Minghui, Yan Qinglian walked in front of Dui Qiming and held her hand with a smile. I've always heard Junior Marshal Brother Cui talk about Junior Marshal Sister, but I never had the chance to meet you. I didn't expect Junior Marshal Sister Dui to be so beautiful. It's no wonder that Junior Marshal Brother Cui was able to pick Junior Marshal Sister Dui out when he went to Dui Lei Palace on official business. Senior Marshal Sister Yen, from what you're saying, I was also following Master's orders and coincidentally went out with Junior Marshal Brother Cui. Dui Qiming was a little shy and answered in a low voice. Yan Qinglian also responded in a soft voice, and the two of them casually chatted. Cui Hongshan let out a long sigh of relief. His gaze swept past Xiao Hua, and an indescribable feeling surfaced in his eyes. He asked very strangely, Xiao Hua, why did you come uninvited today? Is there an omen of Foundation establishment? I naturally have my own reasons for coming. As for Foundation establishment or not, it seems to have nothing to do with you, right? Xiao Hua said indifferently. He, Junior Marshal Brother Xiao naturally came because he received Elder Brother's message. Xiang Yang quickly said. Chapter 1840. Your message? Helplessness sneered. Your summoning talisman is still in your storage bag, right? I was the one who told him to come. Disciple forgot. Xiang Yang scratched his head and said honestly, Disciple was thinking of looking for Junior Marshal Brother Xiao these past few days. When I saw him come to 10,000 Thunder Valley, I thought it was me who sent the summoning talisman. But I didn't think it was Master who sent it. Why are you looking for him? Helplessness wanted to get to the bottom of this. What Helplessness didn't expect was that Xiang Yang actually said very naturally, it's like this, Master. Disciple felt that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. And now it's time for Foundation Establishment disciples to go out and gain experience. Qinglian wants to go out and gain experience, so Disciple also wants to accompany her. In the past I was the only one in 10,000 Thunder Valley, and Master often went to stand guard, so Disciple didn't really go out and gain experience. But now, Junior Marshal Brother Cui has opened a residence in 10,000 Thunder Valley and needs to nourish his true essence. Disciple will ask for leave from Master and go out and gain experience. Not bad. You really haven't gone out for a long time. Helplessness had a rare amiable expression and didn't scold Xiang Yang anymore. But halfway through he stopped and changed the topic. You go out with Qinglian more often and you don't have to come back so early. My 10,000 Thunder Valley has Hongshan, so you don't need to worry. Yes, Disciple understands. Xiang Yang bowed. Cui Hongshan also smiled. Eldest Senior Marshal Brother, please go. Master has little brother here to look after him, so nothing will happen. Then I'll have to trouble Junior Marshal Brother Cui. Xiang Yang turned his head and smiled. Also, eldest Senior Marshal Brother doesn't need to worry too much about teaching Xiao Hua. Master already told little brother that little brother won't lower himself to his level. Cui Hongshan glanced at Xiao Hua and said to Xiang Yang, Damn, an early Foundation Establishment cultivator wants to teach this young master? Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Oh, Junior Marshal Brother Cui misunderstood. Seeing this, Xiang Yang hurriedly waved his hand and said, I just wanted to call Xiao Hua over and ask Master a favor. Your Senior Marshal Brother and I will take Xiao Hua out to gain experience. If you can. Eldest Senior Brother. Xiao Hua's eyes were somewhat moist. Previously, when Xiang Yang said that he was going to take him out to gain experience, he just casually said it. However, he didn't expect that eldest Senior Brother, who was nearing the end of his lifespan, would actually still be thinking about his Foundation establishment when he went out to gain experience with his sister-in-law. This made Xiao Hua. How could he endure this? Helplessly, he looked at the incomparably loyal eldest disciple in front of him. He was used to scolding him, but the words were stuck in his throat like cotton. He couldn't bear to say a single word. An indescribable numbness rushed into his eyes. Even if he used the secret technique of the late Foundation establishment stage, he couldn't stop it. Helplessly, he had no choice but to look around the cave as if there were many old cobwebs. He rolled his eyes a few times before he sighed and continued to scold. You have good intentions. Why didn't you build your foundation earlier? Even if you're not at foundation establishment, you still don't need to guard Myriad Thunder Valley. Master, there's no need to uncover old memories. It was rare for Xiangyang to see helplessness and warmth. He hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, to be able to see that my Myriad Thunder Valley now has Junior Martial Brother Shao and Junior Martial Brother Cui, and that Junior Martial Brother Cui is now a foundation establishment cultivator, disciple has never regretted what he did before. Last Xiangyang, my Myriad Thunder Valley owes you. Xue Minghui said the words that she couldn't say no matter what. Listen to what Master said. Disciple is a disciple of Myriad Thunder Valley. Doing things for Myriad Thunder Valley is my duty. If Myriad Thunder Valley doesn't exist anymore, it won't be Disciple's Myriad Thunder Valley anymore. How can Disciple still be Master's disciple? Xiangyang said very naturally, then turned to look at Cui Hongshan. In the future, Junior Martial Brother Cui's burden will be heavy. Not only will you have to bear the honor of Myriad Thunder Valley, but you will also have to bear the harmony of Myriad Thunder Valley. Cui Hongshan naturally knew what Xiangyang was talking about, but he just smiled and nodded slightly. In addition, I made you too lose face in front of the other disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. I've always felt guilty. Today I'll take this opportunity to apologize to you two for making you, alas. Xiangyang didn't say anything else. He walked in front of Cui Hongshan and bowed deeply. Eldest senior martial brother, what are you doing? Cui Hongshan was stunned and moved. He hurriedly grabbed Xiangyang's hand. Ever since he entered the Imperial Thunder Sect, he was different from Xiaohua. Xiaohua hid in the eastern mountain range and only wanted to cultivate properly. He, on the other hand, wanted to rely on the methods of an aristocratic family's disciple to blend in with the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples and create his own world. In this way, he would be ridiculed by the other disciples. Xiangyang's matter and Xiaohua's matter had deeply pierced his heart. Although he was still respectful to Xiangyang, which was far from the way he treated Xiaohua's side, there was naturally no lack of complaints in his heart. Now, although he had followed his own wishes and made himself the backbone of the Myriad Thunder Valley in the future, when he saw Xiangyang suddenly deign to bow to him, he was still shocked. How could Cui Hongshan stop Xiangyang from bowing? When Xiangyang bowed, Cui Hongshan was still somewhat at a loss and looked helplessly at him. No expression could be seen on helplessness's face, as if he was thinking about something. Junior Martial Brother Shao. Xiangyang walked in front of Xiaohua and prepared to bow. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's hand was still the same as before, as firm as metal and stone. Xiangyang couldn't bow and couldn't help but frown. Could it be? Junior Martial Brother wants me to use my full strength? Eldest Senior Martial Brother, what did you do wrong? On what basis are you apologizing to little brother? Xiaohua's face was heavy like water as he said, little brother has never felt that eldest senior martial brother has lost little brother's face. Moreover, little brother has always been proud to have an eldest senior martial brother like you. No matter if it was in the Thunder Palace or the Imperial Thunder Sect, as long as little brother mentioned eldest senior martial brother's name, I would always respectfully address you, never slacking off in the slightest. If eldest senior martial brother feels that little brother is wrong, then eldest senior martial brother can use your full strength to apologize to little brother. Junior martial brother Shao, this is a knot in big brother's heart. You don't make things difficult for big brother. As Xiangyang spoke, sure enough, he stirred up his magic power and very stubbornly bowed in greeting. Eldest senior martial brother, if you bow like this, then little brother's heart knot will also be born. Also don't make things difficult for little brother. Xiaohua smiled and raised his arm. At this time Xiangyang was incomparably flabbergasted. This time was different from before. He really wanted to bow, and the magic power in his body had already been stirred up to 70%. He was now a middle foundation establishment cultivator. 70% magic power was not something a peak chi condensation disciple could compare to. Even if Xiaohua's divine power was astonishing, he still absolutely wouldn't be able to resist. Xiangyang. Helpless, he opened his mouth in a rare occasion. What Xiaohua said is correct. These past few years, Master has been too harsh on you. The one who should say words of apology should be Master. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 1841. Zhuo Minghui also agreed. Since Xiaohua doesn't want you to bow, you shouldn't make things difficult for him. If you make things difficult for him, you're also making things difficult for us. Don't tell me you also want your master to apologize to you? Hehe, you see, eldest senior brother. You should get up. Xiaohua smiled and raised his arm, actually helping Xiang Yang up. At the same time he even winked at Xiang Yang. Xiang Yang was stupefied. He still hadn't removed his magic power and was helped up by Xiaohua just like that. He almost wanted to rub his eyes to see if he was dreaming. There was only one thought in his mind. Junior brother Zhao's strength. How great is it? Husband master's wife is right. Yan Qinglian brushed her sleeves and said with a forced smile, don't make things difficult for Xiaohua. You're making things difficult for yourself. Oh. Xiang Yang came back to his senses. He smiled bitterly and sighed. I have really shamed Myriad Thunder Valley. My heart. Xiaohua interrupted, doesn't eldest senior brother still have Xiang Zhili? His name will definitely spread throughout Dawn Rain continent in the future. Hehe, that's just a reason for me to comfort myself. Xiang Yang's brows relaxed and he shook his head. Moreover, even if his name spreads throughout Dawn Rain continent, it's still Xiang Zhili's name. What does it have to do with his father? Xiang Yang originally liked talking about Xiang Zhili very much, but he was unwilling to talk about it now. Clearly he was also somewhat disappointed. Alright, husband, Xiaohua has been here for a long time. You should also tell him about this matter. Zhuo Minghui saw that Cui Hongshan was somewhat embarrassed and Duai Qiming was sitting there, not knowing how to interrupt. Helplessness's voice was also amiable as he said, Thunderclap Palace sent an order. Now that the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden's spiritual energy has recovered, many kinds of spiritual herbs are needed. I'm afraid you alone won't be able to do it. You should assign some new disciples to manage. Xiaohua frowned and thought, as expected, the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden is no longer a pure land. However, I've already replied to this matter. You should also return the token to Thunderclap Palace. Helplessness said expressionlessly. Why? Xiaohua asked curiously. Because they will be leaving in 10 days and you will also be leaving the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden in 10 days. He clapped his hands helplessly and 2 messaging talismans appeared in his hands. He raised his hand and said, Sun Lei Palace's martial uncle Sun Ming sent a message. Her disciple is going out to experience Foundation establishment, and she specifically asked for you to accompany her. Master can't disobey martial uncle Sun's words. Besides, you've been meditating in the Eastern Ridge for a long time. It's time for you to go out and gain experience. I've already agreed to it. Then he looked at Xiang Yang and said gently, your eldest senior brother is also going out to train. You can go with him. Shui. He is already about to build her foundation? Xiaohua stared blankly. He hadn't received Shui's message. He didn't expect that Shui would enter Foundation establishment so soon. I'm afraid only Shui, who has reached Foundation establishment, would allow you to accompany her. How could other people trouble an aura refining disciple like you? Look at you. You joined the Imperial Thunder sect at the same time as Shui. Back then Shui was only in the 7th layer of aura refining, but you're in the 10th layer. Now she unexpectedly wants to build her foundation before you. It's fine if you know the inside story, but if you don't, won't you push this matter on to me? You'll say I didn't teach my disciple well. This time you have to comprehend more. I'm not asking you to build your foundation this time, but you have to make more preparations for building your foundation in the future. 50 years. Alas, you're still some distance away from 50 years. And disciple understands. Xiaohua was also happy to hear his master's tactful tone. He bowed and said, disciple will certainly remember what master said. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, he helplessly glared at him. You don't have to say one thing to my face and another behind my back. You only need to remember half of what master said and you won't be distracted. You could have built your foundation long ago. Then he thought of something and turned to Duai Qiming. Martial niece Duai must also know that Dao is always the most important thing in cultivation. If you don't have Dao skills, no matter how powerful your magic is, it's useless. Yes, martial uncle is right. Duai Qiming slightly stood up and said, Master has also warned I many times that Tao is the foundation and magic is the end. Only when one's Tao skills are solid can magic be effective. If one only pursues the profoundness of magic and the mysteries of magic, then they're neglecting the essentials and chasing after the trifles. Good. Helplessly clapped and said, such a simple and easy to understand principle, but some people just don't take it seriously. If they're simply obsessed with magic, then it's not that they're not making progress, but they're still biting off more than they can chew, trying to comprehend other things by analogy and master everything. Xiaohua smiled bitterly in his heart. Wasn't helplessness talking about him? Unfortunately, helplessness said too little. Xiaohua wasn't just biting off more than he could chew, he wasn't just comprehending other things by analogy. No matter if it was the cultivation method of the 18th layer of qi refining, the phoenix battle body, or the dragonization art, which one of them could helplessness even dream of? Let's not talk about the soul cultivation method, the Buddha's Saraira, or the heavenly Tao space. Master, disciple will go back and reflect on his mistakes. Xiaohua bowed and said, what do you mean by closing your door and reflecting on your mistakes? You're not happy just because I said a few words to you? Helplessness was rather moved by Xiang Yang's matter, so he spoke more and then he berated. Junior martial brother Xiao just found out that he's going to go out and gain experience. Time is tight, so let him go back and pack up, and prepare to hand over to the disciples sent by Thunder Shocking Palace. Xiang Yang hurriedly said. Helplessness unhappily glanced at Xiang Yang and coldly snorted, I don't know what I've done to have accepted you two as disciples. One is honest and considerate, one is compassionate, one is always considerate of others, and the other doesn't dare to be ruthless. Damn it, if it was me, I would have crushed that guy to death like a chicken. He actually dared to behave atrociously in my 10,000 Thunder Valley. These words were very abrupt. Dui Qiming was slightly stunned, not knowing what helplessness meant. Xiaohua suddenly understood. Helplessness scolded him so ruthlessly in front of the Temple of Life and Death because he didn't act ruthlessly towards Yan Xiefeng. That's right, Zhenjie bullied myriad Thunder Valley and forced helplessness to swear a blood oath on the spot. This opportunity to go out was wasted by Xiaohua, so how could he not be angry? After entering the Temple of Life and Death, everyone was responsible for their own life and death. Even if he crushed Yan Xiefeng to death, Zhenjie absolutely wouldn't say a single word of complaint. If he didn't let his master be happy, then the unlucky one would naturally be him. AI Master, 2 people from Thunder Shocking Palace died in this disciple's hands, and this disciple is currently not Zhenjie's opponent. Of course, I don't want to cause more trouble. Xiaohua bitterly smiled in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud. Forget it, go back and reflect on yourself. Helplessness waved his hand and said, I've already sent the message to Thunder Shocking Palace the day before yesterday. I'm afraid that the people coming will go to Eastern Ridge in a few days. After you hand over, go stay in Xiang Yang's cave for the time being. Yes, this disciple understands. Xiaohua bowed and left. Dui Qiming listened with interest and also watched with interest as Xiaohua calmly left. It was as if Xiaohua's scolding of helplessness was nothing more than a passing wind. Even she could see that although Xiaohua said he understood, he actually didn't take it to heart. How could Dui Qiming not know? This was also the first time she saw a disciple who didn't know when to advance or retreat. When Xiaohua returned to Eastern Ridge's medicine garden and looked at the medicine garden that he used his puppet to level, Xiaohua's heart was filled with emotion. Although he didn't personally level it, it was still the result of his hard work. Originally, he thought that he could still stay here for a few more years until he reached Foundation establishment before he could leave. Who would have thought that his master's plans couldn't compare to his master's? Helplessly, he was sent away with a single sentence. However, accompanying Xue Xue in her experiential learning would be a sweet journey. It would also be a good way to make up for what he owed her. Moreover, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian, 2 experts in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm, would accompany her. He only needed to hide behind the 2 of them, so why not? The spiritual plants in Eastern Ridge's medicine garden were all planted in Xiaohua's space, so he didn't put them away. Instead, he returned to his cave and put away the spirit talisman for the rabbit formation and the formation plate for the heavenly fire formation. Xiaohua simply closed his eyes and cultivated outside his cave. 10 days passed in a flash. Unexpectedly, Xiaohua didn't receive any message from Xue Xue. Just as he was astonished, the disciples of Thunder Shocking Palace arrived. This time there were actually 10 of them. The first was a disciple who joined Thunder Shocking sect a few years later than Xiaohua. His cultivation was already at the early stage of the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm. The 9 following behind him had even weaker cultivations, only at the early stage of the 9th layer of the Qi refining realm. The 10 of them respectfully saluted Xiaohua, then took out the Thunder Shocking Palace's order and handed it over to him. Xiaohua glanced at it, then handed the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden's order tablet over to them. He smiled and said, "Junior Marshal Brother Liu, I entrust this Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden to you." Junior Marshal Brother Liu's name was Liu Jing. After receiving the order tablet, he put it away properly and said with a smile, "The Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden is sparsely populated, so no one likes to come here. Senior Marshal Brother Xiao, you've been here alone for so many years. We all admire you. If it weren't for the abundant spiritual qi of heaven and earth, to tell you the truth, even if you beat I to death, I wouldn't have come here." Xiaohua was amused by Liu Jing's frankness. He smiled and said, "I naturally like tranquility. This place is the most undisturbed place, so of course I would choose this place. Let's go, I will tell you all about the medicine garden I've opened these past few years." "Thank you for your trouble, Senior Marshal Brother Xiao." The 10 people bowed. When the 10 people saw the medicine garden Xiaohua had opened and leveled, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The other 9 people looked at each other and didn't say anything. Instead, it was Liu Jing who shook his head and said, "Senior Marshal Brother Xiao, you've really worked hard. With this kind of foundation in the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden, we don't need to work too hard." "It's nothing." Xiaohua waved his hand, feeling content in his heart. Then he looked at the others and said in a low voice, "Junior Marshal Brother Liu, I have some questions. Can I ask you in private?" "Of course." Liu Jing nodded. "That's right, I also have some questions to ask Senior Marshal Brother." "Okay." Xiaohua let the 9 people familiarize themselves with the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden's terrain, then he brought Liu Jing to his abode. "What questions do you have?" Xiaohua asked. Liu Jing looked around and asked in a low voice, "Senior Marshal Brother Xiao, I heard that many disciples have died in this Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden. Moreover, several seniors have also died nearby. Is this true? If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for it." Chapter 1842. Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. He glanced at him and asked curiously, "Where did you hear these things from?" This disciple entered the Imperial Thunder sect, so I naturally don't know these secrets. However, among the disciples who came to the Eastern Ridge with me this time, there were indeed a few direct disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. Their eyes and ears weren't as closed as mine. I don't know where they got the information and told me in private on the way here." Liu Jing smiled apologetically. "However, since Senior Brother Xiao has been here for so many years, these things are obviously just rumors." Xiaohua thought for a moment and smiled. "These things might be true. However, I have only opened the formation of the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden in these past few years. I absolutely won't go out unless something happens, so naturally I haven't encountered anything strange. Presumably, you also know that there's a forbidden area of my Imperial Thunder sect near the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden. The so-called senior's death should be related to that forbidden area. As long as we don't go near the forbidden area, there shouldn't be any problems. Like I said." Liu Jing smiled. "Something happens, it's definitely something you ask for. However, junior brothers all wanted me to ask senior brother if there's any secret life-saving technique, so I have no choice but to ask." "Life-saving secret technique?" Xiaohua was secretly delighted. "I killed Yi Yuan, so you guys naturally won't have to worry about your lives. As for the ruthless methods of Foundation Establishment seniors, presumably you guys also won't encounter them. I don't have any secret techniques." "Well said, we're all fellow disciples. If I can say it, I will naturally say it." Xiaohua nodded. "This is a life-saving matter, so I won't hide it." "Then, senior brother, what do you want to ask?" Liu Jing also asked. "Oh, I just saw on the order that among the 10 disciples who came to the Eastern Ridge, there were actually 4 or 5 disciples surnamed Zhen from the Thunderous Palace. These disciples, don't they usually work in the more comfortable chores of the Thunderous Palace?" Why did they come to the Eastern Ridge? I originally thought I saw wrongly, but it seems that's not the case. These are the direct disciples of the Thunderous Palace that I just mentioned. Wu Jing smiled. However, their cultivations haven't improved, so they weren't favored by the Thunderous Palace masters. Naturally, they were sent to the Eastern Ridge. The direct disciples of the Thunderquake Palace are actually unable to make any progress in their cultivation? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. Haven't their aptitudes always been better than the disciples we sent to the Imperial Thunder Sect? A faint smile appeared on Lu Jing's face as he said, Senior Brother Zhao's words were true a few years ago. However, there are some changes now. Those direct disciples no longer have good aptitudes. Even those who had good aptitudes before have begun to regress. Why is that? Xiao Hua was even more baffled. He had never heard of a person's aptitude regressing. Who knows? Lu Jing said disdainfully, I won't hide it from you, Senior Martial Brother. These direct disciples have been cultivating for a longer time than I. Even when I entered the Imperial Thunder Sect, my cultivation was only slightly higher than theirs. Over the years, I's cultivation has been constantly increasing while they have stagnated. Even they themselves don't know the reason. Oh, so it's like that. Xiao Hua faintly nodded. That's not all. Among the disciples who entered the Imperial Thunder Sect, the vast majority of the disciples from cultivation clans such as I improved their cultivation very quickly. Comparatively speaking, only half of the direct disciples are able to keep up. Lu Jing said very proudly, otherwise the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden wouldn't have let me lead the group. Of course, if Senior Martial Brother Xiao didn't have to go somewhere else, this place would naturally follow Senior Martial Brother Zhao's lead. What about the loose cultivators? What are their cultivations like? Xiao Hua asked very naturally. This disciple isn't too sure. A trace of disdain appeared on the corner of Lu Jing's mouth. This disciple doesn't have a good relationship with any loose cultivators. Furthermore, recently my Imperial Thunder Sect has rarely recruited disciples from loose cultivators. Xiao Hua still wanted to ask a few more questions, but at this moment the spell formation outside the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden was making a ruckus. Lu Jing noticed it and looked at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua smiled and said, Take a look. They might not necessarily be looking for me. Who would have thought that when Lu Jing opened the spell formation of the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden, there would be two charming female disciples outside. One of them was actually at the early stage of foundation establishment. Lu Jing didn't dare to be negligent and promptly saluted. Xiao Hua smiled and said, What are the two of you doing here? The two people who came were Xue and Sun Shu. I heard that Junior Martial Brother Xiao was going to go out with Junior Martial Sister Xue to gain experience. As your Senior Martial Sister, I naturally came to send you off. Sun Shu said with a smile like a flower. Xiao Hua smiled and looked at Xue again. He said warmly, I'm afraid you already knew? Why didn't you send me a message earlier? Xue was somewhat shy and her face was slightly red. I didn't plan to go out and gain experience. It's just that Master is going into seclusion. She said that she might not be able to come out during the training period, so she simply let me go now. As for Master sending a message to Martial Uncle Helplessness, I just found out. Sun Shu's face was filled with undisguised envy. She nudged Xue with her arm and said with a smile, Junior Martial Sister, you should be content. Last time, in order to bring Junior Martial Brother Xiao out to gain experience, I spent a lot of effort. You on the other hand, Master already arranged everything. I can't help but envy you. Senior Martial Sister, you're already a foundation establishment cultivator. How can you lower yourself to the same level as me? Xue said with a smile. Lu Jing was surprised when he heard this. He really didn't expect this unremarkable Senior Martial Brother Xiao to have such a good relationship with two female disciples with profound cultivations. It was to the extent that they were both at the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm and had a faint feeling of dual cultivation. Alright, let's go. Xiao Hua waved his hand and turned to Lu Jing, saying, Junior Martial Brother Lu, I'll leave the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden to you. I'll have to trouble you in the future. I don't dare. Disciple will wait for the day Senior Martial Brother Xiao builds his foundation. Lu Jing hurriedly returned the greeting. Don't worry, Junior Martial Brother Xiao, Sun Shu quickly said. Junior Martial Brother Qian also said that he would send you off. He should be here by now. Junior Marshal Brother Xiao is going out to gain experience. How could I not come? Sun Shu's voice hadn't faded away when Qian Diheng's figure flew over from afar. A thunder evasion. Seeing this, Lu Jing's jaw almost dropped, especially when he saw that Qian Diheng was only an early-stage foundation building cultivator. Oh my, even Senior Marshal Brother Qian came to send me off. Junior Marshal Brother is really honored. Xiao Hua smiled and pulled Xue Xue's hand to welcome him. Sun Shu on the other hand didn't find it strange at all and flew up as well. Damn it, this Senior Marshal Brother Xiao seems to not care about this foundation building senior at all. Lu Jing's eyes revealed an envious expression. In midair, Qian Diheng clapped his hand and took out a storage pouch. He said with a smile, "This is something I prepared for you. Junior Marshal Brother, please accept it. I hope that Junior Marshal Brother can return with a full load this time." Xiao Hua took it and swept it with his divine sense. He smiled and said, "The storage pouch you gave Junior Marshal Brother last time already had a lot of foundation building pills. What are these few pills for? Are you afraid that Junior Marshal Brother won't have enough? If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for it." Chapter 1843. Don't mention it. Qian Diheng waved his hand. The foundation establishment pill from last time was what Junior Brother Xiao deserved. Moreover, that thing is easy to sell outside. It's very easy to exchange for magic tools and spirit stones. This time I asked for these pills from the Earth Thunder Palace's alchemists. The quality is excellent. It's a token of my appreciation. Xiao Hua understood and his heart felt warm. He put away the storage pouch and said with a smile, "Then this little brother won't be polite. If there are any good things during the training, this little brother will also remember to give you a share." Qian Diheng's eyes lit up and he laughed. "Ha, I was waiting for you to say that." Xiao Hua shook his head in disappointment. Senior Brother Qian is really too unscrupulous. That. Hearing Sun Shu's voice, Xiao Hua hurriedly turned his head. Sure enough, Sun Shu was also holding a storage pouch and looking at Xiao Hua with a smile. Forget it, forget it. I'll take them all." Xiao Hua laughed loudly and took them without any trace of politeness. "You're all at the early stage of foundation establishment. I'm only at the qi refinement realm. What do you need? Let's hear it." Qian Diheng glanced at Sun Shu and smiled slyly. "Go ahead and take it. We won't dislike it." Xiao Hua looked at the two and was speechless for a moment. "Xiao Hua, let's talk while we walk." Xue Xue thought Xiao Hua was embarrassed and changed the topic. Xiao Hua held Xue Xue's warm hand and smiled. Don't worry. We still have fellow travelers. Who else wants to go out for experiential learning?" Xue Xue was obviously disappointed. Its eyes eldest senior brother and senior sister-in-law. Xiao Hua smiled. "Wait for I to send a messaging talisman." "Oh, so that's how it is." Xue Xue suddenly understood. Not long after, Xiang Yang's messaging talisman flew back. It was already on the way to the Imperial Thunder Sect. "Go. Eldest senior brother is almost there." Xiao Hua urged his transcendence energy. Sun Shu and Qian Diheng also flew behind him like how they did in the past, heading straight for the mountain gate. The mountain gate of the Imperial Thunder Sect was still there, but there weren't any disciples on the way down the mountain. Only the people of the myriad Thunder Valley were standing in front of the guest pavilion. When Xiao Hua arrived, helpless, and the others seemed to have already warned Xiang Yang. Looking at Xiao Hua, Sun Shu and Qian Diheng, helpless, swallowed the words he wanted to scold back. Only after the four of them came forward to greet him did he glance at Xiao Hua and say indifferently, "Follow your eldest senior brother out. If there's anything, just ask more." "Yes, disciple understands." Xiao Hua bowed in thanks. "Xue Xue will go out with you to gain experience. Learn from others. Even if you can't build your foundation this time, you have to prepare for the future." Helplessly he said, "Also, ask your eldest senior brother what's going on with the second foundation establishment. This is also a rare opportunity for you." "Yes, Dizzy understands." Xiao Hua replied again. "The things that Master gave you have already been handed over to eldest senior brother. I also have a few medicinal pills here. You can keep them for yourself." Cui Hongshan heard helpless words and clapped his hands. Very naturally he took out a bottle of medicinal pills from his storage pouch and handed it over. His intentions were admittedly good, but his actions were rather condescending. Xiaohua didn't even look at it. He shook his head and said, "Many thanks, I have never lacked medicinal pills." You. Cui Hongshan frowned. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the displeasure on Helpless's face. In his heart, he was delighted and said somewhat pitifully, "You and I are from the same sect. You don't even want to accept I's small token of appreciation? Little brat, what are you doing?" Helpless's expression suddenly changed and he cursed. "Your senior brother Cui has good intentions. How can you treat other people's good intentions as ill intent?" Then he looked at Cui Hongshan and said, "Hongshan, ignore him. This guy is probably worried that he won't be able to build his foundation and will waste medicinal pills for nothing." Seeing the pride on Cui Hongshan's face, Xiaohua became angry. He stared straight into Cui Hongshan's eyes. After a few breaths, the anger on his face disappeared. He stepped forward and bowed. "Many thanks for Senior Cui's good intentions. Junior already has enough medicinal pills and doesn't dare to ask for more. Junior appreciates Senior's good intentions." Xiaohua's address actually had a hint of cutting off all ties. "Little brat." Helpless became even more furious. "Oh, okay, it's already late. They should also leave." Zhou Minghui hurriedly said, "Moreover, Xiaohua is with Xiang Yang. He can't use any medicinal pills." Humph! Helpless coldly snorted and no longer looked at Xiaohua. Cui Hongshan also had an innocent expression. Thus Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian took Xiaohua and Shui, bowed to everyone and went down the mountain along the mountain path. When the four figures disappeared from the mountain path, Helpless's gaze was still there. It was unknown whether he was looking at Xiang Yang or Xiaohua. Xiang Yang's group of four flew out of the Imperial Thunder Sect for more than half a day. Xiang Yang was the first to stop in midair. He turned to look at Xiaohua and said with a smile, "Junior brother Xiao, where are we going?" "Where?" Xiaohua was stunned, then understood. He hurriedly turned to Shui and asked, "Shui, where are you going to train?" "Me." Shui's eyes moved and said with a smile, "Master left a message. I'll listen to Senior brother Xiao wherever we go." "It can't be." Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Xiang Yang and said, "Senior brother, tell me, where are you going?" He, everyone got it wrong. Xiang Yang also said with a smile, "Because we heard that we were going to train together with junior sister Shui. We thought that Martial Uncle Sun had already arranged everything. We just had to go together. We didn't have much preparation before." "Where did senior brother want to go before?" Xiaohua asked. "We don't have anywhere to go. We just want to take advantage of the time and walk around Xiaoyu continent." Xiang Yang glanced at Yan Qinglian. Both of their gazes were filled with tenderness. "Junior sister has a place to go, but I don't know if I should say it." Shui saw that everyone didn't have any ideas, so she said somewhat shyly, "Junior sister Shui, there's no harm in saying it." Yan Qinglian said with a smile. Junior sister read a travelogue in Sun Lei Palace. It talked about the Guihe Sea. From the records, the sea was extremely beautiful, like a paradise on earth. As Shui said this, she actually started reading. Unknowingly, the surroundings were completely engulfed by darkness. Everywhere was pitch black, and the sea seemed even more unfathomable. Everything was silent, and only the waves beat against the beach, letting out a low and rhythmic sound. The playful little waves were no longer as turbulent and surging as they were during the day. They gently caressed the reefs on the shore, letting out a hua-hua sound. It was as if they were humming a moving lullaby, lulling people to sleep. The vast sea seemed to be connected with the sky. The torrential waves crashed against the reefs, letting out a thunderous sound. In the azure night sky, a full moon cast its clear radiance onto the ink-blue waves. A long, trembling pillar of light appeared on the surface of the sea. The sea was like a mother who had just woken up, emitting a warm aura. The gentle waves were a morning song she was humming. The seagulls were like her children, flapping their wings to this song and circling around her chest. "Great." Xiaohua and Xiang Yang didn't speak. Yan Qinglian now clapped her hands and said with a smile, "I've long heard that the sea is the place where all rivers return to their origin. It's just that I've never been there. Junior sister Shui's words are exactly what I was thinking." Xiang Yang helplessly looked at Xiaohua. Xiaohua's eyes were also filled with helplessness. After all, Xiaohua didn't hear anything from what Shui said just now. What blue waves, what blue sky, what azure night sky, how could they compare to the profoundness of the heavenly Tao? How could they compare to the enjoyment of cultivation? Unfortunately, since Shui said so and Yan Qinglian also agreed, the two male cultivators probably didn't have any excuses. It was still Xiang Yang who reacted quickly. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Madam's words are exactly what I was thinking. I also wanted to see the majesty of the sea for a long time." Great, great. Xiaohua curled his lips. He didn't think that his usually honest senior brother would be so flattering. "Darling Xiao," Shui asked somewhat sweetly, "are you going?" "Great." Xiaohua slapped his forehead and said in surprise, "Junior sister Shui really spoke the truth in I's heart. I've long wanted to see the magnificent waves of the sea. If it wasn't for junior sister's reminder, I would have forgotten my many years of wish." Xiang Yang laughed and said, "Then we'd better hurry up and leave." After flying for another half a day, they saw that the sky was already dark. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian looked at each other and both of them landed at the foot of a mountain. Xiang Yang said with a smile, "It's already late. We don't need to constantly be on the move. Let's rest first before leaving." "Very good." Xiaohua looked at Shui and also agreed. But then Xiang Yang said, "We husband and wife will find a cave to rest. You two can also find a place to rest." After saying that, the two of them held hands and flew to the east, leaving behind Xiaohua and Shui who looked at each other in dismay. Damn the senior brother. Xiaohua was actually slightly embarrassed. Shui's face was even redder. But after a moment Shui said in a mosquito-like voice, "Xiaohua, when your senior sister Shui goes out to experience the world, how does she rest?" Xiaohua said with a smile, "Naturally I'm alone. How would I know how the three of them rest?" "Then, what about Xiaohua and big sister Hongxia?" Shui's voice became even softer. Could it be that you want to know?" Xiaohua's heart swayed. He held Shui's small hand and said in a low voice. Shui's face was abnormally hot, but then it became somewhat pale. She forced a smile and said, "Xiaohua, I haven't built my foundation yet. What you and big sister have done is not something I can accept. I hope Xiaohua can forgive me." How could Xiaohua not know? He used his right index finger to tap the back of Shui's jade-like hand and said with a smile, "Your husband also hasn't built his foundation. Wife also has to forgive your husband." Bah. Shui spat lightly. Her heart was indescribably sweet. This experience was really what she was looking forward to. But then Shui stared blankly and anxiously said, "Oh Xiaohua, I haven't built your foundation. You actually and big sister Hongxia." Speaking to hear Shui's face became even redder. Chapter 1844. Of course. Xiaohua was stunned. Obviously he hadn't thought of it until now. The Imperial Thunder Sect only allowed dual cultivation disciples after they built their foundation. Or maybe aura refining disciples were no longer able to advance, so they were allowed to find a dual cultivation partner among aura refining disciples. He hadn't built his foundation yet, but he was already dual cultivation with Hongxia Fairy. Would it affect his cultivation? However, when he thought about how vigorous he would be after dual cultivation and how his cultivation would advance rapidly, Xiaohua denied it again and said with a smile, "I'm afraid it won't affect my cultivation." "That's good." Shui's heart finally relaxed after hearing this. She held Xiaohua's hand and her palm was unexpectedly a little wet. "I hope Master will take pity on me." Her words were really a pun, causing Xiaohua's heart to boil with anger again. "Let's go, we'll find a cave to rest in." Xiaohua blinked his eyes. His words naturally also had a pun, causing Shui's redness that had just subsided to surge out again. Xiaohua laughed and released his divine sense, but after searching for a long time he really couldn't find any suitable place in the surroundings. "Forget it, let's do it here." Xiaohua pointed his finger at the foot of the mountain, next to a small stream. "There's no cave here, right?" Shui was a little hesitant. Although sleeping outside was nothing for peak aura refining disciples, Shui still felt that it wasn't safe. "Watch your husband's methods." Xiaohua waved his hand and several puppets appeared out of thin air and rushed towards the place Xiaohua pointed at. They seemed to be familiar with the place, and in just a moment, a rather flat cave appeared in front of Xue Xue. This cave, how is it? Xiaohua waved his hand and collected the puppets standing in front of him, then said with a smile. Those are puppets? Xue Xue asked, dumbfounded. Exactly. Such precious things, you actually used them to make a cave? Xue Xue couldn't help but ask. Ah, not letting them work but making your husband work? Xiaohua pulled Xue Xue's hand and strolled into the cave. Although Xue Xue had confided in Xiaohua and Xiaohua had accepted it, this was the first time they had stayed together so intimately. Her heart was beating wildly with her own footsteps. Xiaohua seemed to have heard her thoughts. With a clap of his hand, he took out several dozen sparkling talismans and waved them to lay out the array. Xue Xue scanned the array with her divine sense and discovered that her divine sense couldn't penetrate the array. While she sighed with admiration at her sweetheart's brilliant methods, her entire body went soft. Seeing that Xue Xue actually went limp on his arm, Xiaohua lowered his head and kissed Xue Xue's forehead. He said tenderly, Xue Xue, don't worry. If I don't get your master's permission, I won't officially dual cultivate with you. I definitely won't make things difficult for you. Xue Xue's heart was filled with love, but at the same time, there was also a trace of disappointment. She kissed Xiaohua back for a while, then said with her charming eyes, this concubine knows that Xiaohua treats this concubine the best. After that, the two of them were intimate for a while, then each occupied a corner of the cave and closed their eyes to cultivate. Not to mention Xiaohua's calm face, he was neither happy nor sad as he focused on refining the flames in his meridians. Xue Xue's heart was in knots. After thinking about it, she looked at Xiaohua's body covered in terrifying flames and didn't circulate her cultivation technique for the entire night. When the sky brightened, Xiaohua opened his eyes and said with a smile, what were you thinking about last night? This husband wanted to remind you, but I was afraid that you'd easily go berserk if you forced yourself to cultivate, so I didn't stop to talk to you. Nothing. Xue Xue forced a smile. Then, as if she thought of something, she clapped her hands and took out a pink jade slip and handed it to Xiaohua. What's this? Xiaohua took it and immersed his divine sense into it. There was a layer of restriction inside the jade slip. This is this concubine's gift to husband. Husband, please don't forcibly break the restriction at this time. Xue Xue hurriedly stopped Xiaohua and said, this restriction is my Sunlei Palace's secret technique. It's extremely mysterious. If you forcibly break it, you'll only need to touch it slightly to destroy the thing inside the jade slip. Then, Xiaohua was even more baffled. He, when the time comes, husband will naturally know. Xue Xue's face was crimson red. Ha, this husband knows. Xiaohua embraced Xue Xue and lightly kissed her. Xue Xue responded strongly, as if venting out last night's tossing and turning. That's right, when husband was cultivating, what was the flame around your body? Xue Xue was a little out of breath and asked curiously. Nothing else, it was a type of spirit stone that this husband uses for cultivation. Xiaohua released Xue Xue and said with a smile, however, it's already gone now, and it's also useful for fire attribute constitutions. Oh, so it's like that. Xue Xue suddenly understood. Right at this time, Xiang Yang's message talisman flew from outside the cave. Let's go, eldest senior brother is getting impatient from waiting. Xiaohua smiled and opened the message talisman. It's your fault for dilly-dallying. Xue Xue used her fist to pound Xiaohua's back and rebuked. Me? Xiaohua was abnormally wronged. I didn't do anything. Of course, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian's gazes didn't think so. They both looked thought-provoking. Xiaohua wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to open his mouth. He kept feeling awkward. After flying for half a day, he finally understood. Xiang Yang originally didn't think much, but he and Xue Xue probably thought too much, right? Sure enough, when he looked at Xiang Yang's gaze again, it was incomparably clear without any meaning. Xue Xue also seemed to understand, and her previous shyness also gradually disappeared. After flying like this for several days, just as they were about to pass through a teleportation formation, Xue Xue's expression suddenly changed. She pulled Xiaohua and said in a low voice, Husband Xiao, this concubine, suddenly has an idea. I don't know if I should say it. Say it. Xiaohua saw Xue Xue being so serious and knew it was a bit troublesome, so he asked in a low voice. This concubine has already entered the Imperial Thunder Sect for more than 10 years. Except for the second year when I officially entered the Imperial Thunder Sect and met Uncle at Misty Mountain once. I have never contacted Uncle in all these years. This time this concubine came out to gain experience. I want to go back and see them. Shui Shui said hesitantly. Why not? Xiao Hua said with a smile. Where is Misty Mountain? Is it on the way? Although it is not on the way, there is no need to go too far. After all, there is a teleportation formation. Shui Shui's face revealed a happy expression. However, I am a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, rashly returning to the sect. I am afraid it is not appropriate, right? Your master didn't let you return? No, master only let you make the decision. She doesn't care where you go to gain experience. Shui Shui naturally understood Xiao Hua's meaning. Ah, that's right. Your husband is a loose cultivator and has nothing to do with your Misty Mountain. It's precisely because I want to go to the Misty Mountain to gain experience. What can the elders in the sect say? Xiao Hua said proudly. Husband is indeed wise. Shui Shui's face lit up with joy. When Xiao Hua told this matter to Xiang Yang muttered to himself. My Imperial Thunder Sect has always prohibited disciples from contacting their own family without the sect's permission. Junior Sister Shui's actions are really inappropriate. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 1845. Yan Qinglian saw the change in Shui Shui's expression and quickly pulled Xiang Yang's sleeve. She smiled and said, This is all Junior Brother Zhao's arrangement. What does it have to do with Shui Shui? Junior Brother Xiao isn't from the Misty Mountain. It doesn't conflict with my Imperial Thunder Sect's ban. Xiang Yang scratched his head and said, That's true. Shui Shui didn't contact the Misty Mountain. The sect's ban didn't say that disciples can't pass by their own place. That's great. Xiao Hua clapped and said, I also want to see Senior Ling. I wonder if his cultivation has improved. Seeing Xiao Hua clapping and praising, Shui Shui's previous uneasiness disappeared. After all, Ling Jingyi previously used the pretense of treating Xiao Hua well. If Xiao Hua was a narrow-minded person, she really wouldn't dare to go to the Misty Mountain in advance. Let's not talk about Shui Shui bringing Xiao Hua and the others through the transmission array to the Fog Mountain. Let's talk about Xuanyan School's Gold Goose Mountain Range, a place with dense spiritual qi. All kinds of spiritual grasses flourished and several spiritual sparrows flew back and forth in the thicket, appearing rather carefree. It was completely different from the busy Yanling Palace not far away. Suddenly, a beautiful female cultivator appeared where the clouds were moving. It was Fairy Ingzhua, who was at the late stage of nascent soul. Fairy Ingzhua flew over and pressed down on the clouds. Her face was filled with hesitation. Fellow Taoist Ingzhua, since you're already here, why don't you come in and meet me? A strange voice came from behind the spiritual grass, from within the cave that was close to the mountain stream. I don't know if fellow Dongshan is here. I don't dare to rashly transmit my voice. Fairy Ingzhua's voice was actually very polite. Fellow Taoist Eastern Mountain's voice also rang out. This place was originally your Xuanyan cult's location. Fellow Taoist Ingzhua is the true master. This poor Taoist is merely a guest. Fellow Taoist, you had better hurry in. So many disturbances. Fairy Ingzhua descended from the sky and slowly walked in from outside the medicinal garden where the spiritual grasses were planted. The Immortal's cave behind the spirit grass wasn't very large, but it was very exquisite. Fellow Taoist East Mountain, whose face was still covered, wore a green robe and sat on a prayer mat. In front of him was a fist-sized round pot, which floated in the air and tumbled non-stop. Under the round pot, there were a few wisps of light green flames. The flames were licking the round pot. True Samadhi fire? Fairy Ingzhua's gaze was immediately attracted by the light green flame. She said with a smile, In my morning rain continent, the number of Taoists who can have such pure Samadhi true fire as fellow Taoist Dongshan can be counted on one's fingers. The true Samadhi fire is indeed rare in the Dawn Rain continent, but in my 10,000 demon realm, it's nothing. Fellow Taoist Dongshan raised his hand and said, Fellow Taoist Ingzhua, please take a seat. Fellow Taoist has come at the right time. I am currently refining my 10,000 demon realms fine dew liquid. I will be done in another hour. Chungyu liquid? Isn't that the spirit tea that fellow Taoist mentioned before that can cleanse the heart and spirit? Fairy Ingjua's face showed joy. It was obviously very unexpected. I didn't expect fellow Taoist to remember what I said casually. Fellow Taoist Dong Shan said with a smile, it's a pity that one of the spirit herbs needed in the fine dew liquid doesn't exist in this dawn rain continent. I can only use another spirit herb as a substitute. As for the effect, I don't know. Great. Fairy Ingjua clapped her hands and said. After that, Fairy Ingjua didn't speak anymore. She just sat beside fellow Taoist East Mountain and watched quietly. Fellow Taoist East Mountain was also extremely leisurely. Those wisps of true samadhi fire seemed to be sentient. Following fellow Taoist East Mountain's faintly discernible technique, it was like a few fire spirits dancing around the round pot, and the round pot was still tumbling disorderly in mid-air. However, as she watched, Fairy Ingjua's face showed a dignified expression. She had already discovered that the round pots rolling in the air actually contained an extremely obscure rule. It was even close to a kind of fluctuation. Fellow Taoist Dongshan raised his eyes slightly. Seeing Fairy Ingjua's dignified expression, he also showed a trace of surprise. Then he concentrated on controlling the true samadhi fire. Okay. Until half an hour later, fellow Taoist Dongshan let out a long breath. With a wave of his hand, the wisps of true samadhi fire disappeared. As he cast a few spells, the round pot that was originally rolling suddenly spun violently. Quick. When the round pot had spun a large number of times, fellow Taoist Dongshan stretched out a finger and lightly tapped the top of the round pot. Then he chanted a mantra. The round pot immediately stopped moving and didn't move at all. Go, fellow Taoist Dongshan clapped his hand, and a cup that was only the size of 2 thumbs flew out from the ground in front of him. That cup flew in front of Fairy Ingjua and stopped in front of her. As he pointed his finger, a green water column flew out from the round pot and fell into the cup. It was exactly filled to the brim. And as the water column flew out, the entire cave residence was suddenly filled with an extremely faint strange fragrance. This strange fragrance seemed to be there but not really there. The nose couldn't completely smell it, but the heart could completely comprehend this fragrance. Fellow Taoist, please. Fellow Taoist Dongshan raised his hand and gestured. Then he took out another cup and poured a cup. Fairy Ingjua's eyes stared at the seemingly bottomless green waves in front of her. She opened her cherry lips slightly, and the spiritual tea in the cup suddenly turned into a ball of water and entered her mouth. As the fine dew liquid entered her mouth, Fairy Ingjua's beautiful eyes slightly opened. Then she immediately closed her eyes. The expression on her face suddenly changed. All kinds of emotions appeared one after another, and in the end, it turned into a tranquil calmness. After the time it took to eat a meal, Fairy Ingjua let out a long breath and opened her eyes. She sighed and said, the spiritual tea of the 10,000 demon realm is really worthy of its reputation. After tasting it today, the spiritual tea of the Dawn Rain continent. How can it enter eyes? Fellow Taoist Dongshan clapped his hands and laughed. How difficult is it for Fairy Ingjua to taste this spiritual tea? The Dawn Rain continent has all kinds of spiritual herbs. I only need to give the refining method to fellow Taoist. Fairy Ingjua's face showed joy. Fellow Taoist, are you serious? Of course I'm serious. Fellow Taoist Dongshan clapped his hands and took out a jade slip. He handed it to Fairy Ingjua and said, this contains the refining method of the fine dew liquid. I hope fellow Taoist will kindly accept it. So, thank you very much fellow Taoist Dongshan. Fairy Ingjua accepted it without hesitation. Just as she was about to put it into her storage bag, she heard fellow Taoist Dongshan say, it's a pity that this fine dew liquid can only be refined 2 cups at a time. Any more and the taste will be bad. Moreover, without the special spiritual herbs of the 10,000 demon realm, the effect of promoting cultivation is still a bit lacking. It's okay. To be able to have such good food, I am already satisfied. Fairy Ingjua said with a smile. After Fairy Ingjua put away the jade slip, fellow Taoist Dongshan smiled and said, I wonder why fellow Taoist Ingjua came today? I came today for 2 things. Fairy Ingjua said with a smile. It seems that there is good news. Although there was some surprise in fellow Taoist Dongshan's tone, his face was calm. Fellow Taoist's guess is correct. Fairy Ingzwa said with a smile. The first thing is about fellow Taoist Dongshan. The person that fellow Taoist Dongshan asked I to inquire about has some clues. Really? Fellow Taoist Dongshan opened his eyes, and a trace of fierceness flashed through his eyes. That fierceness was actually very sharp. Even Fairy Ingzwa looked away slightly and nodded. Yes. However, the specific location and whether it is what fellow Taoist said, I am still not completely sure. Great. Fellow Taoist Dongshan clapped his hands and said, It's good that there is news. However, this matter must not be reckless. Do not beat the grass to scare the snake. Before I am ready, there must not be any mistakes. Yes. Fairy Ingzwa said again. Moreover, the things that fellow Taoist asked I to prepare have been prepared for most of them. Only when those extremely rare materials are in my hands, I will have fulfilled my promise to fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist Ingzwa, please rest assured that I will definitely not have a problem with my promise to fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist Dongshan nodded and said, As long as fellow Taoist can help I complete that matter, I will definitely help fellow Taoist step into the spirit-severing stage. Of course I am not worried about fellow Taoist Dongshan. I also know that fellow Taoist Dongshan has this secret method. Fairy Ingzwa smiled and said, But from that hunting seedlings plan, I can see fellow Taoist's foundation. I have never been worried about this. Then fellow Taoist Ingzwa today? Fellow Taoist Dongshan asked curiously. It's nothing. Fairy Ingzwa smiled and said, I's cultivation has almost stagnated in the past few years, and the progress is very little. I feel that the heaven and earth spiritual chi in the Gold Goose Ridge seems to be a bit abnormal, so I specially came to ask fellow Taoist Dongshan if you have also noticed it. Really? Fellow Taoist Dongshan shook his head and said, The heaven and earth spiritual chi in the Dawn Rain continent is not the same as the heaven and earth spiritual chi in my 10,000 demon realm. I did not completely absorb the heaven and earth spiritual chi in the Dawn Rain continent to cultivate, so I did not notice anything. I have disappointed fellow Taoist. Oh, so it's like this. Fairy Ingzwa's expression did not change and said, I wonder if fellow Taoist Dongshan has any secret method? If I's cultivation stops here and cannot advance to the peak nascent soul stage on time, even if I can help fellow Taoist achieve your wish, if you want to advance to the spirit-severing stage, I'm afraid it will be extremely difficult. When fellow Taoist Dongshan heard this, he frowned slightly and closed his eyes to think carefully. After a moment he opened his eyes and asked, Fellow Taoist used the fine dew liquid just now. Did you feel any progress in your cultivation? Yes, of course there are some benefits. Otherwise I would not ask for the method. Fairy Ingzwa said without hesitation. I understand. Fellow Taoist Dongshan's face showed a trace of a smile. I do know a few secret methods, but they seem to have some shortcomings. If the fine dew liquid is beneficial to fellow Taoist, I do have a secret method. Where is the secret method? Fairy Ingzwa asked with some incredible joy. This. Fellow Taoist Dongshan was a little hesitant. What? Does fellow Taoist think that I am asking for too much? Fairy Ingzwa was a little displeased. Fellow Taoist Dongshan smiled and said, Of course not, the more fellow Taoist wants, the happier I will be. This means that fellow Taoist I will be able to properly handle what fellow Taoist wants. The reason why I am hesitating is because I do not know what kind of changes there are in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, so I do not dare to tell fellow Taoist. From what I see, I should wait for I to clearly examine the abnormalities here before telling fellow Taoist in detail. Chapter 1846. Great. Fairy Ingzwa clapped her hands and smiled. Then I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Dongshan. Haha, I don't dare. I only hope that fellow Taoist Ingzwa will fulfill I's wish as soon as possible according to our agreement. Fellow Taoist Dongshan smiled apologetically. Subsequently, Fairy Ingzwa spoke with fellow Taoist Dongshan for a while, then took her leave. Fellow Taoist Dongshan sent Fairy Ingzwa out. Looking at Fairy Ingzwa's departing figure, his eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Immediately he returned to his cave residence but came out a moment later, still covering his face. His whole body flew into the air and disappeared without a trace. Far away in the southeastern corner of the country of Shi, there was a mountain range that looked rather majestic. There was a place where a thick fog lingered. The color of the fog was different from that of the Yellow Flower Ridge's array formation. It was very dense and natural. However, it was also different from the fog of the Yulian Mountains. It was in the form of threads and was far less viscous than the fog of the Yulian Mountains. This was the misty mountain where Xue Xue lived since childhood. Since it was known as bewildering fog, there was naturally something fishy about this mountain. The two mountain ranges enveloped by bewildering fog were precisely 9 coils and 18 bends. Mountain paths crisscrossed and mountain caves were densely packed. Ordinary people could only enter once and it would be difficult to find a way out. This kind of dangerous place was naturally an extremely dangerous place in the eyes of secular people, but in the eyes of cultivators, it was an exceptionally good place to stay. Thus, at some unknown time, there were almighty cultivators who used divine abilities to set up a formation near Bewildering Fog Mountain. Combining the natural Bewildering Fog Mountain with the unpredictable formation, it formed an impregnable defense, and Bewildering Fog Mountain became famous in the Dawn Rain continent because of this. Of course, the inheritance of the Misty Mountains Ling family to this day was still considered to have some reputation among all the families in the cultivation world. However, their cultivation methods had declined and their talents had withered. They were already at the bottom of the middle class. In this kind of situation, as the head of the family, Ling Jingyi had the will but was powerless. At this moment he was standing at a high place, gazing at the snow-like and cloud-like fog between the mountains. His brows were knitted together. Next to him was a white-clothed cultivator with a dark complexion, thick eyebrows and large eyes. There was a trace of simplicity between his eyebrows. Although his appearance was quite similar to Ling Jingyi's, his expression was completely different. This person was Ling Jingyi's only son, Ling Feiyun. After a while, Ling Jingyi looked away from the mountain mist and turned to Ling Feiyun. His eyes were full of kindness. "Yes, father." Ling Feiyun also seemed to be in a daze. So he quickly replied. "Hehe, what are you thinking about? You're already at the 10th layer of the Qi refining realm, so you're considered one of the best in the Ling clan." Ling Jingyi said with a smile. "I miss big sister." Ling Feiyun didn't try to hide anything. She always said that I'm stupid and that I can't go beyond the 9th level of Qi refining. I wonder how surprised she will be when she finds out that I've reached the 10th level. "Hehe, you child." Ling Jingyi smiled and said, "Xue Xue saw that you were slacking off, so she specially reminded you to be on alert. You are really stupid." Hehe, boy didn't know when he was young, so he was quite angry. Ling Feiyun patted his forehead in embarrassment. It wasn't until Big Sister went to the Imperial Thunder School that the boy gradually understood. Everyone has to grow up. Even though father reminded you that day, you didn't seem to take it to heart. You only had the energy to compete with your sister? Yes. So many years have passed. Big Sister was already at the 9th level of Qi refining. Well, is she at the 11th level? Is she doing well in the Imperial Thunder School? You don't need to worry about that. The Imperial Thunder School is not something my Misty Mountain can compare to. The 11th level is at the very least. Even the 12th level is within reach. Ling Jingyi said with a smile. Really? Ling Feiyun's face was full of joy as he asked. It's a pity that I haven't heard from Big Sister for so many years. I wonder how her cultivation is now. That boy. Can we also send him to the Imperial Thunder School? If he can enter the Imperial Thunder School, wouldn't that boy be able to be with Big Sister? Hearing this, Ling Jingyi's face frowned again. Is there something wrong with what the boy said? Ling Feiyun quickly asked. Ling Jingyi said with a smile, what can be wrong? The children of my cultivation family entering a cultivation school is the most honorable path. It's also the path to heaven. There's nothing wrong with it. However, Father called you here today because there's something I want to discuss with you. Father, please speak. Ling Feiyun respectfully asked. Well, first of all, it was not easy for your sister to enter the Imperial Thunder School. Although Father had made some preparations in the end, it was still your sister's own luck. Not to mention having someone to help her enter the Imperial Thunder School. In the end, she was able to become the disciple of a golden core cultivator, all because of her physique. I'm afraid you can't learn these two things. Someone to help her? Wasn't that Father's preparation? Haha, Father did want to prepare, but I can't directly reach the place where the Imperial Thunder School is recruiting disciples. Your sister was lucky and happened to meet a cultivator she was familiar with. She didn't say the specific situation, only that she relied on that person's help. Who is this person? Since sister is familiar with him, the boy must also know him. Ling Jingyi's face showed a trace of estranged, shook his head and said, "You don't need to ask about this person's name. You definitely don't know him." "Oh, so it's like this." Ling Feiyun was very obedient and didn't ask, then asked, "What about physique?" "Sister and the boy both have the blood of the Ling family. Is there a big difference in physique?" This. Ling Jingyi regretted saying this, but seeing Ling Feiyun's confusion, he waved his hand and said, "Your sister has the hidden thunder physique. It's exactly the same physique as the golden core cultivator of the Imperial Thunder School. That's why she was favored by that senior." "Strange, the boy has the fire physique. I always thought sister had the same physique." "How did she become the hidden thunder physique?" Ling Feiyun asked. How would father know about this matter? It was the golden core cultivator who confirmed it. Ling Jingyi rolled his eyes and pushed the matter away. "Then, the boy has the fire physique. He should be able to enter the Imperial Thunder School," Ling Feiyun said again. "Unfortunately, although the Imperial Thunder School mainly recruits disciples with the fire and thunder physiques, the thunder physique is the first choice. You might not be able to enter if you go." Ling Jingyi shook his head and said, "Moreover, how can all the disciples of our cultivation family enter the same school? Unless your sister cultivates to the golden core realm, our misty mountain will have some shade." "Well, the boy knows." Ling Feiyun smiled and said, "You can't put all your eggs in one basket." That's right." Ling Jingyi clapped his hands and said, but his tone changed again. "Father originally wanted to arrange for you to participate in the selection of the Shanghua sect next year, but now I'm a little hesitant." "Why, father, do you have any concerns?" Ling Feiyun asked with some confusion. Chapter 1847. Ling Jingyi thought for a moment and said, "I didn't want to tell you this because I was afraid you would feel burdened. But, you're the eldest son of the Ling family and it's time for you to make a choice. It's better to tell you." "Father, please tell me." "I got some information from father that there are some special changes in the cultivation families on the Xiaoyu continent." Ling Jingyi chose his words carefully and said, "Many of the big families have had their bloodline awakened, and even more of the bloodline awakened after joining the cultivation sects. The most famous one is Yun Jichong from the Yun family of Su Yan. He's already an early foundation establishment cultivator and his fire dragon bloodline has awakened." "Oh, father, what do you mean?" Ling Feiyun was stunned and his face was a little strange. "This kind of thing can naturally be spread in the cultivation families. Didn't Yun Jichong enter the Huanhua sect? How could the Huanhua sect let this kind of thing spread? Do you think the Huanhua sect cares? The Huanhua sect even sent Yun Jichong back to the Yun family of Su Yan to find the inheritance of the Su family. They want to see if they can cultivate Yun Jichong into a nascent soul master and reproduce the power of the ancient true spirit bloodline." Yes, boy understands. Yun Jichong's life spirit tablet is in the Huanhua sect. The sect has many ways to control him. Ling Feiyun nodded. Yes, and the Huanhua sect probably wanted to hide it from the beginning. However, there are too many awakened true spirit bloodlines on the Xiaoyu continent. The fire dragon bloodline of the Yun family is too conspicuous. They couldn't hide it even if they wanted to, so they just made it public. North Qingyang, South Su Yan. Since the fire dragon bloodline of the Su family has awakened, what about the Kai family of Qingyang? Ling Feiyun frowned. "I'm not sure. There's no news about the Kai family of Qingyang." Ling Jingyi was very satisfied with Ling Feiyun's understanding of the cultivation families. He patiently said, "However, the most famous Hongxia fairy of the Kai family also entered the Huanhua sect. I'm afraid her bloodline won't be easy to awaken. After all, she's from a side branch and her bloodline is a lot thinner." "Boy, I understand father's concern." Ling Feiyun nodded and said, "It's just that none of my Misty Mountain's bloodline has been awakened yet." "Boy, is it certain that his bloodline will be awakened? If the boy's bloodline doesn't awaken, then wouldn't that delay his cultivation?" "This is also why I'm hesitating." Ling Jingyi nodded and said, "If you awaken your bloodline after joining the Shanghua sect, it will only be a gift to the Shanghua sect. My Misty Mountain will not be brightened by you." But if you don't enter the Shanghua sect, it will be difficult for you to enter the Foundation establishment realm, and the chances of your bloodline awakening will be smaller. Hehe, what's so difficult about that? Big sister must have already reached the 12th layer of the aura refining realm. We'll know soon after she builds her foundation, right? It won't be too late for the boy to make a decision after her bloodline is awakened. Ling Feiyun said with a smile. When Ling Jingyi heard this, a bitter expression appeared on his face as he thought to himself, if it was that easy, would father still be troubled? However, he forced a smile on his face and said, that's right, it's good to wait a little longer. Although Ling Feiyun was simple and honest, he wasn't stupid. He was sharp enough to see his father's troubled expression. Just as he was about to ask, a red message talisman flew out from the fog and stopped in front of Ling Jingyi. Ling Jingyi crushed the message talisman and Pu Jinyuan's voice came from it. Brother Ling, I'm Pu Jinyuan from the Flying Phoenix sect. Today I've specially brought Brother Qian Yuming from the Spirit Husbandry sect and Brother Zhan Yuzhan from the Yellow Flower sect to visit. Please open the formation. Qian Yuming from the Spirit Husbandry sect? Zhan Yuzhan from the Yellow Flower sect? Ling Jingyi was stunned and he couldn't help but frown again. He asked curiously, when did Pu Jianyuan get to know the cultivators from these two sects? Father, the Flying Phoenix sect was close to our Misty Mountain for a period of time more than 10 years ago. However, there was no news from them after that. Senior Pu also hasn't come for a long time. Today he suddenly brought two seniors to visit. I'm afraid he has ulterior motives. Ling Feiyun said worriedly. Yes, the ancestral magic artifact of the Flying Phoenix sect is very similar to the ancestral magic artifact of our Misty Mountain. Furthermore, they complement each other. The legacies of our two sects are naturally related. Back then, Pu Jianyuan also got close to our Misty Mountain because of this. However, the legacies of our two sects have been passed down for too long, and many details have been lost. In the end, we could only leave it as it is. Pu Jianyuan's visit today definitely doesn't come with good intentions. However, the problem is that I can meet Pu Jianyuan, but how can I not meet the cultivators from the Yellow Flower sect of the Spirit Husbandry sect? Ling Jingyi had schemed against Pu Jianyuan back then, so he naturally had a guilty conscience. Although he couldn't be sure whether Pu Jianyuan was here today for the magic artifact, since there were two Foundation establishment cultivators here, representing two sects, Ling Jingyi couldn't not welcome them. Go. Tell the disciple to open the formation. Ling Jingyi waved his hand and instructed solemnly. Father, Ling Feiyun said anxiously, since you know that they don't come with good intentions, why did you still let them in? Ah, child, there are many things that you can't just not do if you don't want to. There are some things that you have to do even if you know that they can't be done. Ling Jingyi smiled kindly and said, furthermore, since they have entered our Ling family's formation, it's much better than being outside of the formation. Yes, the boy understands. Ling Feiyun's face turned cold. He nodded his head fiercely and clenched his fist. Furthermore, we don't know what Pu Jianyuan is up to. Might not be anything bad. After Ling Jingyi finished instructing, his figure flew into the thick fog between the mountains. Ling Feiyun slapped his storage bag and took out a flying talisman. He used his Fa Li to fly in another direction. Ling Jingyi's figure landed on a towering mountain rock that was filled with thick fog. He first closed his eyes and waited for a moment. When the fog in front of him seemed to have dissipated, he slapped his hand and took out a simple-looking jade pendant from his storage bag. Under the influence of Fa Li, the jade pendant emitted a misty red light. When the light was the size of a flame, Ling Jingyi pointed his finger and the flame turned into the shape of a small swallow and rushed into the fog in front of him. The red light rushed out of the fog and created a 10 feet wide passage. Ling Jingyi put away the jade pendant and slowly moved forward. Before he reached the center of the passage, he heard Pu Jinyuan's laughter in front of him. Ah, a fellow Ling, long time no see. How are you? Ling Jingyi smiled and cupped his hands. I have always been good. I didn't expect fellow Pu to bring two fellow Taoists here today. Please forgive me for not welcoming you. Pa, it's okay. We were passing by the fog mountain and suddenly thought of something. That's why we took the liberty to visit. Pu Jianyuan smiled and pointed his finger. Come, let me introduce you two fellow Taoists. The person in front was about 50 years old. He was short and had the head of a deer and the eyes of a rat. Although he was wearing a new Taoist robe, his pale yellow eyes made him look like a thief in the marketplace. This is fellow Taoist Zhan Yuzhan of the Yellow Flower sect. Zhan Yu. When Ling Jingyi saw that person's appearance and heard that person's name, he was rather surprised. He couldn't help but smile in his heart. Knowing that something was amiss, he hurriedly tried to cover it up. However, Zhan Yu was still able to sense it. He glanced at Ling Jingyi and sneered, "What? Fellow Taoist Ling, you don't welcome I?" "Of course not." Ling Jingyi knew that he was being rude. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "I've heard of Huanghua sect's name for a long time. I've never had the chance to meet an expert from your sect. Now that I've met fellow Taoist Zhan, I'm very happy. How can I not welcome you?" Zhan Yu waved his sleeves and ignored him. This is bad. Just as Yun expected, they don't come with good intentions. Ling Jingyi thought to himself. Pu Jianyuan didn't give him time to think. He pointed at another unusually fat cultivator who was as thick as a water bucket and said, "This is fellow Taoist Qian Yuming from Spirit Husbandry sect. Spirit Husbandry sect is a sect that I's reputation has been known for a long time. I've also visited your sect before. Unfortunately, I only stayed for half a day in the guest hall. After visiting fellow Taoist Jian Mingqing, I came back. I didn't really meet the other disciples of your sect." Ling Jingyi smiled and said, "Now that fellow Taoist Jian is here, I's wish has been fulfilled. A fellow Taoist Ling has actually met senior brother Jian?" Qian Yuming opened his eyes that were almost narrowed into slits and asked in surprise, "Then, when did this happen?" I'm afraid it's been decades." Ling Jingyi's face was a little awkward as he replied, "That's because I hadn't built my foundation yet. I was in the midst of building my foundation." "Oh, no wonder." Qian Yuming had a look of realization. Senior brother Jian had already fallen 40 years ago. Fellow Taoist Jian's cultivation is very high. He was already in the early stage of foundation establishment back then. How could he have fallen? Ling Jingyi was obviously a little surprised. Qian Yuming didn't explain further and smiled, "This is a small matter of my sect. I'm afraid it's not convenient for I to talk about it." "Fellow Taoist Ling? Are you going to meet your guests here?" Pu Jianyuan asked softly. "Look at I actually forgot the basic etiquette when meeting all of you. Please." Ling Jingyi slapped his forehead and mocked himself. Then he led the way and flew towards the mountain rocks outside the thin fog. "Fellow Taoists, please." Pu Jianyuan turned around and exchanged glances with the two of them. After turning around a small hill, they were greeted by a flight of stairs that went from top to bottom. There were at least 1,000 steps and it looked quite spectacular. Above the stairs was an archway with the words, "Cloud Mist," written on it. The four of them were all foundation establishment cultivators, so they naturally didn't need to walk up the stairs. Before the four of them reached the archway, Zhan Yuxian pointed at the two words on the archway and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Ling, I think this should be Misty Mountain. At the very least it should be the word Cloud Mist. What does this nondescript word mean?" "Alright, I'll let fellow Taoist Zhan know." Ling Jingyi cupped his hands towards the archway and said seriously, "This was left behind by my ancestors. As for why it's called Cloud Mist and not Misty Mountain, I don't know either. I only know that when I was young I also asked my father about it. I even told my father to change the name of Misty Mountain to Cloud Mist Mountain. However, my father was the same as I right now. He only smiled bitterly and didn't give me any answer. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Chapter 1848. That's strange. Qian Yuming echoed. Since that's the case, this archway doesn't belong to your Ling clan. Why are you still putting it here? Qian Yuming's words were harsh, but Ling Jingyi wasn't angry. He glanced at Pu Jianyuan and said with a smile, "I remember that Flying Phoenix Ridge also has an archway with the words Yun Ming written on it. It has nothing to do with Flying Phoenix Ridge. I wonder if fellow Taoist Pu has the same plan?" Pu Jianyuan's expression changed. He said coldly, "This is a family matter of my Flying Phoenix Ridge. Don't you think fellow Taoist Ling is asking too much?" Yes, I have indeed asked too much." Ling Jingyi spread his hands and said, "Fellow Taoists, please." Pu Jianyuan and the other two followed Ling Jingyi into the archway. After passing through several floors of pavilions and seeing many Ling clan disciples, They finally arrived at a rather large hall. The hall's style was simple and the scale wasn't small. It didn't look like the work of a cultivation family. Before they entered the hall, Shan Yu sighed again. Fellow Taoistling, it's not that I want to talk too much. Although your Misty Mountains hall isn't big, it's majestic and imposing. It doesn't lose to my Yellow Flower Sex hall. It's really beyond I's expectations. Qian Yuming also nodded. I feel the same way as fellow Taoist John. I have also visited many families, but I've never seen such a magnificent hall. Fellow Taoists, please, Ling Jingyi smiled bitterly. This hall is also the same as the archway. I only know that it was passed down by my Ling clan's ancestors. There are countless mysteries inside, but there aren't any records of its origin. Countless mysteries. Qian Yuming was slightly stunned. He raised his eyes and looked at Pu Jianyuan. Pu Jianyuan immediately smiled and said, Fellow Taoists, please take a seat. Flying Phoenix Ridge seems to have some connections with Misty Mountain. Flying Phoenix Ridge also has such a majestic hall. He as the host, please. Zhan Yu smiled and gestured with his hand. Ling Jingyi smiled and walked into the hall. Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming didn't follow. Instead they looked over at Pu Jianyuan. Pu Jianyuan nodded slightly and then walked into the hall. Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming were still a bit hesitant, but after exchanging a glance they also walked in. The interior of the palace was as splendid as it appeared from the outside. The ceiling and walls of the palace were painted with some strange scenes. There were dragons baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, and there were also giants holding up the heavens and earth. Even in the shady forest, there were finger-like branches extending towards groups of cultivators, and blood splattered all over the ground. Strange, this seems to be an ancient legend, right? Qian Yuming glanced at it and said in surprise, this thing seems to only be sealed in a very small number of cultivation sects technique imparting pavilions. Moreover, it's a secret technique of the sections. I didn't expect to see it in the Misty Mountain. It's really beyond my expectation. Zhan Yu scanned it with his divine sense and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Ling's palace doesn't only have murals, right? Ling Jingyi waved his hand and said, Fellow Taoists, please take a seat. Whether or not there's anything else in the palace is another matter. Who knows if you'll have the chance to see it. After the four of them were seated, the disciples of the Misty Mountain served the spirit tea and spirit fruits and quietly left. Please, Ling Jingyi said with a smile, fellow Taoist Pu has been here many times, so you should know that my Misty Mountain doesn't have any special spirit fruits. These are all commonly seen in the country of Xi. I hope the three of you won't dislike them. Pu Jianyuan and the others laughed. They each picked up a few spirit fruits and tasted them. After the four of them casually talked about the strange stories of the Dawn Rain continent, Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming gave Pu Jianyuan a few looks. How could Ling Jingyi not understand? He picked up a spirit fruit and twirled it between his thumb and index finger. He looked at Pu Jianyuan and said with a smile, there's a good saying in the secular world. One doesn't visit a temple without a cause. Fellow Taoist Pu hasn't been to my Misty Mountain for many years. I wonder what brings you here today. Pu Jianyuan put down the spirit tea in his hand and said with a smile, since fellow Taoist Ling has asked, then I will get straight to the point. But at this moment, Ling Jingyi seemed to have thought of something and said, oh right, before fellow Taoist Pu explains, I want to ask a question first. Pu Jianyuan was stunned and nodded, please ask fellow Taoist Ling. Oh, it's like this. I heard that in the past few years, many disciples of the cultivation families have awakened their true spirit bloodline. I wonder how the situation is in the Flying Phoenix Ridge. Why did fellow Taoist Ling suddenly ask about this? What about the disciples of the Misty Mountain? Pu Jianyuan asked back. After all, my Misty Mountain and the Flying Phoenix Ridge have some connections. Maybe they have the same true spirit bloodline in their bodies. That's why I asked. Ling Jingyi said in all seriousness, and I won't hide it from fellow Taoist Pu. Until now, my Misty Mountain hasn't had a single disciple awaken their bloodline. Hearing Ling Jingyi's words, how could Pu Jianyuan not understand the meaning of why are we in such a hurry to fight each other? But he only hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth and shook his head. Your Misty Mountain is Misty Mountain, my Flying Phoenix Ridge is Flying Phoenix Ridge. What does it have to do with your Misty Mountain whether or not my disciples have awakened their bloodline? Chapter 1849. That's right, that's right. Qian Yuming clapped his hands and said, if fellow Taoist Ling didn't do anything, you can make a heart oath. If it really has nothing to do with that magic tool, we'll leave immediately. Ha! Ling Jingyi laughed. Fellow Taoist Pu, it's been so many years, why are you still thinking about that magic tool? Furthermore, I've already done what I should have done back then. Later on, I saw that our two clans might have some connections, so I did my best to help you find the magic tool. But I didn't expect that after so many years, you would actually accuse me and want to take advantage of my Misty Mountain. Such a dirty idea, I feel disgusted just thinking about it. You came to my Misty Mountain for no reason and forced I to make a heart oath in my Misty Mountain's palace. Isn't this the same as tearing eyes and Misty Mountain's face off and stepping on it with your feet? How can I make such a heart oath? Ah, look, fellow Taoists, what I said earlier wasn't wrong, right? I haven't even said anything yet and this guy's face changed. As expected, he has a guilty conscience. Pu Jianyuan cupped his hands and said, fellow Taoists are the famous righteous people in my country of Xi. You should make the decision for I. Fellow Taoist Pu, don't be impatient. Zhang Yu's small eyes narrowed, almost invisible. He waved his hand and said, since I came with fellow Taoist Qian, naturally I want to give the two of you justice. Moreover, since our two families have a relationship, I think it's best if we don't fight. Fight. Ling Jingyi's face turned cold. Does fellow Taoist John have any ideas? I just want to find my magic tool. Pu Jianyuan smiled apologetically. Ideas? Zhang Yu shook his head and said, of course there are ideas. It's nothing more than soul-searching or torture. Of course, these are not applicable to fellow Taoist Ling. I think it's better to make peace. If fellow Taoist Ling makes a blood oath, we can shake hands and make peace. What do you say? Fellow Taoist Ling? Hee, fellow Taoist John, don't you think you're going too far? Ling Jingyi knew that today's matter wouldn't end well. No matter how much Zhang Yu and Qian Yuming said, it was all to force him to swear a heart oath. Not to mention that this heart oath was originally aimed at his actions. Even if he didn't do anything, he absolutely couldn't swear a heart oath here. Zhang Yu wasn't surprised by Ling Jingyi's attitude and sneered, fellow Taoist Ling, are you not giving face to me and fellow Taoist Qian? If I give face to the two fellow cultivators, I will lose my own face. Faced with two kinds of faces, I'd better choose my own. Ling Jingyi clapped his hands and took out the ancient jade pendant. He laughed coldly and said, my Misty Mountain has never had any grudges with Huang Huamen and Spirit Husbandry sect. Furthermore, I don't want to form any grudges with the two of you. I appreciate your kind intentions of coming here to mediate. If the two of you have nothing else to say, I will see you out. Pa Qian Yuming slammed his palm on the jade chair and jumped up. He scolded angrily, didn't I say it before? This fellow is just a sanctimonious person. Why should I give him face for no reason? The three of us Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators came and he didn't care at all. Why would he put us in his eyes? Qian Yuming's fat body coupled with the sinister look on his face made him look evil. Haha, you've revealed your true intentions. Ling Jingyi cast the spell that he had already prepared onto the old jade pendant in his hand. The jade pendant immediately gave off a faint white halo and quickly disappeared into Ling Jingyi's palm. Go. Ling Jingyi swung his hand and the halo expanded rapidly, rushing towards the roof of the palace above his head. This fellow actually made the first move. Haha, even if fellow Taoists know about this, I was forced to do it. Zhang Yu laughed, but there was still some panic in his eyes. He clapped his hand and a strange magic tool with a flat front and a round back appeared in his hand. This magic tool was the yellow flower sex congealed turtle. Under the influence of Zhang Yu's magic power, the magic tool congealed turtle gradually emitted an earthy yellow brilliance. Similar to Zhang Yu's reaction, Qian Yuming also took out his magic tool Desert Pearl. It was a slightly yellowish round bead. Under the influence of his magic power, it also flickered with an earthy yellow brilliance. On the contrary, Pu Jianyuan only stood there thoughtfully, calmly watching Ling Jingyi cast a spell to activate the palace's restriction. The ring of light on the jade pendant rushed to the top of the palace and immediately sank into it. Immediately after, wisps of white mist gradually surged out from the surroundings of the palace and gradually destroyed the murals around the palace. The scenes in the murals also became more and more ethereal. Fellow Taoist Pu. Seeing this, Zhang Yu reminded, why haven't you made a move yet? We're deep in the trap. It's better to kill Ling Jingyi as soon as possible. Ha! Pu Jianyuan laughed and pointed at Ling Jingyi, saying, since I dared to bring 2 fellow Taoists into this palace, I naturally have a way to guard against it. Take a look at Ai's methods. As he said that, Pu Jianyuan clapped his hands and an ancient-looking jade pendant appeared in his hand. To the naked eye, it was actually exactly the same as the jade pendant in Ling Jingyi's hand. Seeing this, Ling Jingyi could not help but cry out in surprise. His eyes flashed with shock, then a look of understanding appeared on his face. The magic power in his body surged and another halo was emitted from the jade pendant. Sure enough, as the halo entered, the mist around the palace surged out even more. In the blink of an eye, all the walls were covered. Everyone was almost completely covered in a cloud of mist. That's all there is to it. Pu Jianyuan smiled and also urged his spiritual power. The same halo emitted from the jade pendant in his hand and instantly hit the top of the palace. Moreover, as the halo sank into the palace, the fog around the palace gradually shrank, just as fast as Ling Jingyi's earlier release. Damn that Ling Chongya! Ling Jingyi saw this and could not help but gnash his teeth. Ling Jingyi, this has nothing to do with Ling Chongya. Pu Jianyuan's face showed a relaxed expression as he sneered. My Flying Phoenix Ridge also has a palace, but it is much smaller than your Misty Mountain. It has already been used as an ancestral hall and unauthorized people are prohibited from entering. The method to control this jade pendant is something that I already knew when I took over the sect. Hearing this, Ling Jingyi's face turned ashen and he sneered, I finally understand your sinister intentions. So, what you were thinking about was not some magic tool. Even if I had just made a blood oath, you would definitely not leave so easily. What you were after was the foundation of my Misty Mountain. To think that I was trying so hard to persuade you earlier. Ling Jingyi, just as you said, Misty Mountain and Flying Phoenix Ridge have countless unexplainable origins. Not only are the true spirit bloodlines similar, even the restrictive spells in various key areas are similar. Our 2 sects combined into one, isn't that the righteous path of light? Isn't strength increasing? Since you've never thought about it, then let I do it. Pu Jianyuan laughed loudly. Hee, Pu Jianyuan, do you think I haven't thought about this? If it were so simple, wouldn't I have already killed my way into your Flying Phoenix Ridge when you didn't have a magic tool passed down from your ancestors? Ling Jingyi's face had a mocking smile as he said disdainfully. Ling Jingyi, at this point I'm afraid that this kind of illusionary technique is already ineffective, right? Pu Jianyuan obviously did not take these words to heart. He activated the magic power in his hand again and several rings of light shot out, quickly dispersing the mist in the palace. Ling Jingyi smiled bitterly. He didn't have any backup, so it was impossible for him to expend all his Dharma power on the restrictions of the palace. Seeing that Pu Jianyuan had broken the restrictions, he didn't say anything and flew out of the palace. Where do you think you're going? The Ning turtle in Zhang Yu's hand shook, and an earthy yellow light shot towards Ling Jingyi's back like a solidified pillar of earth. When Ling Jingyi was flying, he had already put away the jade pendant. In his hand was the magic tool of Misty Mountain, the jade engraving. The jade engraving in Ling Jingyi's hand was different from when it was in Shue's hand. Dozens of thin white silk threads shot out from the jade engraving and quickly shuttled around Ling Jingyi's body. Just before the pillar of earth hit, it had already formed a cocoon-like milky white shell around Ling Jingyi. Just as Ling Jingyi's figure passed through the palace's door, the light pillar caught up and hit Ling Jingyi's cocoon. Zilala, there was another burst of fine sound. Ling Jingyi's body actually slightly stagnated. Immediately after, he activated his Fa Li and flew up, dodging the earth-colored light beam. Looking at the fog cocoon again, it quickly intertwined and recovered in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yu, Qian Yuming and Pu Jianyuan had also caught up to Ling Jingyi. Seeing that Ling Jingyi had stopped, Pu Jianyuan sped up and stood in front of Ling Jingyi and the Misty Mountains formation. He raised his voice and said, Fellow Taoist Ling, seeing that we might be related by blood, this poor Taoist will give you a word of advice. Either you surrender yourself or put down your artifact and fly away from this poor Taoist. This poor Taoist will definitely not take your life and will let you live. Pu Jianyuan, you are really ambitious. Not only do you want my Misty Mountain, you also want the Fire Ape. Don't you want this magic tool? Ling Jingyi laughed loudly. Today I will let you have a taste of the power of a magic tool. As he spoke, he clapped his hands and a net-like magic tool flew out from his hands. Under the circulation of his magic power, it flew towards Pu Jianyuan. As soon as the web-like magical tool left his hand, clusters of flames flickered from the gaps of the magical tool. The surrounding temperature also increased abruptly. Pu Jianyuan had no choice but to throw out the immortal binding ring that he had previously refined. These two magic tools had already fought in the flame forest swamp, and Pu Jianyuan didn't have any magic tools that were suitable for him. Naturally, he threw it out. The immortal binding ring was refined with a high-level imprisonment spell formation. If it was a normal sneak attack, it would be useful. Now that it was blocked by the fire net, the flames were burning the immortal binding ring. This made Pu Jianyuan's heart ache. Fellow Taoist Pu, don't worry, I will help you. Qian Yuming let out a long laugh. He patted the spirit storage pouch at his waist, and a colorful figure darted out from it. Chapter 1850. Io, what is this? Hearing Qian Yuming's voice, Ling Jingyi was slightly surprised. He looked over and saw a spirit beast that looked like a tiger but not a tiger, like a lion but not a lion, pouncing on him like lightning. The spirit beast's roar resounded through the mountains and rivers, causing his heart to tremble and the flow of his spiritual power to stagnate. Damn it! Ling Jingyi waved his hand without hesitation, and the thunder palm in his hand immediately shot out. Clang, clang, clang. The half-foot-long thunder palm flew toward the spirit beast. The spirit beast was frightened and didn't dare to use its body to meet the attack. Instead, it tilted its body and whipped its tail at the thunder palm. Although the thunder palm was scattered, the spirit beast's body also stopped. Fortunately, this is a first-grade spirit beast. After testing the strength of the spirit beast, Ling Jingyi's heart was slightly relieved. Fellow Taoist Qian, your liger beast doesn't seem to be very good. Zhan Yu laughed. The Ning turtle in his hand shook, and another thick beam of light flashed out in the air, attacking Ling Jingyi in an arc. How can I's liger beast be measured by others? Qian Yuming sneered. Without any pretense, he had already urged the liger beast. The liger beast only hesitated for a moment before pouncing on Ling Jingyi again. At this time, Ling Jingyi was attacked from the back and abdomen. He clapped his hand again and a flat box flew into the air. However, before he could cast a spell, the liger beast had already pounced in front of him. Its two front claws swayed in midair and several afterimages streaked across, slapping on Ling Jingyi's back. Without any sound, the liger beast tore a 1-foot-long crack in the fog cocoon that even the Ning turtle could not break. Moreover, the crack could not be repaired in a short time. Oh no! Ling Jingyi did not expect the liger beast to have such power. Just as he was complaining in his heart, the Ning turtle's beam of light struck. Peng! Another muffled sound rang out, and Ling Jingyi's body moved down exactly 3 feet. Moreover, the beam of light came from the gap that the lion-tiger beast had torn open. The previously thin fog cocoon had actually been pierced through by the beam of light. Fellow Taoist Qian, why don't you make a move? Otherwise, I will take the lead in our agreement. Zhan Yu shouted at Qian Yuming as he held the turtle in his hand and accumulated his magic power. Are I's liger beasts not enough? Although Qian Yuming said that, it was clear that they had already made an agreement. Qian Yuming threw the desert pearl in his hand into the air. From the desert pearl, the yellow sand that covered the sky and covered the earth rushed towards Ling Jingyi. Wung wung, under the yellow sand Ling Jingyi could no longer hold on. With a slap of his hand, a fiery red hook flew out. It drew a red arc in the air and rushed into the yellow sand. Xingla, like a pair of scissors cutting silk, the yellow sand was actually cut into 2 by Ling Jingyi's glorious Sunday. The yellow sand that was in front of Ling Jingyi's eyes earlier disappeared in a flash. What a great treasure! At the side, Pu Jianyuan laughed loudly. An identical fiery red hook also flew into the air and shot towards the glorious sun that had already turned into a full moon. It was Pu Jianyuan's magic weapon, Shadow Moon. Creak creak. The 2 magic weapons of the same origin collided together. There was no huge tremor as expected, but instead there was friction. Fellow Ling, do you have any other moves? With a loud roar, the liger beast once again pounced towards Ling Jingyi's back. Zhan Yu's congealed turtle had already formed and a beam of light flew out again. Hiss! With a sound, the liger beast's sharp front claws once again tore apart the fog cocoon that had just recovered by more than half. Pooh! A huge tremor. This time the beam of light hit the area where the liger beast tore apart. Most of the beam of light expanded the area where the liger beast tore apart, while a small portion hit Ling Jingyi's body. The light on Ling Jingyi's body was annihilated, and the yellow talisman protecting his body was destroyed. Ling Jingyi's body also staggered in the air. His face turned red, then pale, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, as Ling Jingyi circulated his magic power, several magic weapons were able to withstand and were not destroyed by others. Since it has already come to this point, fellow Ling, are you still going to persist? Pu Jianyuan asked with a smile as he commanded Shadow Moon. Pu Jianyuan, if you consider yourself to be a cultivator of my Dawn Rain continent and the patriarch of Flying Phoenix Ridge, then fight with this poor Taoist alone. Even if this poor Taoist dies in your hands, this poor Taoist will give this misty mountain to you. If you borrow the hands of others to kill I, so what? Ling Jingyi was unexpectedly calm as he issued a challenge. Ah, Ling Jingyi, do you think I am a 3-year-old child? How could I be fooled by this kind of provocation? Pu Jianyuan laughed loudly and circulated his magic power. That Shadow Moon's brilliance became more and more brilliant, gradually covering the sun. It was obvious that he had the upper hand. Pu Jianyuan, you will regret this. Ling Jingyi qickly circulated his magic power, and the sun was barely evenly matched with Shadow Moon. Let this poor Taoist lend fellow Taoist Pu another hand. Qian Yuming smiled and pointed his finger. That desert pearl in the air once again emitted a yellow brilliance, and another batch of sand fell down like clouds. At this time Ling Jingyi no longer had any magic weapons to resist. With a wave of his hand, dozens of yellow talismans were thrown out. With a burst of crackling sounds, these yellow talismans were all destroyed by the yellow sand. With a rumbling sound, Ling Jingyi was actually completely submerged by the yellow sand. When the yellow sand disappeared, the fog cocoon around Ling Jingyi also disappeared. That magic weapon, jade engraving, flickered with a faint brilliance and stopped in front of Ling Jingyi's eyes. Moreover, Ling Jingyi's face was deathly pale without a trace of blood. Looking at that net-like magic weapon, the flames had already been extinguished, and it was tightly wrapped by the immortal binding ring. The sun was also submerged by Shadow Moon, turning into a round magic weapon, spinning randomly in the air. Sai, an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator facing 3 cultivators of the same cultivation level, the outcome could only be like this. Ah, fellow Pu, our agreement has already been fulfilled. The rest is up to you. Zhan Yu pointed his hand and the Ning turtle flew back into his hand. Qian Yuming also kept the desert pearl, leaving the lion tiger beast to guard at the side. Ling Jingyi. Pu Jianyuan grinned and slapped his hand. That immortal binding ring released the fire net and flew towards Ling Jingyi. Daddy. With a cry, Ling Feiyun flew over from afar, and a string of fire snake talismans also flew towards the immortal binding ring. Ah, I originally wanted to deal with this guy later. I didn't expect him to come out now. Pu Jianyuan simply did not put Ling Feiyun in his eyes. With a wave of his Taoist robe, a similar fire snake technique was shot out. A stream of flames instantly wrapped around Ling Feiyun. Under the tongue of the flames, Ling Feiyun's body flashed chaotically, and the defensive yellow talismans were about to be destroyed. He rolled down the steps for another 10 feet before stopping. The flames around his body were also extinguished by the force of the fall. Since you don't want to open the formation, I can only do it myself. Pu Jianyuan smiled and pointed his finger. The immortal binding ring tightly bound Ling Jingyi. Only then did he feel relieved and walked in front of Ling Jingyi and pulled the storage bag from his waist. Ling Jingyi's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. However, he was tightly bound. Even if he wanted to struggle, he didn't have the slightest bit of magic power. Haha, this jade pendant. Pu Jianyuan took out the jade pendant and looked at the contents of the bag of holding. A smile appeared on his face as he tied the bag of holding to his waist. Then, after a brief inspection, he activated his magic power and did the thing he regretted the most in his life. Following the jade pendant, a fire swallow flew into the fog in the mountains. Not long after, a beautiful figure flew to the front of the mountain. Wasn't it the impatient Xue Xue? Pu Jianyuan was ecstatic when he scanned the area with his mind power. However, this ecstasy only lasted for a moment before it was replaced by a look of astonishment. However, this astonishment only lasted for a moment before Pu Jianyuan's face was immediately covered by a thick layer of panic. Because, in his divine sense, not only did Xue Xue, who was at the peak of the qi refining realm, but also Xiaohua, who was at the peak of the qi refining realm. Even Xiangyang and Enchanting, who were at the middle of the foundation establishment realm, came out of the fog. This is bad. Pu Jianyuan hurriedly looked at Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming. The two of them were also extremely panicked. However, even though they were panicking, the three of them did not dare to stay in the air. Instead, they hurriedly tidied their clothes and went forward. Uncle. Xue Xue first saw Ling Jingyi and her face immediately turned pale. Then she saw Pu Jianyuan and the others and understood what was going on. However, since Xiangyang, who was at the middle of the foundation establishment realm, was behind her, how could she be afraid? She completely ignored Pu Jianyuan and the others and flew toward Ling Jingyi. However, before she could get close to Ling Jingyi, she saw Ling Feiyun, who had fallen on the stairs. She ignored Ling Jingyi and flew toward Ling Feiyun. Feiyun. Xiaohua flew behind Xue Xue and naturally saw the scene. Although he was not as clear as Xue Xue, he guessed most of the situation. Seeing Xue Xue fly toward Ling Feiyun, he flew in front of Ling Jingyi and swept his divine sense. With a wave of his hand, a wisp of true samadhi fire flew out from his palm and burned the immortal binding ring. That immortal binding ring was just an imitation of an artifact, and its quality was not good. Under the true samadhi fire, it immediately burned like rotten grass and fell to the ground. As soon as the immortal binding ring fell, Ling Jingyi straightened his body and screamed, "Feiyun!" He quickly ran down the stairs. At this time Xue Xue had already helped Ling Feiyun up. Her divine sense swept over him and knew that he was fine. However, the spell that bound Ling Feiyun was cast by Pu Jianyuan, and Xue Xue could not break it. She could only pull Ling Feiyun up the stairs. Xiaohua secretly sighed and flew up. He pulled Ling Jingyi's arm and brought him in front of Ling Feiyun. Then with a wave of his hand he broke Pu Jianyuan's spell. Xue Xue was in a hurry and did not think much. She only saw the miserable state of Ling Jingyi and Ling Feiyun, and could not help but cry. "I am Pu Jianyuan of Flying Phoenix Mountain. Greetings to both of you." In the air Pu Jianyuan quickly bowed. Seeing that Pu Jianyuan actually bowed, Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming understood in their hearts and did not dare to cup their hands. They also bowed to Xiangyang and Enchanting and reported their names. Xiangyang and Enchanting naturally saw the whole scene. They had long regarded Xue Xue as a sister-in-law. Now that they saw her family being attacked, they were extremely angry. However, they were disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Without knowing the whole story, they could not interfere in the affairs of the cultivation families. Therefore, they only coldly returned the greeting and said lightly, "I am Xiangyang and Enchanting. I am a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect's 10,000 Thunder Valley. You all keep the artifacts and spirit beasts and wait at the side." Yes. Seeing that Xiangyang and Enchanting did not attack as soon as they met, Pu Jianyuan was happy. He secretly glanced at Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming and kept the artifacts and spirit beasts. However, when he collected the Shining Sun and Shadow Moon, there were some abnormalities. The two artifacts actually became one. Pu Jianyuan was happy at first, but then his face became sad. Ling Jingyi was brought to Ling Feiyun by Xiaohua. He released his divine sense and found that his son was fine. Only then did he feel relieved. He looked at Xiaohua with a complicated gaze and then looked at Xue Xue. He clapped his hands and took out 2 pills. He and Ling Feiyun both took them. After a while, when his magic power recovered a bit, he quickly flew into the air and bowed. "I, Ling Jingyi, greet the two of you." "Ah, we don't dare. Fellow Taoist Ling, we are disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect's 10,000 Thunder Valley, Xiangyang and Enchanting. At this time we are taking Xue Xue out to gain experience." I was tired and came to rest for a while. Xiang Yang returned the greeting and said, I just want some water to drink and will leave immediately. Seeing that Xiang Yang's words were watertight, Ling Jingyi smiled bitterly and said, I am very happy that fellow Taoist Xiang has come to visit. Unfortunately, it is not safe here. If fellow Taoist has the heart, please serve me tea in the hall. Haha. Seeing that Ling Jingyi wanted to pull him in, Xiang Yang shook his head and said, this place has the Flying Phoenix Ridge, the Yellow Flower sect and the Spirit Husbandry sect. As a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, I shouldn't be too entangled. Yan Qinglian naturally knew what her husband was thinking, but looking at the tears on Xue Xue's face and the pain in her eyes, she was already impatient. She pulled Xiang Yang's sleeve and said a few words. Xiang Yang's face was slightly troubled, but this was quickly swept away. He nodded and said, however, since I encountered this, I can't help but ask a few more questions. You tell me the reason. Fellow Taoist Xiang, let's talk in the hall. Ling Jingyi smiled apologetically. No need, let's talk here. Xiang Yang flicked his sleeve and said, yes. Ling Jingyi didn't dare to speak anymore, afraid that he would anger Xiang Yang and leave in a huff. Yes, this matter should have started more than 10 years ago. Pu Jianyuan didn't dare to be negligent, and without thinking he told Xiang Yang about what happened in the Flame Forest Mountains. This was something that Xiao Hua had experienced, and from what Pu Jianyuan said at the end, there wasn't anything that he was lying about. When he was done, Pu Jianyuan bowed and said, fellow Taoist Xiang, this poor Taoist's family heirloom is missing. It was this guy who took it. This poor Taoist invited 2 of my friends to come and support me, but I just want this guy to swear a blood oath. If the magic tool has nothing to do with him, this poor Taoist will leave without saying anything. But he didn't dare to swear. Tell me, how can this magic artifact have nothing to do with him? Today, Senior is here, so I hope that Senior can make the decision and take back Ai's family heirloom magic artifact. Chapter 1852. Damn it. Seeing that Pu Jianyuan was targeting him, Xiang Yang cursed in his heart. At the same time he thought about how Zhenjier and Gantian forced Xiang Yang to make a heart oath in 10,000 Thunder Valley and was furious. Humph. Xiang Yang's face turned cold and his expression changed. Pu Jianyuan didn't know why, but his heart tightened. Zhan Yu also bowed and said, fellow Taoist Xiang, we also heard fellow Taoist Pu's story and felt that it was unfair for fellow Taoist Pu. His family's magic tool disappeared just like that. No one would be willing to let it go. Our cultivation sects boast of being the symbol of the cultivation aristocratic families. We have to ask about this matter. You Huang Huaman are interested in this? A smile appeared on Xiao Hua's face. He recalled Zhan Yu, whom he had met at the trade fair in Jingbua City. Although Zhan Yu heard Xiao Hua's mockery, Huang Huaman was indeed much smaller than Imperial Thunder Sect. He didn't dare to retort and could only smile. This is Ai's junior brother Xiao Hua. Xiang Yang nodded. He, energy refinement disciple can interrupt when Foundation establishment cultivators are talking. Only Imperial Thunder Sect disciples have such boldness. Zhan Yu sighed. Damn it. Xiao Hua knew that Zhan Yu didn't dare to scold him, so he used such words to mock him. Junior Xiao Hua greets the 3 seniors. Xiao Hua smiled and cupped his hands. We don't dare, we don't dare. Pu Jianyuan and the other 2 didn't find Xiao Hua's greeting strange and hurriedly returned the greeting. Fellow Taoist Xiang, fellow Taoist Zhan of the Yellow Flower sect isn't the only one who thinks this. Even I'm feeling rather unconvinced. As such, I came here with fellow Taoist Pu to get to the bottom of this. Fellow cultivator Ling doesn't need to make any heart oath. As long as you hand over the magic artifact's whereabouts, I guarantee that fellow cultivator Pu won't pursue this matter any further. Isn't that right, fellow cultivator Pu? That's right, Ai's goal is the family's magic artifact. This is related to the inheritance of Flying Phoenix Ridge, I can't ignore it. Pu Jianyuan hurriedly followed up. Bullshit. Ling Feiyun was furious. He jumped up and said, just now you were yelling about killing and fighting. You wanted to exterminate my Misty Mountain. How did you change in the blink of an eye? If not for Senior Xiang's arrival, I would have long become a corpse. Seeing Ling Feiyun's rude words, Ling Jingyi became furious and scolded. Since Senior Xiang is here, he is the one in charge here. What are you saying? You still call yourself lousy? Are you tired of living? Xiao Hua, who was standing to the side, was already laughing while covering his mouth. Ling Feiyun's face was also red. He bowed and said, Junior. Junior was really angry. Please forgive me, Senior. Sigh. Xiang Yang flicked his sleeves with a troubled expression. To be honest, this matter was really easy to resolve. With him and Yan Qinglian working together, killing Pu Jianyuan and the other two was extremely easy. However, seeing that Ling Jingyi's hands and feet were not clean, why should she do things for him? Furthermore, Shui was already a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. She didn't have much connection with the Misty Mountain, so he might not be able to gain her favor by helping her. Since he was able to save Ling Jingyi by chance today, he was already benevolent enough. If he went any further, he would not like it. Forget it. Xiang Yang flicked his sleeves and said in a deep voice, You guys settle your own matters. I am not interested. Fellow Taoist Yang. Although Ling Jingyi knew that this matter was not out of his expectations, he still did not give up and said in a low voice. What? Fellow Taoist Ling, if you can make a heart oath, I will immediately kill these 3 people without you saying a second word. Xiang Yang rolled his eyes and said very proudly. Although Xiang Yang was cowering in front of helplessness, he was still a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. How could the early-stage foundation establishment Ling Jingyi compare to his aura? Ling Jingyi immediately shrunk his neck and did not speak anymore. Seeing that Xiang Yang had relented, Pu Jianyuan and the other 2 let out a long breath and bowed. Thank you for your righteousness, fellow Taoist Xiang. Although Shui looked at Yan Qinglian pitifully, she knew in her heart that unless she made a move, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian, as disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect, would not make a move. At this moment, a cold voice rang out again. Since eldest senior brother has finished speaking, then it's time for this poor Taoist to speak. Pu Jianyuan and the other 2 were stunned. They looked up and saw Xiao Hua flying out. Junior brother Xiao? Xiang Yang was stunned. Eldest senior brother. You represent the Imperial Thunder sect and have already dealt with this matter very cleanly. As a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, I will also obey eldest senior brother's decision. Xiao Hua said with a smile. However, this matter still involves me, so I can't leave. Since Senior Pu is here today, it is also good to solve this matter. Xiao Hua. Shui was very anxious and hurriedly gave Xiao Hua a look. Of course, she knew that Xiao Hua had the Flying Phoenix Mountain Range's inherited magic tool, and she also knew that Ling Jingyi would definitely not dare to speak of it. Everything would be easy when she or Xiao Hua reached Foundation establishment, but she did not expect Xiao Hua to jump out now. Junior brother Xiao, what do you mean? Xiang Yang still did not understand. Eldest senior brother. This matter happened before I entered the Imperial Thunder sect. I just happened to solve it here. Eldest senior brother, as a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, since it is inconvenient for you to make a move, then just stand there and don't do anything. Xiao Hua said, and with a wave of his hand he took out the Flying Phoenix Mountain Range's magic tool that looked like a big seal and floated in the air. Ah? Why, is it with you? Pu Jinyuan's face was full of joy, but he also asked in astonishment. Why is it with I? You don't need to ask. Xiao Hua waved his hand and the magic tool disappeared again. Lung Ling understood. If you have the ability, then take the magic tool and don't find trouble with the Fog Mountain in the future. However, I have said it first. If you want to make a move, then don't blame I for not showing mercy. Aha, the Imperial Thunder sect is really a young hero. Pu Jianyuan said with a smile. And Qi refining disciple actually dares to talk to a Foundation establishment senior like that. If the fellow Taoist of the Imperial Thunder sect is not here, I'm afraid that I would teach you a lesson on behalf of fellow Taoist Zhao's master. When Pu Jianyuan said that, he still secretly glanced at Xiang Yang, but Xiang Yang sneered. My Imperial Thunder sect's disciple, no matter what, it is not fellow Taoist Pu's turn to teach him a lesson. I was just saying. Pu Jianyuan said with a smile. I didn't hear fellow Taoist Zhao's words just now. Fellow Taoist Pu, it seems like you don't want this magic tool anymore. Xiao Hua sneered. This? How could Pu Jianyuan let go of his family's magic tool? He turned his head and said to Xiang Yang pitifully, Fellow Taoist Xiang, This magic tool is related to my Flying Phoenix Mountain Range's inheritance. I must take it back. I ask fellow Taoist Xiang to make a decision. Xiang Yang frowned slightly. He didn't understand why Xiaohua would reveal the magic tool at this time. Eldest senior brother, you don't have to worry about this matter. Since I took out the magic tool, I have my own reasons. Xiaohua said with a smile. Chapter 1853. And you deal with it yourself. Xiang Yang knew that Xiaohua always made his own decisions. Even if he had no other choice, he would still give him a discount. His words. It's better not to be too forceful. Then he turned to Pu Jianyuan and said, this matter doesn't involve my Imperial Thunder sect. I won't interfere. Is that so? If fellow Taoist Xiang won't interfere, then what about fellow Taoist Yen? Pu Jianyuan was slightly delighted and turned to look at Yen Qinglian. Yen Qinglian was slightly annoyed. Her plan was to not say anything and wait for Xiaohua to be in trouble. She didn't say that she wouldn't interfere. But Pu Jianyuan was used to being careful and immediately asked, making things difficult for Yen Qinglian. Looking at Xiang Yang, Yen Qinglian reluctantly said, I won't interfere in this matter either. Good, thank you for your righteousness. Pu Jianyuan was overjoyed and bowed to thank them. No need to thank us. Xiang Yang said coldly with a wave of his sleeve. Pu Jianyuan knew clearly that he could attack, but he absolutely couldn't hurt Xiaohua. If he hurt Xiaohua, he could predict that Xiang Yang and Yen Qinglian would attack without hesitation and kill him directly. He wanted Xiang Yang and Yen Qinglian to swear that they wouldn't interfere, but did he dare? Just as Pu Jianyuan expected, although Xiang Yang didn't send a voice transmission to Yen Qinglian, the two of them looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts. They absolutely wouldn't let Xiaohua suffer a loss. Forget it, if there's a chance to defeat this arrogant brat and get the magic tool, that's it. Pu Jianyuan made up his mind and flew into the air. With a wave of his hand he took out several yellow talismans and said with a smile, fellow Taoist Xiao, I will attack. If you're defeated by I, you have to take out the magic tool. Haha, of course. Xiaohua also laughed. However, since you're going to attack, don't forget that this junior won't be merciful. Hehe, okay. I know. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please be careful. As he spoke, he waved his hand and several fireball talismans flew out. The fireball talismans in the hands of a Foundation Establishment cultivator really multiplied their power. The foot-sized fireballs flew toward Xiaohua. Good. Xiaohua roared and asked Xue Xue, Junior Sister Xue, do you want this bastard to live or die? Xue Xue's face was full of worry and she repeatedly said, Xiaohua, be careful, I don't want anything else. Ha, since Junior Sister Xue says so, then I will let him die. Xiaohua sneered and waved his hand. Dozens of fireball talismans that were a bit bigger than Pu Jianyuan's fireballs were also thrown out. Not only did they block Pu Jianyuan's fireballs, they also submerged Pu Jianyuan like flowing fire. Poor Pu Jianyuan. Although his cultivation level was at the early stage of Foundation establishment, he couldn't compare to Yen Xiefeng. He didn't have any defensive treasures to protect himself. When he saw the exploding fireballs flying towards him, and the surrounding air seemed to be burning, his face turned pale and he turned to flee. Even though he was flying very fast under the attack of the fireball talismans, a lot of the brilliance of his defense was annihilated and he cut a sorry figure. Pu Jianyuan narrowed his eyes, clearly somewhat angry. He clapped his hand and a triangular magic tool that was 3 inches in size appeared. He activated his magic power, and the triangular magic tool blossomed with a layer of rose-red brilliance. Within the brilliance was a wisp of flame. It rushed into the air and smashed toward Xiaohua. When Xiaohua saw this, he used the same trick again. Dozens of fireball talismans flew out and blocked in front of him. Pa pa pa, several sounds rang out. The fireball talismans shook the triangular magic tool askew, but the magic tool still passed through these fireball talismans and flew towards Xiaohua in a curve like a meteor. You want to fight a Foundation Establishment cultivator with a few fireball talismans? You're really delusional. Pu Jianyuan sneered. At the same time he also felt a burst of arrogance. He really didn't have much interest in Xiaohua, who was in qi refinement. His thoughts were still on Xiang Yang and the others. Careful. When Shue Shue saw the triangular magic tool whistling through the air with an irresistible flame, she was greatly alarmed. He, a foundation establishment cultivator, is only S's. Xiao Hua's figure flew up. He clapped his hand and the yang leaf fan appeared in his hand. He activated his magic power, and a scarlet light appeared from the yang leaf fan. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed into it like a swarm of bees. A magic tool? When the yang leaf fan was taken out, its power was different. Not only was Pu Jianyuan shocked, everyone present was shocked. Even Xiang Yang was slightly stunned. He glanced at Yan Qinglian. Yan Qinglian's eyes were also filled with confusion. They knew that Xiaohua had a magic tool called the Cloud Suppressing Seal, but after all, it was an incomplete magic tool. This yang leaf fan was absolutely different. Not only was it complete, but its grade was also not low. Whoosh! Xiaohua waved his hand and a scarlet fire dragon appeared from the yang leaf fan. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced towards the triangular magic tool. Not good. Pu Jianyuan was greatly alarmed. He didn't have many magic tools to begin with, and just now the immortal binding ring was mysteriously burned by Xiaohua's true samadhi fire. Pu Jianyuan had no place to complain, so how could he bear to use this magic tool to fight a magic tool? However, before he could form a seal to retrieve the magic tool, the triangular magic tool was submerged by the fire dragon of the yang leaf fan. The magic tool's flame was indeed extraordinary. In an instant, it severed the connection between Pu Jianyuan and the magic tool. Moreover, in a short moment a loud ping sound was heard. The flames burst out into pieces. The triangular magic tool had already been burned by the yang leaf fan's flame. It's this powerful? Everyone was flabbergasted again. But what surprised them was still behind. They originally thought that Xiaohua, who was in qi refinement, could only fan the yang leaf fan once. Who would have thought that Xiaohua would casually fan the fan again? Another fire dragon flew out and its tail caught up with the flame that had stopped in midair just now. The two dragons combined to become an even larger fire dragon. It whistled through the air and pounced towards Pu Jianyuan. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you forced me to do this. Pu Jianyuan was anxious and angrily shouted, I have no choice but to bully the weak. As he spoke, Pu Jianyuan slapped his forehead. The pressure of an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator was immediately released. Like a huge rock, it pressed toward Xiaohua. At the same time, Pu Jianyuan's figure also swiftly fled, wanting to avoid the fire dragon's attack. Xiaohua. Although Pu Jianyuan's pressure wasn't directed at Shue Shue could still feel the instinctive fear and promptly cried out. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian's expressions also slightly changed. They raised their hands and were about to slap their foreheads, preparing to release the pressure. But at this time they heard Xiaohua's arrogant laughter again. Ha Hong, you're just an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, what are you shouting for? A scene that shocked everyone present appeared once again. They saw Xiaohua's body only stagnate for a moment, then with a tremble, a scarlet phoenix dharma body that was close to 20 feet in size flew out from Xiaohua's body. With a clear cry it rushed into the air. Its slender phoenix eyes flickered with a cold light that looked disdainfully at the world. Seeing the phoenix dharma body that covered everyone's heads, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian's hands stopped. Their eyes were also stunned and their mouths were also wide open. Both of them felt a kind of absurd feeling in their hearts. This is qi refinement Xiaohua? This was naturally still qi refinement Xiaohua. They saw Xiaohua release the phoenix dharma body, blocking Pu Jianyuan's foundation establishment cultivator's pressure. His own body was already able to freely fly. Go! Xiaohua coldly snorted. The phoenix dharma body flapped its wings in midair and pounced towards Pu Jianyuan. The pitiful Pu Jianyuan had just escaped from the fire dragon's attack, and before he could completely dodge the fire dragon, the phoenix dharma body grabbed at his head. Hearing the wind of the sharp claws in midair, Pu Jianyuan panicked. He hurriedly surged his magic power, flung his sleeve and used a spell to block in front of him. But with a pu sound, Pu Jianyuan's spell was immediately caught. Then with a terch sound, the phoenix dharma body's remaining power tore half of Pu Jianyuan's Taoist robe sleeve. His body's defense was almost broken by the phoenix dharma body's claw. Pu Jinyuan's face was deathly pale. Only now did he understand Xiaohua's power. At the same time he also knew Xiaohua's previous warning and the question Xiaohua asked Shui. Fight. Pu Jinyuan clapped his hands, and the combined bright sun and shadow moon flew out from his storage bag. At this time, Pu Jinyuan had no time to think about why these two magic tools were combined. Instead he activated Shadow Moon's spell and poured his magic power into it. With a wung-wung sound, Shadow Moon emitted a crimson brilliance. At the same time the bright sun beside Shadow Moon also began to rotate. With the rotation of the bright sun, Shadow Moon actually revealed a phantom like a magic weapon and flew out. Go! Pu Jinyuan's face lit up with joy. He urged his magic power and pointed his finger. Shadow Moon's phantom rotated and rushed into the air, flying towards the Phoenix Dharma body. With a jig sound, the Phoenix Dharma body's wings flapped, and its rather large body actually twisted in mid-air. Its style was extremely similar to Xiaohua's Big Dipper God Fist. It dodged Shadow Moon's phantom and immediately the Phoenix Dharma body's sharp claws tore at that phantom. At this time, the fire dragon of Yi Yongfan once again caught up with Pu Jinyuan and submerged Shadow Moon's body. Boom, the sound was like a lit furnace and the flames burned the bright sun and Shadow Moon. Quick! Pu Jinyuan pointed his finger again and Shadow Moon suddenly enlarged. Just as it was about to rotate, a sudden change occurred. A powerful suction force was born from Shadow Moon and Bright Sun, and directly extracted 90% of Pu Jinyuan's magic power. Just when Pu Jinyuan was at a loss of what to do, an inexplicable fluctuation came out from Shadow Moon and enveloped Pu Jinyuan. Puff puff puff. An inexplicable sound that only Pu Jinyuan could hear came out from his body. Then the blood in his body started to boil. An incomparable strength and a feeling of rebirth spontaneously arose in his body. Bloodline awakening? Pu Jinyuan instantly knew. Ha! Pu Jinyuan laughed heartily. His arms shook and a fire ape phantom that was the same size as his body emerged from his body with difficulty. At the same time, a kind of pressure of the middle stage of foundation establishment was released. Jade Xiaohua's Phoenix Dharma body crushed Shadow Moon's phantom. Seeing that the fire ape Dharma body had actually appeared, it let out a clear cry, turned around, flapped its wings and pounced. Chapter 1854. Shui smiled apologetically. Senior brother, this is Misty Mountain's family matter. I am embarrassed to say more. Please forgive me. It's fine. Xiangyang flicked his sleeve and said, I asked this abruptly. The inside of the palace was very cold and cheerless, and Shui seemed to be very isolated. After finally finding a clean place, she smiled apologetically and said, Thank you for your kindness, senior brother. I indeed have some unspeakable reasons, so I want to stay in Misty Mountain for a while. Senior brother and senior sister can rest here. Xiaohua, if you have time you can go to the front mountain. Feiyun admires you very much and his heart is pure and kind, very different from my uncle's scheming. Can you give him a few pointers? Me. Xiaohua pointed at his nose with a bitter smile and said, I want to give him pointers but I don't know where to start. If it's time for him to build his foundation I can help. Although Shui didn't understand the meaning of Xiaohua's words, she didn't make things difficult for Xiaohua. Nodding, she saluted Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian and flew back to the front mountain. After Shui left, Xiangyang frowned and said, Junior brother Xiao, Shui seems a bit strange. I don't know what Ling Jingyi said to her. Of course, when she came out of Imperial Thunder Sect I felt something was wrong but I can't say why. Xiaohua naturally thought of the jade slip Shui gave him and said, It's even more inappropriate in Misty Mountain, but since she didn't say I can't ask. I'll slowly find an opportunity in the future. Fine. Everyone has their own secrets, some things are better not known. Yan Qinglian nodded and said. Xiaohua agreed, then looked at Yan Qinglian and Xiangyang, pondered for a moment and said, Senior brother, from what you said, your lifespan is almost up, even if your cultivation improves, you can't break through to golden core, so I won't give you this opportunity. Opportunity? Xiangyang was surprised and said, Is what you said just now true? Of course. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, Senior brother and senior sister treat me like brothers. How can I not think of them when I have some opportunities? Yan Qinglian smiled and said, I can't use the mother-child spirit fruit. Senior-in-law, don't worry. You will definitely be able to use this. Xiaohua said with a smile. However, I still have to ask senior sister-in-law to make a heart oath. You can't mention this matter to anyone. Not to mention eldest senior brother. You can't even tell master and master's wife. This. Yan Qinglian looked at Xiang Yang. Xiang Yang's eyes turned a few times before he smiled and said, This brother is really tired. I'll go and rest for a while. Qinglian, you give Xiaohua some pointers on his cultivation. After saying that, Xiang Yang walked away. After Xiang Yang left, Xiaohua took out a jade slip and immersed his divine sense into it. He erased some parts of the jade slip and passed it to Yan Qinglian. Senior sister-in-law, this is the cultivation technique's mnemonic chant. Please take a look. 3 days later little brother will come over. Alright. Yan Qinglian took the jade slip with some hesitation. If it was before she came out of the Imperial Thunder sect to cultivate, she definitely wouldn't have hesitated to make a heart oath. But now Xiaohua actually revealed an astonishing strength. This was completely different from the little junior brother she wanted to protect. She couldn't help but feel suspicious. Even if she could confirm that the possibility of Xiaohua being possessed was too small, she still didn't dare to believe it completely. Seeing this, Xiaohua didn't urge her and turned to leave. Wait a moment. Yan Qinglian immersed her divine sense into the jade slip and looked at it briefly. She smiled and said, I was worried too much. It's fine, senior sister-in-law. Little brother had no choice but to do this. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Immediately Yan Qinglian made a heart oath in front of Xiaohua. Seeing Yan Qinglian meditating on the jade slip, Xiaohua walked out and saw Xiang Yang sitting not far from the quiet room. He also walked over and sat cross-legged not far from him. He took out the jade slip that Ling Jingyi gave him and carefully looked at the things inside. Xiang Yang knew that Xiaohua was sitting next to him, but he didn't say anything and just focused on cultivating. Xiaohua raised his eyes and looked at the silent eldest senior brother. He felt a bit strange in his heart and secretly regretted revealing his strength. However, he also knew that this strange feeling was only on the surface. After a few days it definitely wouldn't exist. 3 days passed quickly. Xiaohua entered the quiet room and put away the jade slip. He asked, Senior sister-in-law, are you familiar with the cultivation method inside? I'm already familiar with it. I also saw this kind of incantation when I was young. Although I haven't practiced it, it's nothing to a foundation establishment middle stage cultivator like me. Yan Qinglian still didn't know what Xiaohua was selling. And senior sister-in-law, please seal your 5 senses and don't let your divine sense out. Little brother will give you a great opportunity. Xiaohua said in all seriousness. Yan Qinglian looked at the jade slip and was already very relieved. She sealed her 5 senses and withdrew her divine sense into her Naiwan palace. After a while Yan Qinglian felt a bit of coolness on her arm. Her heart moved. Naturally she knew that this was what Xiaohua wanted to give her. Without thinking she followed the cultivation method in the jade slip and refined this coolness into her body bit by bit. Your senior sister-in-law has started cultivating? Xiang Yang looked at Xiaohua and asked softly. Senior brother knows it's exactly like that. Xiaohua knew that the trustworthy Xiang Yang definitely wouldn't release his divine sense. He said very seriously, let's wait and see senior sister-in-law's cultivation progress. Little brother also doesn't know when I'll be able to come out. Oh, Xiang Yang didn't comment. Xiaohua smiled and said, however, little brother can guarantee that even if senior brother comes out of Misty Mountain and directly returns to the mountain, master will definitely not scold you. Bah. Xiang Yang spat and said, do you think master is willing to scold people? Immediately Xiang Yang sighed again. Alas, junior brother Xiao, with your magical abilities now. I'm afraid you're only slightly inferior to me. You can be called the #1 expert under foundation establishment, but why can't you build your foundation? Moreover, that day when you fought with Yan Xiefeng, why did you keep hiding your strength? You only need to reveal a little bit and at least, master won't scold you anymore, right? Are you sure master won't scold me again? Xiaohua asked thoughtfully. Xiang Yang hesitated. At least, junior brother Chui won't treat you like that, right? Ha, it's good that senior brother knows. If little brother doesn't build his foundation, master won't stop scolding me. Now it seems that even if little brother builds his foundation, this scolding won't stop. Xiaohua laughed loudly, his gaze somewhat fierce. As for Cui Hongshan, he's little brother's senior. Why would little brother care how he treats little brother? Xiang Yang suddenly woke up and said anxiously, Junior brother Xiao, no matter what, junior brother Cui is still part of my myriad Thunder Valley, and he's also your little junior brother. You wouldn't. Thinking about how Xiaohua treated Pu Jianyuan before, Xiang Yang shuddered. Senior brother worries too much. With little brother's cultivation, I only need to stretch out my hand to pinch him to death. He's just like a loathsome fly. He thinks he's good, but he doesn't know that in little brother's eyes he's just a joke. If he doesn't have any evil intentions towards little brother won't pay attention to him. Alas, Xiang Yang finally understood why Xiaohua refused to call Cui Hongshan's senior brother. Cui Hongshan's magical abilities could directly pinch you to death, yet you still arrogantly asked him to call you senior brother. Wasn't this just courting death? At first, Xiaohua didn't lower himself to his level, which was already pretty good, but in the end he actually forced Xiaohua to call him senior. The word senior was admittedly easy to say, but was it easy for Cui Hongshan to accept? But then Xiang Yang thought that his lifespan was not far away. In the future of Myriad Thunder Valley, it would obviously be this junior brother Xiao and junior brother Cui who would be in charge. Looking at Xiaohua's cultivation and prospects, even his master couldn't compare to him. What about Cui Hongshan's situation in Myriad Thunder Valley? For a moment Xiang Yang was somewhat worried. At this time, a crimson summoning talisman flew in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua was slightly surprised, then smiled at Xiang Yang and said, It seems that something happened to Xue Xue again. Senior brother, I'll go take a look. You stay here and protect senior sister. You go. Xiang Yang frowned as if he didn't think about his own lifespan. Instead he was worried about Cui Hongshan, thinking about how to resolve the conflict between the two in the future. But when Xiaohua crushed the summoning talisman, it was an unfamiliar, young voice. Senior brother Xiao? Are you free right now? Can you come to the front mountain? Junior brother really admires you. Oh, junior brother is Ling Feiyun. Haha. Hearing this voice, Ling Feiyun's appearance appeared in Xiaohua's mind. Chapter 1855. Pu Jianyuan didn't care about the phoenix celestial body at all. He made hand seals and took advantage of the awakening of the bloodline in his body to stimulate the remaining true essence in his meridians. His spiritual power temporarily increased and reached the middle stage of foundation establishment. He activated Shadow Moon and a dozen phantoms like before flew towards Xiaohua. Quick! Xiang Yang was shocked. He broke free from the shock of being dumbstruck. He quickly clapped his hands and wanted to release his pressure to stop Pu Jianyuan. But at this moment, an unforgettable scene appeared. Only to see Xiaohua, who was standing under the brilliance of the dozens of shadow moons, suddenly moved. His figure was extremely fast, and in the air, a series of faint afterimages appeared, rushing towards the shadow moons that were flying over. And the strange thing was that every time his figure was about to collide with the phantoms, Xiaohua inexplicably flashed and dodged the shadow moon's phantoms. And this flashing didn't affect his flight at all. In the very short time when Xiang Yang raised his hand and clapped his forehead, Xiaohua had already flashed past the dozen shadow moon's phantoms, and he himself had already flown in front of Pu Jianyuan. Immediately afterward, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and a dark spear tip appeared in his hand. It smoothly stabbed towards Pu Jianyuan's throat. Pa! Although Pu Jianyuan was extremely shocked that Xiaohua had arrived in front of him in such a short period of time, he still waved his left hand. A half-foot-long thunder palm flew out and struck Xiaohua's demonic spear. Pa! Another sound rang out. A foot-long thunder palm also flew out from Xiaohua's left palm. It was precisely the thunder palm that had struck Pu Jianyuan. The two thunder palms collided and issued a rumbling sound. This kind of similar magic was the best test of each person's cultivation. Pu Jianyuan's thunder palm was instantly annihilated by Xiaohua's thunder palm, and Xiaohua's thunder palm's momentum was not reduced. It struck Pu Jinyuan's left shoulder socket like lightning. Pu Jinyuan's shoulder socket was flickering with brilliance. The defensive light shield was facing a fierce attack. Ouch! Pu Jinyuan was shocked. While urging his magic power to replenish his defense, he quickly flew back. At the same time, with a wave of his right hand, a palm-sized mirror appeared in front of the tip of the demonic spear. Poof! The tip of the demonic spear pierced through Pu Jinyuan's Taoist robe. Immediately after, there was a crisp cracking sound. The tip of the demonic spear actually pierced through Pu Jinyuan's spell and pierced his palm. Ah! Pu Jinyuan couldn't help but scream as a stream of blood flowed down from his wrist. However, the tip of the demonic spear was still blocked. The sudden change in magic power brought about by the awakening of Pu Jinyuan's bloodline could not be underestimated. However, just when Pu Jinyuan thought he had blocked Xiaohua's attack, he saw Xiaohua open his mouth and a green and red light flashed. Pu Jinyuan's own boiling blood was suddenly enveloped by a throbbing that he had never experienced before, and his entire heart shrunk into a ball. Moreover, this throbbing made him feel as if he couldn't avoid it. At this moment, the magic power in his entire body suddenly became sluggish. Not good. This was probably Pu Jinyuan's last thought. Just as this thought appeared, Pu Jinyuan felt a chill in his throat, and everything disappeared from his eyes. Xiaohua's figure didn't stop. First he put away the Dream Slayer, then he grabbed the storage pouch on Pu Jinyuan's waist and put it away without even looking at it. In mid-air, the moonlight that had lost control dimmed. Under the burning of the yang leaf fan, it seemed as if it was about to be annihilated. Xiaohua activated the yang leaf fan and put away the fire dragon. Then he waved his hand and unceremoniously put the moonlight and radiant sun into the space. Then he turned around and quietly hovered in the air. Dead silence, absolute dead silence. At this moment, the entire mist mountain didn't have the slightest movement. The several cultivators standing in front of Xiaohua were completely sluggish. Their eyes were wide open and filled with astonishment. However, in addition to astonishment, Shue's eyes were filled with joy. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian's eyes were filled with doubt. Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming's eyes were filled with panic. Ling Jingyi's eyes were filled with fear, and Ling Feiyun's eyes were filled with excitement. Cough cough, Xiaohua was a bit embarrassed by being stared at by so many people. He awkwardly coughed twice and flew towards the crowd. Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming naturally dodged backwards, and Shui was so happy that she wanted to fly forward. When the three of them woke up at the same time, their figures stopped. Shue's face was flushed red, while Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming's faces were pale. Seeing Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian's vigilance and the magic power around them, Xiaohua was a bit puzzled. However, he didn't speak to Xiang Yang first. Instead, he looked at Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming and coldly said, "Two fellow Taoists, do you want to die or live?" This voice was so condescending, so merciless, so unlike the voice of a qi refining cultivator, and so unlike the voice of a foundation establishment senior. However, Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming felt that it was only natural. They clearly saw that Pu Jinyuan's magic power was close to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Although it couldn't be compared to the middle stage of foundation establishment, compared to Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming, it was much stronger. But unfortunately, Xiaohua had killed Pu Jinyuan when his bloodline was awakening. Then Xiaohua's divine ability? Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming didn't dare to imagine. Junior wants to live. Zhan Yu's face scrunched up into a ball. With a pitiful expression, he bitterly said, "Senior Xiao, we were instigated by Pu Jinyuan. We just want to find justice for him. We really don't have any other evil thoughts. Senior, please judge clearly." Qian Yuming's small eyes no longer dared to be squeezed by the fat on his face. He opened his eyes wide and said urgently, "Before fellow Taoist Yang, fellow Taoist Yen, and fellow Taoist Xiao came, I'm afraid you didn't say that, right?" Ling Jingyi sneered. "Fellow Taoist Ling, you have to speak the truth." Zhan Yu immediately said, "When fellow Taoist Shui came in, we didn't know that fellow Taoist Xiang and the others were behind her. What did we say? We valued the face of the Imperial Thunder Sect greatly. We already said that we wouldn't do anything." "That's right, fellow Taoist Ling, don't you think so?" Qian Yuming quickly said. Ling Jingyi knew that they were telling the truth and was at a loss for words. Did I ask you to speak? Xiaohua glanced at Ling Jingyi and said coldly. Ling Jingyi felt guilty. He quickly shrunk his neck and winked at Shueishui. Obviously he wanted Shueishui to speak and let Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming stay. Shueishui wanted to listen to her uncle, but Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian didn't speak. How could she speak? Although Xiaohua was her lover, she definitely wouldn't interfere with Xiaohua's decision. Chapter 1856. Hehe, do you two fellow Taoists want to live? Xiaohua asked with a smile. Yes, yes. Zhan Yu nodded like a chick pecking at rice. And tell me clearly why you all are here. Xiaohua continued. Don't talk about justice and righteousness, I don't care. This. Zhan Yu hesitated and looked at Qian Yuming. Qian Yuming also had a difficult expression. Hehe, looks like you don't want to live. Xiaohua did not hesitate to clap his hand and took out the sun leaf fan. No, no. Zhan Yu hurriedly waved his hand and said, the three of us have already sworn a heart oath that we won't tell a fourth person about this matter. It seems. Pu Jianyuan has already fallen, so your heart oaths have also been broken? Also, am I the third person? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. That's right. Qian Yuming woke up early and slapped his forehead and said, that day the three of us swore a heart oath. Since Pu Jianyuan has already fallen, this heart oath is naturally invalid. Even Zhan Yu's heart relaxed. And then tell me the whole story. Xiaohua nodded. Senior Xiao. Qian Yuming smiled apologetically and said, can I send a voice transmission? Don't call me senior, call me fellow Taoist. Xiaohua nodded and said, you can send a voice transmission. Yes, fellow Taoist Xiao. Zhan Yu looked at Qian Yuming and said, fellow Taoist Qian, this matter started because of you, it's better that you say it. Qian Yuming nodded and sent a voice transmission to tell the whole story. Xiaohua's face was as heavy as water, and they could not see any reaction, making Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming feel very uneasy. After Qian Yuming finished speaking, Zhan Yu smiled apologetically and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, do you think, can we leave? Hehe, I just fought with Pu Jianyuan and spent a lot of magic power. How do you calculate it? Xiaohua said with a smile. Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming were stunned and immediately came to their senses. They rushed to open their storage bags and took out their respective medicinal pills and handed them over. Give it all to me. Xiaohua did not even look at their medicinal pills and stretched out his hand and said, this. Zhan Yu hesitated and pleaded, fellow Taoist Xiao, cultivation and other items are secret arts of my sect. Please have mercy. Qian Yuming also smiled apologetically. And understood. Xiaohua took out their storage pouches and probed them with his divine sense. Fellow Taoist Xiang. Zhan Yu was quick-witted. He quickly turned his head and begged in a low voice. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian were originally on high alert, but when they saw Xiaohua snatch Zhan Yu's storage bag, a trace of a smile appeared in their eyes. Their vigilance was greatly reduced, and when they saw Zhan Yu's pleading, they only snorted coldly and declined to comment. Zhan Yu and Xiaohua were only early-stage foundation establishment disciples of a small sect. Aside from medicinal pills, spiritual herbs and jade slips, they only had a few magic tools. Xiaohua didn't care about them at all. He swept away all the medicinal pills and very unhappily returned their storage pouches to them. When Qian Yuming saw this, he took the storage pouches and smiled apologetically. Fellow Taoist Xiao, I have something here. I don't know if fellow Taoist would like it. As he spoke, he took out a thumb-sized jade bead from his bosom and handed it to Xiaohua, saying, Eyes Lion Tiger Beast found this in a dilapidated ruin. I couldn't penetrate it with my divine sense. Although I know it's extraordinary, I don't know what it's used for. Today I'll give it to fellow Taoist. Very good. Xiaohua looked at it. Although he couldn't see anything, he waved his hand and stored it in his space. He smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Qian, you don't need to make a heart oath. You can leave in a while. Ah? Zhan Yu was shocked. He scratched his head and couldn't find anything new. Many thanks, fellow Taoist Xiao. Qian Yuming said happily, I definitely won't say anything. Please rest assured. Fellow Taoist John, make a heart oath. Xiao Hua glanced at Zhang Yu and said with a smile. Sigh, Zhang Yu sighed. According to Xiao Hua's words, he made a heart oath, saying that he wouldn't say a word about what he saw today. At this time Xue Xue looked at Ling Jingyi's expression and hurriedly whispered a few words. Xiao Hua glanced at Ling Jingyi and said, Fellow Taoists, you too should also know that fellow Taoist Ling of Fog Mountain isn't the person you think he is. In the future don't disturb him. Naturally we were indeed bewitched by that guy Pu Jianyuan. In the future we definitely won't dare to come again. Zhang Yu and Qian Yuming said hurriedly. Go. Xiao Hua flicked his sleeve and looked at Ling Jingyi. Fellow Taoist Ling, send these two fellow Taoists away. Ling Jingyi was still a bit worried and looked at Xiang Yang. Why would Xiang Yang pay attention to him? Xiang Yang looked at the sky. Ling Jingyi sighed and said, Fog Mountain's formation jade pendant is with fellow Taoist Xiao. I also can't open the formation. Which one is it? Xiao Hua woke up and patted Pu Jinyuan's storage bag. He took out 2 jade pendants and asked. A trace of greed flashed in Ling Jingyi's eyes, but he still only took his own jade pendant and said, Feiyun, come and accompany father to send off the guests. Fellow Taoists, please wait a moment. Yes, father. Ling Feiyun was abnormally lively and accompanied Ling Jingyi to send off Zhang Yu and Qian Yuming. Moving his gaze away from Zhang Yu and Qian Yuming's back, Xiang Yang looked at Xiao Hua and said in a low voice, Xiao Hua, I have something to ask you in a while. Xiao Hua understood Xiang Yang's thoughts and nodded. Little brother also has something to ask eldest senior brother. Okay, when fellow Taoist Ling comes back, we'll find a secluded place. Xiang Yang nodded. Not long after, Ling Jingyi brought Ling Feiyun back. Ling Feiyun looked at Xiao Hua with surprised eyes without blinking, making Xiao Hua feel quite uncomfortable. He glanced at Ling Feiyun and saw that Ling Feiyun was actually happy. He felt even more excited. Feiyun. Ling Jingyi scolded in a low voice. How can you be so rude? Father, this senior brother Xiao is probably the old friend that sister met when she was sent to the Imperial Thunder Sect, right? Senior brother Xiao killed a Foundation establishment cultivator with Qi refinement cultivation. This is the boy's role model. Ling Feiyun was so excited that he couldn't even speak clearly. Feiyun, this matter ends here, you absolutely can't say another word. Ling Jingyi naturally knew what Xiao Hua was thinking and quickly exhorted. Yes, the boy understands. Ling Feiyun quickly replied. My son has just reached the 10th level of Qi refinement and hasn't gone out to gain experience. Of course his knowledge is limited. Please excuse me. Ling Jingyi quickly smiled apologetically and said to Xiang Yang. Feiyun, you're actually at the 10th level of Qi refinement, not simple. Xue said with a smile. Of course. Ling Feiyun puffed out his chest and said, however, compared to senior brother Xiao, I'm still far behind. Not bad. Xiao Hua touched his nose and said, Uncle, find a quiet room for senior brother Xiang. They have something to talk about. Xue reminded. Ling Jingyi replied, but his eyes were looking at Xiao Hua and said in a low voice, Fellow Xiao, I have a presumptuous request, I don't know if I should say it. Since it's a presumptuous request, then don't say it. Xiao Hua said without any trace of politeness. Ling Jingyi was very embarrassed and quickly looked at Xue. At this time Xue knew that she couldn't avoid it, so she said, Senior brother Xiao, let's listen first. If it's something difficult, just pretend you didn't hear it. Xiao Hua saw that the shadow moon and glorious sun were able to awaken Pu Jinyuan's bloodline, so he naturally knew what Ling Jingyi was planning. These things were useless to him, at most they could help Xue awaken her bloodline. Even if he gave them to Ling Jingyi, Xue could still awaken her bloodline. But the problem was that Ling Jingyi had tricked Xiao Hua. That day Xiao Hua didn't even look at the Flying Phoenix Ridge's ancestral artifact and took it out to look at it. That artifact didn't have any tricks on it, but there was a problem with the refining method and there was a mark on it. How could Xiao Hua not be angry with Ling Jingyi? But after all, Xue was his lover and he also promised not to pursue the matter, so when he heard Xue mention it he nodded slightly. Ling Jingyi's face was happy and he said with an apologetic smile, Fellow Xiao must have seen it just now. My Misty Mountains artifact and Flying Phoenix Ridge's artifact can awaken Pu Jinyuan's bloodline. Since that's the case, it can also awaken the bloodline of my Misty Mountains disciples. Therefore this artifact is incomparably precious to my Misty Mountain. So, I shamelessly want to ask fellow Shao for it. I don't know if fellow Shao. Oh, my Misty Mountain has a lot of medicinal pills and spiritual herbs. As long as fellow Shao takes a fancy to it, you can take it. I absolutely won't refuse. Hehe, can your Misty Mountain have more things than my Imperial Thunder sect? Shao Hua replied without any trace of politeness. I wouldn't dare, naturally not as much as your Imperial Thunder sect, but its eyes good intentions. Ling Jingyi said with an apologetic smile. Do you have the pill recipes for Elaine pill and essence pill? Shao Hua asked. Ling Jingyi was very embarrassed. I don't have them. You don't have anything, then what do you want to exchange? Shao Hua's eyes turned and he said with a smile, I suddenly thought of something, I don't know if you are willing to exchange. Fellow Shao please. Ling Jingyi said with pleasant surprise. Hehe, do you still need to say it? Shao Hua waved his hand and took out the sacrificial refining method that Ling Jingyi gave him before. He rubbed his hand and destroyed it. I won't say what fellow Ling has done. Take out the artifact and the sacrificial refining method, and I will give you the 2 artifacts, and the thing you want from Pu Jianyuan. This is impossible. Ling Jingyi's face changed and he waved his hand. That artifact is more precious than shining sun and shadow moon, and also, Ling Jingyi actually raised his eyes and glanced at Xue Xue. Hehe, fellow Ling, think about it yourself. Shao Hua said with a smile, it can stimulate the bloodline of Misty Mountain's disciples, and increase their cultivation by a large margin. Moreover, it can also control Flying Phoenix Ridge and Misty Mountain's strength will immediately double. The growth of strength in the future is immeasurable. Which one do you think is more suitable? Ling Jingyi's face was gloomy. It was unknown what he was thinking. After a long while he clenched his teeth, raised his head and said, I agree to this. Great. Shao Hua clapped and said, however I have a condition. What condition? Shao Hua asked curiously. Although the Shao and Shao were extremely similar to Shao, Shao Hua heard it clearly and understood what it meant. A wave of warmth flowed through his heart. With a shake of his body he withdrew the phoenix celestial body back into his body, allowing the pressure of the 2 great experts to firmly suppress him. How about it? You have nothing to say, right? Xiang Yang said hatefully, I was originally wild with joy when you came back, but then I was a bit bewildered. Just how dangerous is Mingxi's wind tunnel? Even nascent soul cultivators don't dare to enter, yet you were actually able to come back safely. This is truly an impossible matter. However, since you are Ai's junior martial brother being able to come back safely, I am naturally happy. I can't not look forward to your return. But now that you've just started to gain experience, you've already exposed yourself. Tell me, which sect are you from, which cultivator are you? If I have some impression of you, I can still let you reincarnate. Otherwise I'll extract your soul and crush it bit by bit. You won't be able to live in this world. Xiang Yang spoke for a while but Shao Hua still didn't answer. Xiang Yang's expression became increasingly malevolent. Just as he was about to flare up he saw Shao Hua shake his body, and the Phoenix Dharma body flew out again. Damn it, senior martial brother, you should release your pressure a bit. Your junior martial brother isn't resisting, yet you're still suppressing your pressure to death. How can your junior martial brother speak? Xiang Yang glanced at Yan Qinglian, and the 2 looked at each other in dismay. It was obvious that they had forgotten about this. If I release my pressure, wouldn't you be able to? Xiang Yang had just spoken when he saw Shao Hua clap his hand, and the cloud-suppressing seal flew out of the space. He smiled and said, Senior martial brother, even if there is pressure, junior martial brother can still fight back. Forget it. Seeing this, Xiang Yang looked at Yan Qinglian and they both withdrew their pressure. However, the 2's expressions were still vigilant, and they distanced themselves from Shao Hua. Shao Hua also withdrew the cloud-suppressing seal, looked around and found a praying mat to sit on. He smiled very leisurely and said, Senior martial brother, junior martial brother is junior martial brother. I've definitely not been possessed by anyone. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Xiangyang looked at Xiaohua's appearance and shook his head slightly. I know that you have nothing to fear. You've possessed my junior martial brother Zhao's body, so naturally you've also merged with his memories. Whatever I ask you, isn't it the same as asking junior martial brother Xiao? So you're saying that after possession no one will discover it no matter what? Xiaohua's eyes lit up as he asked. Xiangyang smiled bitterly. From what I see, I'm afraid they won't discover it. Then isn't it bad? Junior martial brother has no way to prove that I've not been possessed. Xiaohua spread his hands and said very regretfully. Seeing Xiaohua's almost roguish appearance, Yan Qinglian immediately thought of Xiaohua's appearance when he plundered Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Actually, it's not too difficult. Although after possession, no matter if it's appearance or mental cultivation method, they'll be the same as before, but their character and temper should be the same after possession. They definitely won't be exactly the same as before. But junior martial brother Zhao's appearance. I don't see anything strange. However, we haven't had many opportunities to see junior martial brother Xiao, so we can't judge right away. Xiangyang continued. This is really not easy to handle. Xiaohua really didn't know how to solve this matter. He smiled and said, Junior martial brother also doesn't know how to explain the origin of my cultivation to senior martial brother. That's the Phoenix Dharma body? It's also a divine ability that I obtained from the netherworld. Senior martial brother, do as you see fit. Xiangyang also smiled bitterly. Previously he had been hoping that Xiaohua would be able to establish his foundation during this experiential learning so that he could raise his cultivation. But when he saw Xiaohua's cultivation suddenly become so high, his heart was once again on guard. To be honest, he also didn't know how to handle it. Qinglian, what do you think? Along the way, Shui and junior brother Xiao have been together for who knows how long. Shui didn't say anything. What are you suspecting for? Yan Qinglian smiled. Senior sister-in-law, you can talk to eldest senior brother. Don't pull me in Shui. Although Xiaohua didn't have any ulterior motives, his face was still a little red. The three of them talked for a while. Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian had a tacit understanding and didn't ask where Xiaohua's superhuman cultivation came from. Actually, thinking about how Gantian and Sun Ming both came to find Xiaohua to seek benefits, with Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian's understanding of Xiaohua, this fellow might have left something for himself. This cultivation was easy to say. Oh right, Xiaohua, do you also have something to ask? Xiangyang suddenly thought. Speaking of this matter, Xiaohua's face sunk. He said in a low voice, little brother remembers that eldest senior brother entered the middle stage of foundation establishment less than 10 years ago. How come your lifespan is almost up? Hearing Xiaohua's question, Yan Qinglian's expression became sad. She didn't reply. Xiangyang said gently, since ancient times who doesn't die? Junior brother Xiao, you have to understand that although we cultivators can obtain a much longer lifespan than mortals through cultivation, this lifespan can't increase indefinitely. The problem is, eldest senior brother, you just broke through to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Didn't you just extend your lifespan? Xiaohua asked in confusion. You really are that loose cultivator junior brother of mine who doesn't know anything. Xiangyang laughed bitterly. He said dotingly, my lifespan was already extended when I entered foundation establishment. It can't be extended again just because I just entered the middle stage of foundation establishment. Little brother understands, Xiaohua slapped his forehead. However, if you can't build your foundation, then you only have 200 years of lifespan. The heavens gave us 160 years to break through, which can be considered merciful. When we reach the foundation building realm, the first, middle and last three realms take 30 years, 60 years, and 120 years respectively, a total of 210 years. Even if we break through to the foundation building realm at the age of 100, we still have 90 years to break through to the gold core realm. Similarly, the first three realms of the gold core realm take 120 years, 200 years and 280 years respectively, a total of 600 years. At this time, the lifespan of a gold core cultivator is 800 years. If we enter the gold core realm before the age of 200, we still have hope to break through to the nascent soul realm. However, when it comes to the nascent soul realm, the first, middle, and last three realms take 300 years, 400 years, and 500 years respectively, a total of 1,200 years. In addition to the 600 years for the gold core realm, 210 years for the foundation building realm, and 10 years for the foundation building realm, a total of 2,050 years. That's longer than the entire lifespan of a nascent soul. Speaking up to this point, Xiang Yang was slightly stunned. He looked at Xiao Hua, who was listening with great interest, and said, "Junior martial brother Xiao, aren't surprised?" "No, eldest senior martial brother, nascent soul cultivators have a lifespan of 1,000 years. Junior martial brother isn't even 100 years old yet. It sounds very novel. Then what about the deity transformation realm and the void refinement realm after the nascent soul realm?" Xiao Hua was really thirsty for knowledge. The later realms all have a lifespan of 1,000 years. To be honest, senior martial brother is the same as you. Just listening to this gives me a headache. The sect master of my Imperial Thunder sect is only a nascent soul cultivator. Let's wait until senior martial brother reaches the late gold core realm before we talk about it. Xiang Yang also rolled his eyes and didn't continue talking. In addition, junior martial brother Xiao, these years in lifespan are all summed up by others. Who can determine the number of heavenly Tao? Just treat it as a joke. At this time, Yan Qinglian also recognized Xiao Hua as Xiao Hua and said with a smile, "And then, what about eldest senior martial brother? Don't you have a lifespan of 400 years? Xiao Hua asked. Didn't senior martial brother tell you before? When senior martial brother was guarding the 10,000 Thunder Valley alone, the sound of thunder from the 10,000 Thunder Valley damaged my Tao foundation. This lifespan is related to my Tao foundation." Although Master didn't say it clearly, senior martial brother has already faintly felt that my lifespan is approaching. Oh, Xiao Hua understood. Since a breakthrough in cultivation can increase one's lifespan, then a damaged Tao foundation can naturally reduce one's lifespan. What eldest senior martial brother said is correct. I have prepared some spirit fruits and spirit wine. Please take a rest and taste it. No need, you quickly go do your business. I will wait for Xue Xue's true spirit bloodline to awaken and immediately leave. Xiang Yang waved his hand and said, "Senior brother, I can't awaken my bloodline for the time being. If senior brother doesn't want to stay in Misty Mountain any longer, we will leave now." Xue Xue said, "Why not?" Xiao Hua stared blankly and said, "Didn't Pu Jianyuan directly awaken his bloodline just now?" "Senior brother Xiao, don't ask about this. I will tell you first in the future." Xue Xue bit her lips and said. Xiao Hua looked at Xue Xue's expression, then looked at Ling Jingyi and Ling Feiyun. Ling Feiyun's face was full of excitement as if he didn't know it all. Thus he nodded and said, "Then let's go. Fellow Taoist Xiang, fellow Taoist Yan, fellow Taoist Xiao, can you stay for another half day?" Ling Jingyi was still urging them to stay. "No matter what, you have helped my Misty Mountain block such a big disaster. If I don't repay you, my heart will feel uneasy." "Then give it to me." Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and said without any trace of politeness. Xue Xue glanced at Xiao Hua unhappily and chuckled. Ling Jingyi smiled embarrassedly and took out a storage pouch and handed it to Xiao Hua. "The spirit stones inside are eyes, thanks. I really don't have enough to show my respect." "Well said, as long as there are spirit stones." Xiao Hua also didn't hold back and put the storage pouch into his bosom. "Xue Xue, you are really going to leave like this? Don't forget in the future you..." Ling Jingyi raised his eyes and looked at Xue Xue. The affection in his eyes couldn't be mistaken. Xue Xue was very embarrassed. She gritted her teeth and said, "Uncle, I am now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to stay in the Misty Mountain. Sister, if you leave today, I don't know when you will come back." "I am now at the 10th level of Qi refining. You don't like it?" Ling Feiyun said sadly. Hee, of course sister likes it. Shui Shui walked in front of Ling Feiyun. She lovingly stroked his hair and said, "You are more powerful than sister. In the future, you will definitely be able to build your foundation and condense your Dan. Hee, it doesn't matter if I build my foundation or not as long as I can be as powerful as senior brother Xiao." Ling Feiyun said excitedly. Xiaohua looked at Xiang Yang and said with a smile, "Senior brother, how about this? I just happen to have a good thing to give to senior sister. How about we stay here for a few more days? I just happen to be tired. I will rest here for a few more days." Xiang Yang was always happy to help others. Naturally, he was very tactful and said, "Okay, please find a secluded place. Don't let anyone know. We will go now." Xiaohua nodded and said, "Senior brother Xiao, there are 2 misty mountains. This is the front mountain where the disciples of the misty mountain are stationed. The back mountain is a secret place. There are no disciples there. Please follow I." Speaking of the back mountain, Shui Shui's face changed and whispered, "Very good. Let's go to the back mountain." Xiaohua nodded. What made Xiaohua curious was that when they went to the back mountain, Ling Jingyi and Ling Feiyun didn't follow. Only Shui Shui led the way. When Shui Shui led the 3 of them to a palace in the back mountain, Xiang Yang couldn't help but ask, "Junior sister Shui, although this palace is not big, it is filled with spirit herbs. The spirit energy of heaven and earth is obviously much more abundant than the front mountain. Why is it a forbidden area of the misty mountain?" Chapter 1860. Shui Shui smiled apologetically. "Senior brother, this is Misty Mountain's family matter. I am embarrassed to say more. Please forgive me." "Ah, it's fine, it's fine." Xiang Yang flicked his sleeve and said, "I asked this abruptly." The inside of the palace was very cold and cheerless, and Shui Shui seemed to be very isolated. After finally finding a clean place, she smiled apologetically and said, "Thank you for your kindness, senior brother. I indeed have some unspeakable reasons, so I want to stay in Misty Mountain for a while. Senior brother and senior sister can rest here. Xiaohua, if you have time you can go to the front mountain. Feiyun admires you very much and his heart is pure and kind, very different from my uncle's scheming. Can you give him a few pointers?" "Me?" Xiaohua pointed at his nose with a bitter smile and said, "I want to give him pointers but I don't know where to start. If it's time for him to build his foundation I can help." Although Shui Shui didn't understand the meaning of Xiaohua's words, she didn't make things difficult for Xiaohua. Nodding, she saluted Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian and flew back to the front mountain. After Shui Shui left, Xiang Yang frowned and said, "Junior brother Xiao, Shui Shui seems a bit strange. I don't know what Ling Jingyi said to her. Of course, when she came out of Imperial Thunder Sect I felt something was wrong but I can't say why." Xiaohua naturally thought of the jade slip Shui Shui gave him and said, "It's even more inappropriate in Misty Mountain, but since she didn't say I can't ask. I'll slowly find an opportunity in the future." "Fine. Everyone has their own secrets, some things are better not known." Yan Qinglian nodded and said. Xiaohua agreed, then looked at Yan Qinglian and Xiang Yang, pondered for a moment and said, "Senior brother, from what you said, your lifespan is almost up. Even if your cultivation improves, you can't break through to golden core, so I won't give you this opportunity." "Opportunity?" Xiang Yang was surprised and said, "Is what you said just now true?" "Of course." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Senior brother and senior sister treat me like brothers. How can I not think of them when I have some opportunities?" Yan Qinglian smiled and said, "I can't use the mother-child spirit fruit. Senior-in-law, don't worry. You will definitely be able to use this." Xiaohua said with a smile, "However, I still have to ask senior sister-in-law to make a heart oath. You can't mention this matter to anyone. Not to mention eldest senior brother. You can't even tell master and master's wife." "This." Yan Qinglian looked at Xiang Yang. Xiang Yang's eyes turned a few times before he smiled and said, "This brother is really tired. I'll go and rest for a while. Qinglian, you give Xiaohua some pointers on his cultivation." After saying that, Xiang Yang walked away. After Xiang Yang left, Xiaohua took out a jade slip and immersed his divine sense into it. He erased some parts of the jade slip and passed it to Yan Qinglian. "Senior sister-in-law, this is the cultivation technique's mnemonic chant. Please take a look. 3 days later little brother will come over. Alright. Yen Qinglian took the jade slip with some hesitation. If it was before she came out of the Imperial Thunder Sect to cultivate, she definitely wouldn't have hesitated to make a heart oath. But now Xiaohua actually revealed an astonishing strength. This was completely different from the little junior brother she wanted to protect. She couldn't help but feel suspicious. Even though she could confirm that the possibility of Xiaohua being possessed was too small, she still didn't dare to fully believe it. Seeing this, Xiaohua didn't urge her and turned to leave. Wait a moment. Yen Qinglian immersed her divine sense into the jade slip and looked at it for a moment. She smiled and said, I was worried too much. It's fine, senior sister-in-law. Little brother had no choice but to do this. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Immediately Yen Qinglian made a heart oath in front of Xiaohua. Seeing Yen Qinglian meditating on the jade slip, Xiaohua walked out and saw Xiangyang sitting not far from the quiet room. He also walked over and sat cross-legged not far from him. He took out the jade slip that Ling Jingyi gave him and carefully looked at the things inside. Xiangyang knew that Xiaohua was sitting next to him, but he didn't say anything and just focused on cultivating. Xiaohua raised his eyes to look at the silent eldest senior brother, and there was a strange feeling in his heart. He secretly regretted revealing his strength, but he was also clear in his heart that this strange feeling was only on the surface. After a few days it would absolutely not exist. 3 days passed quickly. Xiaohua entered the quiet room and put away the jade slip. He asked, Senior sister-in-law, are you familiar with the cultivation method inside? I'm already familiar with it. I also saw this kind of incantation when I was young. Although I haven't practiced it, it's nothing to a foundation establishment middle stage cultivator like me. Yen Qinglian still didn't know what Xiaohua was selling. And senior sister-in-law, please seal your 5 senses and don't let your divine sense out. Little brother will give you a great opportunity. Xiaohua said in all seriousness. Yen Qinglian looked at the jade slip and was already very relieved. She sealed her 5 senses and withdrew her divine sense into her Naiwan palace. After a while Yen Qinglian felt a bit of coolness on her arm. Her heart moved. Naturally she knew that this was what Xiaohua wanted to give her. Without thinking she followed the cultivation method in the jade slip and refined this coolness into her body bit by bit. Your senior sister-in-law has started cultivating? Xiangyang looked at Xiaohua and asked softly. Seeing Shueshue's love for him, he knew that the two of them had a very good relationship. How could Xiaohua ignore Ling Feiyun's request? Soon after, Xiaohua came out of the palace and flew to the front mountain. In the air he met Ling Feiyun. From afar Ling Feiyun bowed and greeted him, calling him senior brother. Ha! Seeing Ling Feiyun's excited appearance, Xiaohua was also happy. He rarely showed his strength in front of others, so this was the first time he saw such a respectful expression. When he helped Ling Feiyun up, he smiled and said, Junior brother Ling, what's the matter? I won't hide it from senior brother Xiao. That day when junior brother was being trampled on, my heart was filled with endless regret. Why didn't I have a high cultivation? Although I wanted to kill the enemy at that time, I didn't have the strength to fight back. Just as I was about to be killed, senior brother Xiao suddenly appeared in my misty mountain. Junior brother really doesn't know how to express my gratitude. Junior brother only wants to have senior brother Xiao's cultivation one day, to be able to easily kill foundation establishment cultivators with just a peak qi refining cultivation. Ling Feiyun spoke incoherently. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Actually, junior brother came to ask senior brother Xiao in private because I want to know. Senior brother Xiao's cultivation. Is there any shortcut or trick that allows you to have such a high cultivation with such a low cultivation? Looking at the eagerness in Ling Feiyun's eyes, what was the difference between him and when he was a rogue cultivator? Xiaohua's face unconsciously revealed a trace of a smile. However, after thinking for a moment, Xiaohua let Ling Feiyun down and said, I's cultivation path. I'm afraid it's not suitable for you. Chapter 1861. Seeing Ling Feiyun's disappointment, Xiaohua said with a smile, "The goal of cultivation is the same, but the path is different. If there is only one path, then I will walk in front of you. Wouldn't I be blocking your path? Since you've stepped on the path of cultivation, you're walking on your own path. What others say is just a reference. If you only listen to what others say and don't walk your own path steadily, then you'll always be on the wrong path." This. Ling Feiyun's face was confused. He thought Xiaohua would have some profound chant or even a secret manual. He didn't expect it to be this. He was born in a cultivation family. Since birth, the Ling family gave him all kinds of spiritual herbs and various medicinal pills. All the cultivation methods and chants were provided step by step. How could he know such a profound truth? "Thank you, senior brother Xiao." Ling Feiyun had no choice but to bow and express his gratitude. However, his eyes clearly showed that he was not satisfied. "Idiot." A light rebuke came from the distance. Xiaohua raised his head and saw the Ling family's head, Ling Jingyi, at the foot of the mountain. Without waiting for him to come closer, Ling Jingyi said, "Feiyun." Although fellow Taoist Xiao didn't say any secret cultivation method, what he said was the chance for your cultivation. If you can't comprehend these words, then you can only reach foundation establishment. You definitely won't be able to step into gold core. If you can comprehend these words, then gold core won't be a problem. Then he turned to Xiaohua and cupped his hands. "I didn't expect fellow Taoist Xiao to be able to comprehend such a truth at such a young age. This old man really admires you." This truth is something this old man understood in recent years when he was pondering why our cultivation family couldn't compete with cultivation sections. Moreover, it was very vague. Today, after listening to fellow Taoist Xiao's words, it was as if I was suddenly enlightened. Alas, no wonder fellow Taoist Xiao has such a cultivation. "I admire you." Ling Jingyi's 2 words of admiration made Xiaohua blush with shame. Just a few words, he also felt it. How could it be as profound as Ling Jingyi said when he only combined it with his own cultivation? However, when he thought about it carefully, wasn't it because the cultivation family lost their core because they relied on cultivation sects? Xiaohua's words also hit the nail on the head. "Thank you for your pointers, father." "Thank you for your pointers, senior brother Xiao." Ling Feiyun hurriedly said, but after saying this he immediately became timid. He called Ling Jingyi father and called Xiaohua senior brother. All of a sudden Xiaohua was one generation lower. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I came here for a matter." Ling Jingyi hurriedly explained. "What's the matter?" Xiaohua didn't have a good impression of Ling Jingyi and frowned. "Today is the day that my Misty Mountain uses a magic tool to help the disciples awaken their bloodline. I wonder if fellow Taoist Xiao can be at the side." Ling Jingyi smiled apologetically. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "This is your Misty Mountain's matter. I won't get involved. I won't hide it from fellow Taoist Xiao." Ling Jingyi smiled apologetically. "Ever since fellow Taoist gave those 2 magic tools to I have been pondering over them for the past few days. But no matter how he tried to control it, he was unable to achieve the effect of activating his true spirit bloodline. I thought about it. I'm afraid that the magic tool's effect was triggered because a fellow Taoist fought with Pu Jianyuan that day, right? That's why I shamelessly came to ask fellow Taoist for help." Xiaohua still shook his head. "This has nothing to do with I. You can just find someone else to be your opponent. I am very busy." Finished speaking, Xiaohua turned around and left. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Ling Jingyi stepped forward and pulled Xiaohua's sleeve. He smiled apologetically and said, "Fellow Taoist, please wait for a moment. It's not that I don't want to look for someone, but the secret of activating one's true spirit bloodline isn't something that can be casually revealed. I can't possibly find a foundation establishment cultivator on Dawn Rain continent who can make I feel at ease. I'm afraid there's only fellow Taoist Xiao. Sigh, fellow Taoist Xiao. I hope you can help my Misty Mountain once for Shue's sake. Senior brother Xiao, please help my father." Ling Feiyun bowed and saluted like Ling Jingyi. "I forget it." Xiaohua was the most kind-hearted. Thinking about it, it was just a matter of lifting a hand. He could only wave his sleeve and said, "Just this once." "Many thanks, fellow Taoist, many thanks." Ling Jingyi was wild with joy. He turned his head and said to Ling Feiyun, "Feiyun, quickly go to the ancestral hall and prepare." "Yes, father." Ling Feiyun was also happy. He quickly flew to the front mountain. After Ling Feiyun left, Ling Jingyi clapped his hands and took out something similar to the bead that Qian Yuming gave Xiaohua. He smiled apologetically and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I have been searching for ancient records in the ancestral hall for a method to activate one's bloodline. It was precisely this thing that I found. I know that fellow Taoist likes it, so I brought it to fellow Taoist." Xiaohua took it and looked at it. He smiled and said, "I also don't like it. It's just that I don't understand it. I feel that it's a bit strange. Oh, this thing is mentioned in my Ling clan's records. It seems to be something like Kali of the Buddhist sect." Ling Jingyi immediately explained, "However, as for what it does specifically, I don't know." "Saraira?" Xiaohua was startled. "Yes, it's a Saraira," Ling Jingyi said as if he had just realized something. "Take out the yellow talisman father gave you before and recall the spell I taught you. Use this bright sun to attack fellow Taoist Xiao with all your strength. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Xiao knows what to do," Ling Jingyi said and handed the two combined magic tools to Ling Feiyun. "Father, how can you let the boy control the magic tools?" Ling Feiyun was obviously stunned and quickly waved his hand. "Father, control is better, you have a better chance." Ling Jingyi's face became serious and he scolded, "Why aren't you moving? It's not that easy to ask fellow Taoist Xiao to make a move. Don't waste his time." "Father." Ling Feiyun's face was red, but he still didn't want to. He insisted, "Boy is only at the 10th layer of the qi refining stage. It's not enough to control the magic tools. Even if you use the ancestral yellow talisman, I'm afraid it can't show the power of the magic tools. It also can't awaken the boy's bloodline. Didn't Pu Jianyuan awaken his bloodline that day? He's at the early stage of the foundation establishment stage. Father is already at the foundation establishment stage. You're still at the qi refining stage. If fellow Taoist Xiao makes a move, he should have a chance. Even if father gets this chance, it's useless. If your bloodline awakens, it's very possible you can attack the foundation establishment stage." Ling Jingyi's face became cold. "Don't tell me you didn't listen to father?" Ling Feiyun was helpless. He was about to reach out and take the magic tools, but his hand stopped halfway. He clenched his teeth and said, "Boy has listened to father for dozens of years. Today I'll let the boy be presumptuous." "Presumptuous?" Ling Jingyi scolded, "You're already at the 10th layer of the qi refining stage. You still don't understand the big picture?" "Father," cough cough, Xiaohua coughed twice. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I'll be done soon. Please wait a moment." Ling Jingyi said hurriedly, I promised to make a move, but I only said it a few times." Xiaohua touched his nose and said with interest. He didn't know whether Ling Jingyi was putting on a show for him or not, but Ling Feiyun's expression made him decide that for this father and son relationship, he should make a move one more time. "Ah?" Ling Jingyi was startled at first, then became overjoyed. He smiled and said, "Thank you, fellow Taoist Xiao. I've really wasted fellow Taoist's Fa Li. Hehe, the Flying Phoenix mountain range needs a lot of pills. Using a bit of Fa Li isn't a big deal," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Hehe, I understand." Ling Jingyi replied with a smile. "Fine, you think I'm greedy? If Xue Xue finds out, I won't have any face left." Xiaohua hurriedly said, "Wait a moment. Let I take a look at your Ling clan's ancient books." Of course. Ling Jingyi smiled from ear to ear. This was practically not a condition. "Fellow Taoist Ling, be careful." Xiaohua restrained his smile and urged the Fa Li in his body to fan the sun leaf fan. After receiving Xiaohua's Fa Li, the sun leaf fan immediately surged with a crimson brilliance. It was as if a layer of flames had ignited around it. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth near the platform was all sucked into the sun leaf fan. "Go!" Xiaohua shouted loudly. The flames on the sun leaf fan immediately left its body and condensed into the shape of a fire dragon, rolling towards Ling Jingyi. Of course, Ling Jingyi had already seen the might of the sun leaf fan, but that was after all a bystander. Only now did he truly face the fire dragon of the Sun Leaf Fan. Did he understand how Pu Genuan felt at that time? What kind of heat was this, and what kind of Fali was this? Even an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator like him couldn't compare to it. If he didn't personally experience it, how could he believe that a peak-stage chi refining cultivator could have such a powerful divine ability? Rise. Ling Jingyi didn't dare to be negligent. Under the urging of his Fali, he also poured it into the Sun Leaf Fan. The Sun Leaf Fan could only see the Sun Leaf Fan blossom with a circle of brilliance, driving the surrounding moon shadow. From the moon shadow, a crescent of light gradually emerged. Shua shua. The crescent of light left the magic tool and directly attacked Xiao Hua. However, the fire dragon of the Sun Leaf Fan rushed forward and immediately wrapped around the light shadow. In a moment, the light shadow scattered and turned into a shadow, gradually disappearing. The fire dragon didn't lose its momentum. Just like last time, it surrounded the fake Sun Leaf Fan and the moon shadow. Fellow Taoist Xiao, be careful. Seeing that the blood in his body didn't have any reaction, Ling Jingyi shouted loudly. He slapped his forehead and released the pressure of an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, pressing down on Xiao Hua. Don't worry. Xiao Hua let out a long cry. His body shook and the Phoenix Dharma body rushed out of his body. Following Xiao Hua's long cry, there was also a clear cry. The scarlet wings spread out, and the Phoenix Dharma body that was more than 200 feet in size appeared above Xiao Hua's head. Go! Xiao Hua shouted. The Phoenix Dharma body soared into the sky and flew forward to meet Ling Jingyi's pressure. With a claw, a cold light flashed and directly grabbed at Ling Jingyi's face. Ouch! Ling Jingyi was shocked. He knew that his body's defense wasn't enough to deal with the Phoenix Dharma body. Just as he was about to take out his magic tool, suddenly, an incomparably powerful suction force came from the bright sun magic tool, sucking away most of the magic power in Ling Jingyi's body. Then the magic tool emitted a strange fluctuation. This fluctuation rushed towards the Phoenix Dharma body and directly covered Ling Jingyi's body. Just like last time, as soon as the fluctuation entered Ling Jingyi's blood, his blood began to surge like boiling water. Xiao Hua was very sensitive to this strange fluctuation. He waved his claw disdainfully and blocked the weak fluctuation. The Phoenix Dharma body flew back to Xiao Hua's head and stopped again with a clear cry. Looking at Ling Jingyi again, his originally fat body suddenly swelled up like a balloon. When his Taoist robe was pushed up, a short and fat shadow of a fire ape slowly stood up from his body. Roar! Although the fire ape Dharma body was short and fat, it still looked weak. It stretched lazily and looked around a few times. Its respectful gaze fell on Xiao Hua's Phoenix Dharma body. Great! Ling Jingyi's face lit up with joy. He withdrew his pressure and sat down cross-legged, as if he was channeling his magic power to focus on the Dharma body. After waiting for a while, the fire ape Dharma body became a little stronger. Ling Jingyi shook his body and withdrew the Dharma body. He bowed and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, thank you. You're welcome." Xiao Hua smiled and withdrew the Phoenix Dharma body. He looked at Ling Feiyun again and said, "How is it? Junior brother Ling, do you want to awaken your bloodline today?" No hurry, no hurry. Fellow Taoist Xiao used up a lot of magic power today. Let's rest for a few days first. Ling Jingyi hurriedly said with a smile. But when Ling Feiyun heard this, disappointment appeared in his eyes. "It's okay. I didn't use up anything. Strike while the iron is hot," Xiao Hua said indifferently. Ling Jingyi was secretly shocked. He thought for a while and shook his head. "Thank you, fellow Taoist Xiao, but I want to try it myself." Chapter 1863. Although Ling Jingyi wanted to rely on his own strength to use the Shining Sun and Shadow Moon artifacts, in reality he didn't know if it was because his magic power was limited or because his recently awakened true spirit bloodline wasn't powerful enough. In short, after Ling Feiyun exhausted his magic power to use the artifacts, Ling Feiyun's true spirit bloodline showed no signs of being activated. Thus, Ling Jingyi could only helplessly ask Xiao Hua to help. He didn't want to lose the opportunity to awaken his only son's bloodline. After Xiaohua used the Phoenix Dharma body, Ling Feiyun's true spirit bloodline was easily activated. And Xiaohua also understood, although the luminous sun and shadow moon instruments had the effect of affecting the true spirit bloodline of the Mist Mountain, but there must also be other true spirit bloodline Dharmakayas present in order for it to work. In the past there would definitely be Ling family's Dharmakayas activating the Dharmakayas, but now there was no one in the Ling family with Dharmakayas, and Ling Jingyi's Dharmakayas were also weak, so naturally he couldn't coordinate with the two instruments. Ha! Xiaohua clapped his hands and laughed. He also knew that in the future the Ling family bloodline of Misty Mountain will definitely be activated and revived by Ling Jingyi. Ling Feiyun's cultivation is at the 10th level of qi refining. His true spirit bloodline was forcefully activated. For a moment his body simply couldn't adapt. Only an indistinct shadow appeared on his back. Ling Feiyun took a pill and forced himself to sit cross-legged. His face was deathly pale. Ling Jingyi's eyes were filled with joy, but his face was naturally filled with love. Xiaohua smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Ling, this matter is over. It's time for you to fulfill your promise." "Yes. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please wait a moment." Ling Jingyi looked away from Ling Feiyun's face and brought Xiaohua out of the platform. Then they entered the cave and passed through several restrictions before arriving at a library. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is the place where my Misty Mountain's genealogy, ancient books and techniques are recorded. The ancient books are on the second floor of the library. This is the certificate to enter the library. You can go from the first to the fourth floor. After you finish reading you can come out by yourself. This certificate allows you to leave but not enter. When fellow Taoist Xiao comes again you can send a message to I won't accompany fellow Taoist." As he spoke he handed a jade pendant to Xiaohua. Seeing Ling Jingyi hand over the jade pendant so confidently, Xiaohua was somewhat surprised. He smiled strangely and said, "This is the core of your Ling family. Aren't you afraid that I will do something to it?" I am indeed a little worried. However, there are some fellow cultivators whom I can trust with my life even though I have only met them a few times. There are some fellow cultivators whom I am very close to, but I cannot trust them even once. Fellow Taoist Xiao is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect and a good friend of Shui. How can I not believe him? Fellow Taoist, feel free to copy the things in the ancient books. You can take a look at the cultivation arts and the like yourself. Haha. Fellow Taoist Ling, why would I want to see your Ling clan's techniques? Don't worry. Xiaohua understood the meaning behind Ling Jingyi's words. He grabbed the jade pendant and stepped into the library with a smile. Seeing that Xiaohua was actually so free and easy, not even saying superfluous words, Ling Jingyi couldn't help but be surprised. He was used to being polite to others, so he gradually wore a mask on his face. He had to be on guard and think carefully about everything. Just now he agreed to Xiaohua's conditions without hesitation. However, later on he remembered that the library didn't have any special restrictions. If he could see the ancient books he could also see the cultivation arts. He obviously couldn't accompany him, so he pretended to be generous. However, he still had some misgivings in his heart. According to his thoughts, Xiaohua would definitely let him accompany him to get the ancient books in order to avoid suspicion. Or perhaps he would let him take out the ancient books. Who would have thought? Xiaohua actually went in so openly. He couldn't have leaked our Ling family's cultivation method, right? This was Ling Jingyi's first thought, but immediately after the image of Xiaohua's skinny back and smiling face appeared in his mind. At the same time, the matter of Qian Yuming not needing to make a heart oath after handing over the Saraira also occurred to him. If he wanted the Ling family's cultivation method, I'm afraid he wouldn't have to be so despicable, right? Immediately Ling Jingyi felt relieved and turned around. After all, the awakening of Ling Feiyun's bloodline and the awakening of the other Ling clan disciples' bloodlines was his main concern. In a flash 20 days had passed. Xiaohua wasn't flipping through the ancient books in the Ling clan's ancestral hall, observing Yan Qinglian's progress in refining the Zhong Yao elixir in the back of the mountain, or sitting next to Xiang Yang. In these 20 days Xiang Yang didn't say a word and didn't even look at Xiaohua. His face was calm. Shui also knew about Ling Feiyun's bloodline and specially came over. However, she only said 2 words of thanks and didn't say much. Of course, Shue's complexion was a lot better than before. On this day, Xiaohua was flipping through the ancient books. It was also a silk booklet. The content inside wasn't too much, but when Xiaohua saw the contents, he couldn't help but be surprised. This seems to be a record of talismans. It's actually similar to your Zhu clan's. Chapter 1864. Forget it. Xiaohua sighed. Since it belongs to the Buddhist sect, I naturally have to go to the Buddhist sect's ruins. If I have the power to protect myself, why can't I go to the Buddhist sect's ruins? Xiaohua had already decided not to go to the Buddhist sect's ruins. Now that he had killed Foundation Establishment late stage and early stage Foundation Establishment cultivators, he had a good understanding of his own strength and obtained 2 Sariras. He couldn't help but secretly want to explore the Buddhist sect's ruins. After another 10 days, Xiaohua had finished reading all of the Ling clan's ancient books and had some understanding of the Xiaoyu continent and the cultivation world. Only then did he return the jade pendant to Ling Jingyi and leisurely left the Ling clan's ancestral hall. Ling Jingyi received the jade pendant and hurriedly left without saying a word. Obviously, there were many important matters to attend to in the clan. Xiaohua didn't ask, but his heart was clear. Pu Jianyuan died in the Misty Mountain and left all of his tokens to Ling Jingyi. If Ling Jingyi didn't take over the Flying Phoenix Ridge now, then when? Especially since Ling Jingyi had the Fire Ape Dharma body, his bloodline was connected to the Flying Phoenix Ridge. Presumably, the disciples of the Flying Phoenix Ridge wouldn't reject him too much. In the quiet room, Yan Qinglian's body tempering had come to an end. Of course, it wasn't so easy to completely absorb the zhongyao milk. All Yan Qinglian could do was to simply absorb the zhongyao milk and spread it throughout every strand of her body. The only way to truly temper the zhongyao milk completely was to rely on the lightning escape technique. This was the key to the thunder escape technique's advancement by relying on the zhongyao milk. As for the zhongyao milk, it could help Qian Diheng, Sun Shu and the others to break through to the next level because their bodies had been refined by the zhongyao milk, which allowed them to better sense natural powers and make breakthroughs easier. In the end, Shui also came and sat next to Xiangyang like Xiaohua. Because Xiangyang was next to him, Xiaohua didn't cultivate and chatted with Shui. For some reason, Xiaohua asked about Shui's parents and Ling Feiyun's mother. Shui's face paled and her eyes reddened. She hesitated for a moment and said, "My parents died early, I don't have any recollection. It was uncle who brought me up. Feiyun's mother also passed away when I was 10 years old." After saying so much, Shui wasn't willing to say anything more. Xiaohua understood and hurriedly changed the topic. Just as he was about to make Shui happy, a sharp whistle came from inside the listening room. Yan Qinglian broke out of seclusion. When Yan Qinglian flew in front of Xiangyang, Xiangyang was actually stunned. What do you think? Originally, Yan Qinglian looked like she was in her 60s. Her hair was white and she looked a little old. At this moment, Yan Qinglian's face was delicate and her previous wrinkles were gone. The most obvious change was her hair. It was completely black. Xiangyang pointed his finger at Yan Qinglian. He was both delighted and shocked. He didn't know what to say. What's wrong with this concubine? Yan Qinglian naturally didn't know about the changes in her body and asked curiously, senior sister-in-law, take a look. Xiaohua had seen Yan Qinglian when he entered the quiet room, so he naturally knew what was going on. With a wave of his hand, a foot-sized round mirror appeared in midair. Seeing the face in the mirror that was 10 years younger, Yan Qinglian was pleasantly surprised. She almost couldn't believe it and touched her face with her fingers. Senior brother, are you satisfied? Xiaohua said with a smile. Little brother couldn't have been possessed, right? Xiangyang smiled and looked at Yan Qinglian lovingly, ignoring Xiaohua. Many thanks for junior brother Zhao's help. Yan Qinglian woke up and bowed. All female cultivators valued their appearance. Yan Qinglian's cultivation wasn't as high as Zhuo Minghui's, so she couldn't maintain her appearance. She never thought that she could become younger. Now that she suddenly became youthful, she was pleasantly surprised. Look, senior sister-in-law, the one in front of you is your cute junior brother. Don't be so polite. Xiaohua was also happy. To be able to do something for his senior sister-in-law who loved him dearly, he had to pay a price. And don't be polite with him, Xiangyang said with a smile. He sat beside me for so many days and didn't even say a word to me. He just wanted to see my surprise. Now that he's seen it, we're even. Senior brother, Xiaohua said with a bit of exaggeration. This is even? If we're not even, then what? Xiangyang glared at Xiaohua and asked in a bad mood. Even. Xiaohua shrunk his neck. He was so scared that he didn't dare to say anything. However, he understood in his heart that the slight gap caused by the heat of possession had already been closed. Xiangyang wanted to ask a few questions, but he had misgivings about promising Xiaohua, so he forcefully restrained himself and could only smile foolishly. After a while, Xiaohua transmitted his voice again and told her about the matter of cultivating the lightning evasion. Yan Qinglian's face once again showed astonishment. This was also something she had never heard of before. However, looking at Xiaohua's smiling face, Yan Qinglian nodded firmly. After that, the four of them rested for half a day at the back of Misty Mountain before bidding farewell to Ling Jingyi. Because of Shui, Ling Jingyi didn't set up any big battle array. He only brought Ling Feiyun, and the two of them sent the four of them far away. When Xiaohua and the others disappeared, Ling Feiyun clenched his fist and said in a low voice, "Father, this boy has decided. If he wants to walk, he will walk his own path. My Misty Mountain has an inheritance and a true spirit bloodline. Before this boy cultivates the Ling family's martial arts to the extreme, he will not consider anything else." Ling Jingyi nodded and said, "Father understands your thoughts. If you want to do it, Father will naturally support you." After that, the two of them didn't return to Misty Mountain and headed towards Flying Phoenix Ridge. Ignoring the fact that Xiaohua's words had a huge impact on Ling Feiyun's cultivation and Ling Jingyi's actions when he went to the Phoenix Ridge, Xiaohua flew with Xiangyang for another 10 days. Seeing that Shue's expression was slightly better, Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, "This poor Taoist helped you kill Pu Jianyuan and you didn't even say a word of thanks. Instead, you only frowned for a few days straight. Can't you give this poor Taoist a reason? You only said that you will talk about it in the future. Isn't that making I worried?" Xiaohua didn't transmit his words. Obviously, he wanted Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian to hear and persuade them together. However, who would have thought that Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian would ignore him? Shui pursed her lips and said with a smile, "You already said that you won't let I say thanks. Why do you still want to ask? Besides, there are many things that don't necessarily have to have an ending. Being able to experience the pain and sweetness together is already the best." "All right." Seeing that Shui was smiling, Xiaohua shrugged and didn't say anything else. Shui also clearly understood that she had neglected Xiaohua because of her own emotions. She once again extended her slender finger and lightly pointed at Xiaohua. "Moreover, that Pu Jianyuan is truly abominable. He clearly wants to exterminate the descendants of the Ling family in the Mist Mountain, but he still uses the pretense of looking for magic tools. If you kill him, won't you get a lot of benefits? Don't make me talk about your transmissions with Qian Yuming and Zhan Yu again. I'm afraid you have some transactions, right?" Xiaohua curled his lips and said, "To be honest, fellow Taoist Ling's actions aren't that strong. It's just that he's a lot smarter and Pu Jianyuan only realized it recently. No matter what Pu Jianyuan's intentions are, he always has a valid excuse. Actually, when it comes to the content of the transmissions, it's nothing special. It's just that Pu Jianyuan found the traces of the fire ape and thought of his artifacts. When he invited cultivators to help him, he met Qian Yuming and Zhan Yu, who also found the traces of the fire ape. Pu Jianyuan has a way to subdue the fire ape, and Qian Yuming and Zhan Yu have the strength. The three of them colluded without prior consultation. As for whether killing Pu Jianyuan and subduing Misty Mountain is Pu Jianyuan's final plan, that's not something I can know. That's a fire ape, a 5th-rank spiritual beast with an early gold core cultivation. Now that you already have Radiant Sun and Shadow Moon, plus Senior Martial Brother and Senior Martial Sister, it's not impossible to subdue it. Why weren't you tempted that day?" Shui pursed her lips and smiled. Radiant Sun and Shadow Moon are your artifacts. How can I refine them? I'll leave them to you. Xiaohua said with a smile. As for the fire ape? I still want to live a few more days, so I won't listen to the two of them. A strange look flashed across Shue's eyes. She shook her head and said, Darling Xiao, although Radiant Sun and Shadow Moon are Ling families, they're still useful to me. However, I don't have to refine them. If you have the ability, you should refine them. When I have a use for them in the future, you can use them on my behalf. That's fine too. Xiaohua nodded. Isn't what's yours also mine? Shui rolled her eyes at him. I've always heard Senior Martial Sister Sun say that you were stingy the last time you went out. Why do you think that what's yours is mine today? Moreover, Zhan Yu and the others have their eyes on the fire ape. If you can refine Shadow Moon and Radiant Sun, you'll have a 40% chance of subduing the fire ape. Why are you shrinking back? This really isn't your style. Act according to your ability, act according to your ability. Xiaohua avoided talking about his own stinginess and waved his hand. Let's not talk about the fire ape's early-stage gold core cultivation. Even if I have a 40% chance of subduing it according to Qian Yuming, there's also a thunder beast that appeared with the fire ape. I have never heard of this thing. To be able to travel with the fire ape, I don't have the wishful thinking of subduing two spirit beasts. Xiaohua and Shui were only chatting idly as they flew behind Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian. However, when Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian heard the two words, Thunder Beast, they suddenly stopped. Their bodies seemed to be imprisoned and they almost fell from the sky. With great difficulty they stabilized their bodies and turned around almost instantly. They rushed to Xiaohua and anxiously said, Junior Martial Brother Xiao, what did you say? Thunder Beast? Xiang Yang's voice and body were trembling as if he was too excited. Thunder Beast? Qian Yuming transmitted his voice to this little brother. When they discovered the fire ape, there were traces of lightning strikes in the trees around the fire ape. They suspected that it was a thunder beast. Xiaohua replied somewhat strangely. This little brother also didn't know whether what they said was true or not. It was extremely dangerous left and right, so this little brother also didn't tell eldest senior martial brother. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Chapter 1865. Did they see what the lightning beast looked like? Yan Qinglian's voice was also trembling. Xiaohua smiled and said, Zhan Yu did say that there was a blurry shadow. It was too fast and couldn't be seen clearly, but there was a pair of wings. Sure enough. Xiang Yang was overjoyed and his hand trembled again. Sure enough, Xiang Yang said sure enough for a long time, but he didn't say anything. Junior brother Xiao, where did this lightning beast appear? Yan Qinglian's mood had already stabilized and she asked in a deep voice. Flame Forest Marsh. Xiaohua answered without hesitation. Good, let's go to Flame Forest Marsh now. Yan Qinglian said decisively. Xiaohua was surprised. We're not going to look at the sea but at the beautiful seascape? Of course we're not going. Xiang Yang laughed and said, compared to my lifespan, the beauty of the seascape can't be placed in your senior sister-in-law's eyes. Senior brother, Xiaohua was also pleasantly surprised and asked curiously, what does this lightning beast have to do with senior brother's lifespan? This is naturally related and it's greatly related. Xiang Yang smiled and said, actually, during this experiential learning, my greatest hope is to encounter a lightning beast. Only the lightning beast's inner core can restore my lifespan. Of course, this lightning beast is only a legend. Even Gold Core and Nascent Soul seniors covet it. I only have hope, but I don't dare to imagine it, so I didn't explain it to you. But it really makes me happy. I just left the mountain and I already encountered it. I don't know if it's my luck or junior brother's luck. Xiaohua looked at Yan Qinglian crying tears of joy, and his eyes were also moist. He smiled and said, of course it's senior brother's luck. Senior brother is honest and never deceives others. If the heavens don't care for this kind of cultivator, then the heavens are really unfair. Congratulations, senior brother, the heavens really have opened their eyes. Shui also went up to congratulate. I only see hope. Xiang Yang laughed and said, the lightning beast is a 6th grade spirit beast. and has the strength of gold core middle stage. It's far from what we foundation establishment cultivators can covet. Sixth grade spirit beast? Shue was stunned. Humph, you're only at the middle gold core stage. Xiao Hua clenched his teeth. Since it can increase eldest senior brother's lifespan, then even if I have to use all my skills, I will still kill it. Thank you junior brother Xiao. Xiang Yang smiled and said, let's go and look for an opportunity first. Since Zhang Yu and the others can be greedy, we might have a chance as well. You're right. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, although Qin Yuming wanted to persuade me, I stopped him. From the looks of it, Spirit Husbandry Sect and Huanghua faction are not the only ones who are greedy for the fire apes and lightning beasts. Let's go and cooperate with them. Cooperation? A strange look appeared on Xiang Yang's face as he said with a wry smile, the thunder beast's strength is unfathomable, and its entire body is filled with treasures. However, the most important thing is its monster core. What I want is precisely its monster core. I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to work together. That's true. Xiao Hua nodded and frowned as if he was thinking about something. Husband, let's go and take a look. Since there's some hope now, it's better than nothing. Even if there's half a chance, junior brother Xiao, junior sister Shui, and I will work hard for this half a chance. Yan Qinglian stepped forward and smiled. At this moment, Yan Qinglian's slightly charming face had such a smile, which made Xiang Yang stunned again. He also smiled and said, how can I bear to let my wife work so hard? Seeing eldest senior brother and senior sister-in-law being so affectionate, Shui unconsciously raised her head and looked at Xiao Hua. There was a trace of reluctance in her eyes. Her strange gaze attracted Xiao Hua's attention. When Xiao Hua raised his eyes to look at her, there was only tenderness left in Shui's eyes. She stuck to Xiao Hua's gaze like honey. Seeing Shui's tenderness, Xiao Hua's heart was filled with sweetness. Just as his brows relaxed, his eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and took out a jade slip from the space. After his divine sense entered it, he was ecstatic. He flew in front of Xiang Yang and handed the jade slip over with a smile. Congratulations, senior brother. I found another strong helper for senior brother. Who? Xiang Yang was stunned. He took the jade slip and read it with his divine sense. He asked curiously, who left this? They actually asked you for information about the Thunder Beast? Senior brother, do you remember when I went to the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden for the first time and missed the delivery of the flame dawn grass? I remember. Didn't he punish you with a year's supply of spirit stones and medicinal pills? He even told you to go to Senior Zhenyi and confess your crimes. Xiang Yang was very familiar with Xiao Hua's matters. I'll let senior brother know. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Back then Grandmaster Zhenyi said he wouldn't pursue the matter, but he didn't let little brother off so easily. He gave little brother a jade slip, saying that he was looking for something. Because little brother had delayed him from going out to look for it, he punished little brother by telling little brother to find it. Jade slip? At that time you hadn't reached the 12th layer of qi refining, so how could you see the jade slip? Moreover, you didn't tell me that day. Xiang Yang asked. Because I was afraid master and senior brother would be worried, I didn't tell you. Xiao Hua said apologetically, Grandmaster Zhenyi gave me another 20 years, enough for me to reach the 12th layer of qi refining. I can see it myself. Xiang Yang sighed and didn't say anything else. Even if he saw the jade slip and told them about the search for the Thunder Beast, what could they do? When I just got my divine sense I saw it, but I didn't know what the Thunder Beast was. There was still a long way to go, so I threw it to the back of my mind. Even when I heard Chen Yuming talk about it a few days ago, I didn't care and didn't think about it at all. If senior brother didn't mention it just now, I really would have forgotten about Grandmaster Zhenyi. Grandmaster Zhenyi? What does he want the Thunder Beast for? He's a famous alchemist in Thunder Palace, so he's most likely going to use the Thunder Beast's inner core to refine medicinal pills. Although our chances of getting the Thunder Beast's inner core have greatly increased with his help, but can he give husband the inner core? Yan Qinglian said worriedly. Xiao Hua said curiously, Senior sister, could it be that Grandmaster Zhenyi can't refine medicinal pills? Senior brother can only get a complete inner core? Yan Qinglian said with a bitter smile. A complete Thunder Beast's inner core would be the best. If it's not, even a part of the Thunder Beast's inner core wouldn't be impossible. However, medicinal pills refined from the Thunder Beast's inner core wouldn't be suitable for your senior brother's use. Forget it, I'll explain it to you properly. Xiang Yang looked around and said with a sigh. He was actually quite calm. You're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.